For the most realistic steering system available on the market, look no further than Sim Steering from Leo Bodnar. Designed and hand-built at the home of British Motorsport's Silverstone circuit, it's extensively used by professional driver training centres and race teams including Formula 1 since 2010. The high precision and completely linear response coupled with high strength provides the ultimate in realistic steering force feedback. Visit simsteering.com.
There are your champions for World Sport Series 2015. Walk
Racing certainly always walked it this weekend.
Hello there, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome along then to the penultimate round in Season 8 of the Virtual Endurance Championship. I can't believe that we are almost at an end to what has been a fascinating number of months, but at the end we nearly are, and we are going to be rounding off our campaign in a month's time. But before that, we've got 6 hours of the Nurburgring to tackle. No, not the Nordschleife, just the regular bog standard GP circuit of the Nurburgring. It's still a very much a challenging circuit. Plenty of heavy braking zones and short corners and plenty of shifting to go along with that as well. And, well, we've had 6 excellent races to date so far. Let's hope that we can get a 7th one in. My name's James Kirk. By the way, I'm going to be taking you through the first 3 hours of this contest, but alongside me, he's going to be leaving us in a very little bit, I think in about half an hour or so, but he'll be coming back at around 6ish and taking you through the last 3 hours on lead comms. Is Mr. Joshua Anderson. Hello, Josh. How are you doing today?
Oh, well, I'm all right. Thanks very much. All the better for being here, of course, for some more phenomenal racing at the VEC.
I must say, I am very seat of the pants stuff right now, as I was having a bit of trouble with everything technical once again. But I am in, that's the main thing. And we can look forward to see. I think these 6-hour races have been incredibly interesting in terms of the sprint value, Josh. We seem to witness a lot more battling in these 6-hour races purely because people have a lot less time to do what they want.
Yeah, they do. They don't have nearly as much time with there only being 6 hours in the race. And, in terms of racing for position, they don't have as much time to make said positions up. And, we've really seen in the sprint races that sort of thing. But now time's running out, not necessarily in terms of length of the races, but length of the season as well, because there's only Le Mans after this.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's quickly go through the main championship battles, shall we, before we head to the grid. So, what is there to look out for? In the LMP1 battle, Feedersport Poland leads Doug Henson Racing 170 to 139 points. Our league admin, Jimmy Allison, reliably informing me that only the top 4 teams can win the championship now, and it is entirely feasible that Feedersport Poland could very much win the title today. So, oh, that was Josh. My apologies. Never mind. Joshua informed me. So that's the main battle that we're going to be interested in. That's at the front of the field. In LMP2, we have Team Spirit Racing on 163 with SimHQ on 141. A little bit of a closer battle there as well with Scuderia GT Italia on 130. Then we've got the GT Pro class. Again, much closer battle. GT Italia leading the class in Pro, 136.5 to SRVN's 124 to Team Virus's 120.5. And then in the GTM, it does close up even more, actually. Dark Racing, they've always been there or thereabouts at the top, but they've never been able to get away from the rest of the field. Only 5 points between them and, again, GT Italia, who are having a wonderful campaign overall across all of their classes. Revolution Racing, a good 20 points behind on 109. And we've managed to get through all of those championship battles nice and lovely. A feature of this Nurburgring is that we're going to have some people starting around the corner. That's obviously a massive disadvantage for them, but that's what happens when you qualify on a different pace to everyone, and especially with the GTMs, it's just part and parcel of it. But looking up to the front of the field then, Joshua Anderson, 3 wide on pole once again. Martin Furman is there. What are we to think about this? By the way, if you want to have a little look, oh dear,
that's not
that
good.
is a jump start from Furman, and that might be a slam dunk penalty actually. So it may not even be relevant that he's on pole. But if you do want to check all the poll results, then please remember to go on to the Virtual Endurance Championship Facebook page. The official results are there, but Martin Furman leads us off on pole position. Probably going to have a drive-through though, unfortunately, after that jump start. Then it's the Texas drivers. Valentino Mazatenta in second. That's going to be, I think I'm pretty right in saying that that's the highest starting position. Texas drivers, especially, or at least this season. So it's a great effort from them. Lars Brugman is third with Zednek Smarda for Team RGPL in P4, back for the first time in a while, Team RGPL. Luca Rudelli for GT Italia's P5 with Yuri Kazdorp for Revolution P6. We then have Kieran Parkin and another DHR P7 with Piotr, oh wow, that's another name. Piotr Spigielski, I believe is the way you put that. P8, we then have Kuba Brzezinski for Feedersport Poland, the championship leaders P9, and Povilas Machunas in P10. So for DHR, they've already had a good start there since they're ahead of their main rivals, Feedersport Poland. We then have Tommy Oyala in P11 with Patrick Badan P12, and I noticed that all of my cars have just left, unfortunately, Josh.
Well, that's not good. Oh, and James Kirk has indeed left himself, unfortunately. He's just dropped out, so I'll take you through the remainder of the grid then. I think we're with Tommy Oyala in P11, then Patrick Barden in P12 for the car behind. Then it's Quentin Benoit in P13, Vincenzo Capella in P14, then Greg Hall for DR Motorsport in P15, and then Anthony Ans in 16th place for Team Spirit Racing. Matthias Grau for PRL Logitech in 17th, and it's Yari Venari in P18. Miroslav Davidovich, however you pronounce it, is P19. Alex Brautigam in P20, I think it is. That's how you pronounce his name. Nico Barkley, 21st. Nicky Jagovic, 22nd. I think Martin Furman's just coming up to the point where they're going to start the race. But Bryson, 23rd. Caracosa, 24th. Balin, 25. Plaver, 26th. Richard Blocker, 27th. Daniel Peter, 20th. James Johnson, 29th. Adam Taylor, 30th. Michele Rito, 31st. Dragos Harbour, 32nd. Felix Antoine, 4-time, 33rd. Radoslav Bogus, 34. William Slixing, 35. Tomaso Tiller, 36. Paul Jeffrey 37th, and we're about to get underway. We have got underway. Martin Furman leads the grid off. We have gone green out of turn 12, through turn 13, into the chicane, then it's 14 and 15. Furman's got a good enough start. Mazatenta fairly enough behind him. Lars Brugman third. Red Early fourth, Smarter fifth. Casdorp sixth, all having a go. We got enough already, and that is Brugman. And Mazatenta's got off as well. So we got enough already to come around the last corner to start the first lap proper. And Martin Furman has stormed away in all this. Right early second, Smarter, Brugman, all chasing this down in this battle for P2. That's a Tenta behind the lot of them as well. Casdorp as well. But look at Smarter and Brugman both having to go rally alley. They both want to go at this here. And neither of them making the necessary inroads yet. But all this infight is going to help three wide as they make even more ground as we have James Kirk back.
Not in the game, unfortunately, though. Mass disconnection across the board, so you're going to have to keep on shouting for a little bit, Josh.
Only Boy and Milan disconnected on the formation lap, which is you and him. But everyone else is still here. Everyone else is still around. Yep, I do get a bit excited in the formation lap, but that's just me. But Furman is still storming away. He's 3 seconds up already, and it's only been a half a lap of actual physical racing. But that just shows how valuable the pole position can be. But of course, we don't know whether he'll have got to stop going all this for that jump start. If he hasn't, then it's all right and he'll hold that. But if he has, he's going to drop quite a bit of time. And look at Radiali should take a provisional lead for Scuderia GT Italia. Lars Brugman, though, has jumped quite the distance. Only with about half a second between the two here. So we could see the DHR number 8 get back into that lead. And they will need to win this race, you would think, to really keep their title hopes alive for Le Mans. They're quite a fair bit behind Feedersport Poland. They are the second team in the championship, still in contention, and will probably still be in contention if they have a good race, and Feedersport don't have as good a race. They are in P8 at the moment in all this, are Feedersport Poland. And that is not where they want to be, because they are the championship leader, and the further they are down compared to DHR, then they will lose more points out of their lead. But at the moment, they are chasing very well, giving the beans, so to speak, to the car ahead of them, the GT Italia Prototype 1, the Audi, of course. And Brugman goes quite wide there, but we do have white line exceptions as well. Goes on turn 7, turn 8, turn 11, turn 12, and turn 15. Those are the exceptions to the rules. I'm assuming that's where the drivers can run a little bit wider. So those maybe not penalised as much if you go wide there. And of course, it's not just the top 4, because the top 4, the only P1 teams at least, that are mathematically able to continue as championship challengers, but it is the top 10 coming out of this race in each class that will make room 1 for the 24 hours of Le Mans. So up and down the fields, teams will be... This is really one of the most important races on the calendar, because it determines which room he will be in for the grand finale of the season. And it is going to be a case of, really, do as well as you can here, otherwise you are not going to make room 1 for the big one. Martin Furman will probably have his eyes on that. He'll have a chance, really, and you'd think 3 wide need a win here to keep their title hopes alive. But realistically, you know, they need nigh on a miracle to win this, you would think. They're quite far back on Feedersport Poland and only just within championship contention. So they're going to give it, they can give it a go though, that's all they can do. And, well, let's have a look, if we can, further down the field, because I would quite like to have a look at some of the P2s, because we haven't really focused on those. We have Tommy O'Yala leading for Magenta Warriors. Must be said, Tommy O doing a fantastic job in that at the Magenta LMP2, leading the class, or so I believe. And then it's Patrick Barden for the second car behind them. That is Game Area 51 Prototype. Then it's Quentin Benoit for Kyushu Motorsports. Those are the top 3. And I'm being told there is a BMW at the head of the GTM class. And that is James Johnson for Vodbull Racing. Have made room 1 again, and they are leading GTM. Now, the BMW not the quickest car on the field by any sort of means, but it is leading. Big props to James for doing that. We have our penalties in. So Martin Furman has a stop goal. Paul Jeffrey has a stop goal. Spigelski has a stop goal. Benoit has a stop goal. So does Taylor, Antoine Fortin. And then Tortella, Rizzo, Radiali, Capella, Hall, Brzezinski. That is key. The feeder sport Poland car with a drive-through, at least, or a drive-through. They will have to serve that, and that is going to slow them down even more. And, yep, Vodball got Paul as well in GTM, so obviously showing their stuff. But Berman, though, still leading. We have a battle for P2 and LMP1. This is Brugman versus Van Early once again, but Lars Brugman, the Dutchman, has got even closer than he has before. He's even closer to Van Early now, and you've got to think a move is going to happen soon, because if it's not, then it's not. But if it is, then it is. And you'd think it would, because he's looking feisty. That much can be said for Lars Brugman. That's a Tenter in the meanwhile. Has held fourth. Mind you, he did drop 2 places from the starting grid, but fourth for Texas drivers is still a great result, and he is sticking to the back of this duel. So don't expect him to not have a shout at this potential second. He does have a chance at it, and he will stay there. But Lars Brugman, more importantly right now, is right on the back of Luca Radiali, still within 0.3 of a second of the GT Rally driver. And this is a key battle because it will mean more points for DHR. They, I do not believe, have the penalty to serve, meaning they will gain serious time on the feeder sport Poland car, and that is going to be key. They are actually coming around to lap some of the GTs already. That's how quick the P1s are. But coming through turn number, I'm getting my track mark up here, turn number 14, Vidal this is, then through turn 15, and 16, the Coca-Cola curve. Mazatenta right on the back of the Dutchman, but Brugman looks to be going for him out on the front straight. Second place is a 4. Furman serves the penalty. This is now for the race lead for Lars Brugman as he comes down into turn 1, has the inside line, breaks beautifully and gets it done before Radiali can even do anything. Tries to get it back on the cutback. Doesn't work out though, unfortunately, and Lars Brugman through the Castrol S has taken the race lead for Doug Henson Racing, and that will be key to their championship hopes. Cuba Brzezinski serves his stop-go, drive-through penalty rather, and is now down in P9. He will have a ton of work to do, but it can certainly be done with the speed they've shown this season. But Lars Brugman for Doug Henson Racing's number 8 car currently leads proceedings. Martin Furman serving his stop-go in all this. So he will drop down the order. Vincenzo Capella in the pits as well. This will be for his drive-through. Meanwhile, Radiali now has a bit of a tangle with Mazatenta. Or Mazatenta has a tangle with Radiali, one of the two. Something happens to the Texas driver's driver. And I'm going through the replay here. What happened? And, oh, well, up in my replay, Fidelity has done nothing there because it's lagged out again for it. So I can't see what happened, unfortunately, but lost a bit of time, no positions lost though, luckily. But he has dropped time to the car ahead, and Radiali having a bit of problems negotiating this traffic. He's cut the inside corner, and now pits. He will be saving his drive-through. And Lars Brugman will be given even more of a breather, but look at all this traffic he has to negotiate. There's like 7 GTs and counting that he's got to get through. This is not easy stuff for the Dutchman, and hopefully they'll play it nice and easy for the DHR driver, because they are one of the championship contenders in all this, and could arguably be one of the title favourites if they can have a good race here, and Feeder Sport Poland do not. So yeah, unfortunately Mr. James Kirk was with us and now isn't with us because he's having loads of problems. So I'm going to open it up to you guys if you'd like to come and help me out in the broadcast for the 20 minutes I will be here. That would be much appreciated. Please do feel free to hop onto the Virtual Endurance Championship Room 1 TeamSpeak. It's key you join that one and not the Room 2's TeamSpeak. Pop in the waiting booth and I'll drag you up as soon as is logistically possible. Because I will unfortunately have to go in 21 minutes now. Because I've got an interview, quite frankly. So pretty important stuff. And I'm going to get ready for that. So, I will need to go do that thing as Lars Brugman does the thing where he laps the GTs once again. He is starting to run away with it again. Varner in P3 for RGPL. Another one of the championship contenders needs a good race here to RGPL to keep their title hopes alive. They're in the same boat as 3 wide. Realistically, the top 2 and the only 2 contenders are FSP and DHR, but any of the top 4 can mathematically win in LMP1, and that is what they'll be thinking going through this race. Brzezinski is P7, so they will need to make up as much time as they can here. We've got Brzezinski, though, starting to close in, you would think, on Pomelas, Mitunas in the brand new number 9. Well, I say brand new, it's been around for a couple of races. The nearest DHR LMP1, at least the 3rd entry, the number 9 car, the bright yellow car indeed. At present it is a DHR 156 with Bruckman, Parkin and Mitunas in those places. But nonetheless, Bruckman is really starting to pull away with this. I'm trying to get a look further down the field because the battle for LMP2 lead has really started to hold up. We have Patrick Barden closing right up on Tommy Oyala. The Jenna Warriors versus Game Area 51 here for the LMP2 lead. Will it be a turn 1 manoeuvre again? Barden trails Oyala. He's got the draft, he's got the slipstream. Can he make use of it? Doesn't seem to be making much ground on the fin, unfortunately. And Patrick is going to have to wait for something to happen here. As we've got Anthony Jans as well, who has closed up. So it's realistically a 3-way fight for the lead in LMP1. We all know what Anthony Jans can do when he's out in front, but he's got to get out in front before he can do what he does when he's out in front. And Tommy Oyala the leader in all this, so not really making life easy for any of the people behind him. It's not going to happen yet, you would think, but Jans, we all know, can catch up to battles, and I think it's worth sticking with this because it could get heated very quickly and there's not much happening in the way of LMP1. Well, I say that, but Kuba Brzezinski has just spun! I said he's just overtaken Pavlas Mashunas, but he's just spun! So, Brzezinski makes an error. What happened there? He was, let me check. My replay is laggy, so I can't, unfortunately, but he was lapping traffic and then he came down the inside of Matunas, I think, and then, Mashunas he came down the inside of, then cooped the grass, and then went wide and spun. So, Brzezinski made a very rare error, it must be said, for the Polish driver. He's now behind Luca Rodali in P7 and Pavlos Mashunas, but back to the LMP2 battle because it's Tottenham again. Barden, Jans, and Oyala, these 3 all within. You can throw a blanket over them, and that quick. They are so close to each other. They are within 0.6 seconds of each other, so just over half a second between all of them. Super close racing between the 3. And Jans at the back end of this train, of course, will be trying his hardest to catch up and overtake the rest of them. Most certainly going to try and do that because it's what he does. Oyala, Jans, and Barden. Oyala just getting, I think I just went a little bit wide there actually, so Patrick Barden for game area 51. He's got to try and keep this going. To look further down the field, we do have the current GT Pro leader, Miroslav Davidovich in P19, followed by Nicky Jakovic for Team Virus. A battle for the GT Pro lead, if the GT fans wanted to know what was going on there. Not as close as this P2 battle, though, as Patrick Barden negotiates the traffic quite well again. As does Jans, the back runners and traffic, doing a very good job today so far, it must be said. I'm very impressed. I am very much impressed by it. They're doing a very good job. But then again, when did they not? Very high quality racing we have out at VEC, and it's showing today as Oyala now getting a bit held up. Patrick Barden and Anthony Jans starting to close up to each other as well. All concentrating now. Jans has a serious chance here through the Hatzenbachsbogen into Vedal. And if he's going to make a move happen, it's going to be soon. He has a quite good go here. Can seriously make a move happen. Clips the corner, almost rolls it even, or gets close to it. That's how hard the Frenchman is pushing his car. And he's got a chance down into the Castrol S again. Turn 1, where we saw Lars Brugman take the lead. We might see Jans have a go for the lead of P1 or at least P2. As Barden has to brake, Jans has to brake. But Jans isn't going to give up. He goes on the inside into the Castrol S. Slightly losing control of the car, unfortunately, and Barden will hold that position number 2 as we've had a bit of an off in the GT category. Someone went off there and narrowly missed Anthony Jans. As we got an overtake as well, Quentin Benoit, I think it's believed, has just overtaken Yari Venari, so Benoit will be taking on Matthias Grau. Gets so close there, we're going to do the spinner with the GTs. But look at Venari now, having another go down the outside. Wants to have a go at it, does really want this position. He can sense it. He's not looking yet, but he's looking like he could. Boya Milan has rejoined the race 18 minutes into it. He is 8 laps down, and that is not good for flatline racing. They'll have a lot of ground to make up now, unfortunately. But ground to be made up is most certainly being made up by Martin Furman right behind this train in LMP2. A 3-wide driver down in their team, looking to get through into 10th overall. In theory, these LMP2 drivers have no reason whatsoever to move over. They're not moving over. They're engrossed in their own fight. This is track position for Furman. He's flashing these lights, but they have no obligation to move over. This is for track position between Furman and the rest of them. The LMP2s have a fight too, and he's going to make it safe to get through. He's trying to use that LMP1 to get through, and it's not happening. So much traffic. Gets past Patrick Barden, and now it's Tommy Oyala for the German, who he needs to overtake. He's got the speed advantage, and he needs to move the turn 1 theoretically, but Furman goes down the inside. Oyala doesn't fight it, and well, sensibly so. But he did get a bit stuck there, but Barden now has a go at Oyala. This is again the battle for the LMP2 leads, and bloody Anthony Jans, wow, look at that. Down the inside of turn 3, I think. What a move by the Frenchman to get through there, and now his eyes are on the finish, Tommy Oyala, and his eyes are on the LMP2 lead, which we are so used to seeing now, as he gets a bit of contact with that GT there, but yes, Anthony Jans will be chasing Tommy Oyala as he gets stuck behind traffic himself. Luckily, it hasn't made life too awkward for the Frenchman, and he will be chasing down the Finn with intent, it must be said. With 20 minutes gone on this race, then it is Lars Brugman leading Valentino Mazzatenta, but the gap has plummeted. It is now negligible, and Mazzatenta wants this race lead. The traffic or something has not helped Lars Brugman. He's dropped a huge amount of time. And now Mazzatenta, the Texas drivers, wants the lead on the 6 hours of Nurburgring. And you can tell this is going to be an interesting one. We haven't seen Mazzatenta up this high this season, at least. I don't think we have. And he's sticking it with the best of them. They aren't within championship contention anymore for LMP1, but that doesn't mean the car get back with a fight. There's a collision there. As Lars Brugman, I think, hit the brakes or something, or lifted off to get past the GT. Mazzatenta didn't telegraph it, and that has cost him a little bit of time. I will go back and check the replay on that one, actually. I'm not entirely sure what happened myself, but Lars Brugman, I will check here what happens. They were coming down the back straight through turn 13. Yes, he hit the brake. Brugman hit the brakes for some reason. I think he thought the GT was coming across, but that has cost Mazzatenta quite a bit of time. Bit of an arguable one, actually. He's now 2 seconds down, but quite why Brugman braked there when he had the line through past the GT is beyond me. Why did he do that? And, oh, they have damage, that's why. But that's probably because they hit the GT. But maybe Lars thought the GT was coming across. I'm not sure. I couldn't make that out perfectly enough, but something happened. Apparently, that number 8 car now has damage, and Valentino Mazzatenta could use this to his advantage if he can catch back up and overtake this time. We have a battle for 7th though in LMP1 as well. It's Populous Machines versus Luca Radaeli. This is going to be DHR number 9 versus GT Italia number 6. And they've got Brzezinski behind them, so it's a three-way. Three-way battle for the position here. As Brzezinski, Radaeli, Machinas all fight it out. Brzezinski though, possibly the most desperate for track position. Here he goes down the inside. Coming into the Kubo curve there. Didn't make it work, unfortunately, but he is the worst off in this scenario because DHR are going to slice their points lead right through the centre and then some at this rate because they are 8. DHR's number 8 is first and leading. And I'll tell you this, if it stays where it is, it's not looking good for the Polish outfit because they won't have nearly as much of a buffer going into Le Mans as they would have liked. Brzezinski though, still closing in on Radaeli, and Mashuna seems to have taken the gap and used it a bit there actually, so seems like Radaeli, well I say that, but now Mashunas is caught in traffic and Radaeli has a chance. A chance perhaps that he may not have had before, but he has now for certain. As he brakes again, traffic getting in the way now a bit, unfortunately. Luckily it moves, and Radaeli though has got the run of his life. He will come through this chicane. He will come round the Ford curve into the Dunlop curve. Through the Ford curve now. Ford curve even into the Dunlop curve. This is his chance as the Italian, and he's got to take it. P7 versus P6 and prototype 1. Radaeli down the inside, and it's a nice clean move, but look at Cuba Brzezinski going for it as well. Wants the opportunity, takes the opportunity, and Cuba Brzezinski all of a sudden has found a free place. He moves into P7. And he will have his eyes firmly set on Luca Radaeli as well. But Valentino Mazzatenta has caught up again. He is in P2. Lars Brugman, and we have a Lewis McLeod about to join us now. Hello, Lewis.
Good afternoon.
We're just looking at this lead for the battle between Brugman and Mazzatenta here as we go through the Castrol S. Brugman, of course, the DHR number 8 driver, of which Lewis is also a driver. And,
Indeed.
well, it's a good thing you're here, Lewis, actually, because I've already got 10 more minutes in the comms booth, and you might have to take over.
Yes. I could be here for about half an hour. But then, obviously, team duties. Need to keep an eye on those boys.
Of course, people need to be kept an eye on. We are most certainly keeping an eye on this battle as Mazzatenta's got through without me even looking. How has that happened? I'll have to go have a look, but Brugman actually strike that. Brugman's having to go for the goal again. Mazzatenta leads for Texas drivers. This is a pretty much amazing scenario for the team, but Lars Brugman ain't going to give up that easily. Oh no. Through the Dunlop curve they go. It's Dutchman versus probably American. I don't know. I'm not going to.
Arnold Italian.
He sounds Italian, but yeah, Italian maybe. Mazzatenta. It's one of the two, either American or Italian. I do not know, but Brugman is chasing him down either which way. It's usually James Kirk that has problems with the nationalities, but today it's me.
Yeah, isn't Yuri Castro Brazilian?
Oh yeah, he's totally Australian. Anyway, Brugman though, through we come around the Hatzenbecksbogen into Vedal, and then through turn 15 into the Coca-Cola curve. You can just tell my German is on point today. As Brugman, I actually studied GT. Well, I didn't study GT. I wish I'd studied GT racing at GCSE, but I studied German at GCSE. And so I know a bit of how to pronounce these corner names. Mazzatenta though is, I have to give him all the credit in the world here. He is holding Lars Brugman off very well.
Yeah, Lars is he's obviously, you said he's got a bit of damage from when Mazzatenta hit the back of him. Obviously that's something to deal with after the race with reports and whatnot. But yeah, the damage is pulling the car to one side ever so slightly, but according to him the car is okay. We did have this back at Sebring. The only problem is if any mistake happens, then or if we, forget one time in the pit stop to turn it off, that's a big pit stop. It's like 200 seconds.
Of course, yeah, and that can make or break a race. I've just seen that Anthony Jans has passed into the LMP2 lead. What he is used to, of course. We know he can lead so well, the Frenchman. He's been so good in Team Spirit Racing are going to be title favourites now if they haven't already secured it.
Yeah, 9th to 1st in really not that long, half an hour. But we're pretty sure they should be expecting a penalty. They did hit off a GT Ferrari. I think it was the GT Pro SRVN coming in towards turn 6. So they're, probably a penalty going into Le Mans, which isn't too bad. I mean, you can overtake it.
Oh, Brookman here is going to go for the lead. He's having a go at it. Lars Brookman has a chance of his life now. He's drafted Mazda like crazy into the Castrol S. This is his chance now for the Dutchman, but he's not got the preferable line. And Valentino Mazda will hold the position for now. Look at Brookman though, trying to make it work through 2, make it work through 3 possibly. I don't know whether he's going to or not. I don't think anybody knows, but Lars believes he can as he comes round into turn 4, through turn 4 even, into turn 5, down RTL, this mini straight so to speak, and he's lost track position as he comes round the Ford curve now into the Dunlop Cura approach, and Lars is half a second down. He can get the time position, he can get the time made, but he's not making the overtake happen. There's traffic now from Mazda getting stuck behind the Magenta Warriors, LMP2 and Tommy Oyala.
Yeah, Mazda, it's alright, this is an alright move, but this is going to hold Brugman up. That's going to hold Brugman up a lot. It's an okay move to do that around the outside. Tomio was really, really aware of that. He even braked a little bit, but...
He's just moved straight out of the way from Brugman there, he obviously knows how important this battle is. He will know that these two are the overall race leaders, wants nothing to do with this, and rightly so, but as they come around the Hatzenbeck's Bogen once more, I'm going to have to remember that now, because I'm always wondering what that term was called. Through they come now, 14 and 15, around the corner curve for 16, and we are going to
autocams, yes.
For a while. That is okay, we'll keep you posted, or at least I'll try and keep you posted for the last 4 minutes I have on commentary, because I'm going to go there.
Yeah, good luck mate, when you do, but...
A shame, I do have an interview that I will have to attend, and I'm hoping it'll go well. I'm actually going to be the one asking the questions. So,
oh, really? Oh,
yeah,
nice.
I'm interviewing somebody, so I'm asking questions, so I've never done that before.
Oh, nice. I always ask the questions.
Yeah, it's the other way around.
No, I never do. I'm joking.
There you go. I'm not the one being questioned. I'm the one asking the questions. There you go. There goes any suspicions of me being questioned about anything. Although there is no question that I will be back at about 6 o'clock, 6:15 UK time.
Oh, right.
I should be back for then.
That's not that late then. I'll be all right.
Not that late, no. So
No.
it's a case of if we can get commentators in, that'll be lovely. If not, we may just be left with the cars on the track. But I will be back from James Kirk if he can get in. He has had a couple of problems though, unfortunately. So he is not probably going to be here just yet.
Probably needs a fresh install of RF2 and all that.
Yeah.
You know, the usual jazz.
That's the thing though, actually. On the subject of fresh installs, I'm going to start a discussion in the comments and within myself and Lewis in my last 3 minutes with the recent R-Factor 2 stopping development of non-steam after 1084 as Castor pits.
Yeah.
But good move or bad move, Lewis?
Bad move, in my opinion. I mean, it's not the worst move in the world, as also Carlos Carrasco's is also in the pit lane down in 37th position. They're way off. They're like 5 laps off the back of GTM, but it's not the worst move in the world. But it's kind of like, what was it that you said in Formula Challenge? Backpedal again? Would backpedal again?
Yes, I was commentating in another series over in another league, and well, I made a joke 10 out of 10 would backpedal again, you know, and well, that stuck with Lewis ever since. So. I'm agreed. I don't think it's a good move. It happens multiple installs. It's doable, but it's just very, very long-winded. And it's probably going to cause problems for a lot of people, unfortunately. But such is life. People make decisions. It was more of a policy decision, I think, for ISI. You know, it makes more sense of it. It saves them money and time.
It's the money thing.
The 10-2 versions rather than just one. But customer service, you know, if you want to really look after your fans, you go for go for the thingy with James. That leads to the
I know exactly what you mean. Of course, having having it funded through the ISI launcher or the R-Factor 2 launcher as well as Steam, putting money into both camps is kind of a bit redundant if you can do it through one. Obviously, the cheaper way of doing that is through Steam, where they don't have to pay constantly to for the servers to send the updates, because Steam do that, as far as I'm aware, at least. Not that I'm a game dev.
Well.
Zednek Smarter. Smarter's off.
Smarter. What's up to Smarter? He has got into P3 and then he's spun a bit. He's struggling. Ruckman though struggling to keep with Russell 10. Smarter is not going to go. That will not help Team RJP out. Kuba Brzezinski, 6th place, will not help Feeders for Poland.
Oh! I've just had a look at what happened to Smarter, and also, I will say this has also affected Tommy Oyala, who's lost his rear wing. Basically, what happened was, coming up out the corner after the Schumacher S's, Tommy Oyala was alongside Tortella for obviously lap traffic, and he just turned in. Completely turned in. And Smarter was caught up in that as well.
Not possibly the most logical move ever. Oyala pits Kasdorp with a very long stop here, must be said. Mark Fuller is now in the flatline racing LMP2 after Milan had a couple of problems. But speaking of things not helping.
Oh, Kuba Brzezinski and Povlas Matunis as well. Sorry, I've just caught that on the broadcast, and that's been on the broadcast for a little bit.
Yes, this battle between
they're
the
very close.
Car. And well, you called it, Lewis. I'm going to leave you to commentate on
it.
It's my time to go, unfortunately.
Very well, my friend. I will be commentating for the next half an hour or so.
Yeah, unfortunately, I will be going now, and I won't be back until about 6 o'clock. So
that's all right.
1.5 hours, unfortunately. So I will luckily be back for 6 o'clock, 6:15. I'll be back for the halfway mark and the power hour. Don't forget it. Don't forget
the power hour.
The power hour is what me and James call the final hour of the race. He probably won't be aware.
Well, no,
the audience are very
normally
familiar with, and they love it.
Normally, I'm either driving or DNF'd at this point. So
I tell you what, Casper College is a constant in the power hour.
Ah,
the Magenta Warriors team. He usually turns up, but nonetheless, it is my time to bid you all a very a very early farewell, as we're going to fight on for P6, P5.
Yes.
I'll leave you in the capable hands of Lewis McLeod, but I will see you in a bit.
Absolutely. So Josh Hanson's now going to leave us, and I'll take over for the next half an hour or so. And if you do want to jump in on commentary for either doing commentary work or questions or so, then please hop on to the VEC Room 1 TeamSpeak. I'm sure most of you that will know about the series will know the details. But yes, this position for 5th and 6th between Povlas Matunis and, of course, your championship leaders, Kuba Brzezinski, in that feeder sport car. The number 9 DHR cars had a pretty good run of finishes. Of course, fairly new to the series, joined the series back in Sebring. I will also note there has been an update as Kuba Brzezinski's gone for the inside. Oh! No, it's not going to work out because Matunis has got the inside for the next corner. Is it going to work out? Oh, Brzezinski going around the outside. Can he do it? Yes, he can. Povlas Matunis does give him a little bit of the space there to get that position done, but Kuba Brzezinski up into the top 5 after his early penalty, as that's a bit of contact there with Matunis and a very, very slow GT. And now he's got Mark Fuller in front of him, who's going another lap down, of course, down in second last position at the moment. Only 11 laps complete to their name, while the leaders have done 20. But yeah, what I was going to say was the number 7 car in LMP1 has actually had a driver swap. They've now changed from Kieran Parkin to Adam Hodgkinson, as Adam Hodgkinson is actually a lap down, but he's got Zednek Smarter in front of him, who's working his way through traffic very slowly in 3rd position. I wonder if that car's actually got a bit of damage. Although Hodgkinson is a lap down, he is definitely the faster car of these two, and he's just going to try and get past. And with all this clean air in front, he's going to want to get past ASAP and use it to break the blue flags. Of course, this was a car that had involvement with blue flags at the previous round in Istanbul, so they don't really want to get involved with that anymore. He's actually behind Anthony Jans, who's in the lead of LMP2 at the moment due to that early pit stop. Yeah, this is not actually a battle position, although you can't see it, so who knows. Oh, it's going through one by one. Right. Okay. That's fine. I'll have to do a bit of radio commentary here. An update on Tommy Oyala, who also had that rear wing loss, as I said a little bit earlier. He's now down in 17th position overall, which I'm pretty sure is about 8th in class. Unfortunately, my live timing is not updating as we go. It's always good to have issues when you're jumping in. last minute. Let's have a look. Yeah, Cooper Brzezinski. Wow, he hopped up into 5th position, of course, a little while ago. He is only 1 second off of the back of Luca Radielli. He was only 4 seconds off of the back of the podium. So Cooper Brzezinski, after all of that, a spin, a drive-through, looking like they might actually be ready to move back onto the podium in a very short space of time. Either way, I'll quickly run through the top of each class. We are missing a LMP1, and I'm still not sure. Oh no, it's just Yuri Kazdorp who's actually at the back of the field. We do have all 10. We are missing 1 LMP2 and 1 GTE AM. That's 2 cars that are missing. Either way, currently in the lead of the race is the number 68 Texas driver's car of Matt Satenta, who is under heavy attack still from Lars Brugman in a slightly damaged car at Matt Satenta's hands. Brugman, who's got another about 2 hours left in the car, will be pitting fairly soon. He'll do another couple of stints. But yeah, this battle is very close. There's no moves going on just yet, but we will keep an eye on that. Then it's Zdeněk Smarda in 3rd position, Luca Radielli in 4th, Cooper Brzezinski in 5th, Pavel Asmutunis in 6th. Martin Furman bouncing back from a 1-minute stop and go penalty, obviously from your pole position. That 3 wide car now in 7th position. Then it's Spigelski in the IRG Motorsport GP car down in 8th, and Adam Hodgkinson in LMP1 in 9th, but that is 10th overall. We do have a couple of people to jump in on comms with us. We have Curtis Kenyon and Kieran Parkin joining us on commentary. Now, Kieran, I'll quickly go to you as it's quite relevant.
Yeah.
You obviously hopped out of the car recently. I didn't see any...
I did.
Okay, any reason for that?
I've been having a lot of game lag. Not just it felt like I was losing frames, but also cars on track around me were moving around quite a lot, and it was a little bit terrifying to lap some cars. I had a lot of trouble lapping some LMP2s just because I couldn't judge where they were going to go or where they were going to be. So I decided it would be best to hop out, hand over to Adam, and see if I can fix this issue.
Yeah, of course, Adam Hodgkinson's currently a lap down on the leader, but obviously you're not going to expect to remain that way towards the end of the race, of course, being the first team to actually pull a pit stop off, so I'm assuming you're going to expect to bounce back a little bit later on in the race.
Yeah, we hope so. It might assist us, for example, if there's a code 80, it might allow us to get away with maybe 1 less stop at the end. We might not need to take a splash and dash. Who knows? We'll see.
Yeah, of course, all the strategy. We all come from the same outfit, so we have no idea what's going on.
Yes. No.
Absolutely
honestly,
no idea.
That stint, I was just driving to keep the car on track, and that was difficult enough. It felt like my inputs were delayed, which in an LMP1, when you're trying to lap slower cars, is terrifying. Absolutely terrifying.
I absolutely do bet,
So,
yeah.
I did my best to not hit anybody. Didn't hit anybody. I did get dive bombed into turn 1 by an LMP2, but I did see it. Just a little nudge. But I'll be looking at that post race, see exactly what happened.
Yeah, of course. So 2 of the DHR cars are having issues. Cool. That's always good.
Yes, lovely. As normal service resumed for us.
Fairly normal, yeah. I don't think we've got through a race pretty cleanly this season. I mean, even the race at the start of the season, which was won by the 8 car, was various spins and stuff.
We were not issue-free as an outfit, that is for sure.
No. Also, we have Curtis Kenyon, who's joined us. He's got his microphone muted at the moment, but still Curtis
There he
Kenyon.
is.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Yeah.
You're the DR Motorsports car, correct?
Yeah,
Or
yeah, I'm the second car now.
what a guess.
I had to. Apparently, my garage was open.
Oh,
I had
right.
to go close it.
Oh, fair enough. So how's things going for your team at the moment?
Well, since
Thanks.
I've been up here, been in the commentary booth, we've actually added another car. Had a couple drivers come in, wanted to drive. So we've been having some split duty. For some reason, the second car, which is supposed to be the slower car, is getting into room 1, and our first car is getting into room 2. We don't know. So we're just kind of rolling with it and see what happens. Kind of more or less just preparing for Le Mans, and that's about it.
Yeah, absolutely. I will say very poignantly on the broadcast, probably not on the broadcast actually, but currently in the session, as I did just hear a little bit of a crash, we do have Zednek Smarda, Kuba Brzezinski and Luca Radielli all battling for position, and the car behind this is Adam Hodgkinson, again a lap down, however that should not be for too long, because I'm assuming people will be pitting soon.
Yep. What was the leader lap on? Lap 24?
24's complete.
In the Audi, we were looking at about 30-31 laps. With the formation lap and more traffic, I'd say some might be able to stretch it to 32.
Wow,
so,
these stints are going to be long.
Yeah, they are
Oh.
very long. I've been having trouble
Ooh.
with front tyre wear because the stints are so
Sorry,
long.
just to point out, Brugman has just taken the lead into T1.
Oh, he has. I've just seen that on broadcast.
It was actually, I don't know if, I think they were side by side. It looked like Brugman maybe had been on the outside, but Valentino Mazzatenta just kind of overcooked the corner a bit and Brugman got through, but I don't expect that'll be the end of that battle. But yes, you're absolutely right. These sits are very long then. God, that's really bad for me to find out now. Oh dear. But yeah, I don't know how long are stints roughly in the LMP2 car. As we've got a yellow flag for Anthony Yan, so that's all good. It's all good. I think it was
We
just
should be coming up on first pit stops here in a few minutes. About 50 minutes,
Generally,
I believe.
from hearing from Oscar, the stint time's generally about 45 minutes if you're going flat out at P2.
Oh,
So, yeah,
Smarda's holding them up.
anytime soon.
Kuba Brzezinski has actually gotten through into third place, so back onto the podium for the championship leaders, and obviously looking for another win. They were denied back in Istanbul, but looking like they're not going to. They're going to try very hard not to deny themselves now. As yellow flags from that's attempted, but it's nothing. He has dropped back a long way from Brugman though. But yeah, Brzezinski third, Smarda under heavy attack from Radielli as well. That GT Italy car is looking pretty quick.
They have been. They have been since Sebring.
Sebring,
They've really shown up. It's good. It's lovely to have more LMP1s that are all basically on the same pace. So we can have amazing race-long battles.
Nah, I much preferred Silverstone where it was easy.
Yeah, you preferred Silverstone.
Oh dear. There's Furman, careful. Jeez. Furman just nearly smashed off an LMP2 at the hairpin. Luckily, the LMP2 saw him coming. Yellow flags for Povilas Michunis as he's gone off the road at turn 12. I hope there's no damage on that car. I don't think he hit a wall.
Let's hope he's kept it.
Oh, wow. He leaving turn 11, had a bit of oversteer as he ran a little bit wide and onto the good old AstroTurf, which we're more to aware of, and then just slid all over the track. Those tyres will be scuffed, but it should be okay as Radielli and Smarda still battle it out. Radielli did actually get up into fourth place briefly, but then Smarda got back. Adam Hodgkinson's being held up by this a lot.
Yeah.
Because he can't do anything about it, really. Because obviously everyone complained last time, didn't they?
Well, it's difficult enough. It's difficult enough to pass in the LMP1, as you well know, especially around here with shorter straights compared to most other tracks. I know yesterday in the practice session, me, Furman, and Bailey were going round, and we were nose to tail for laps on end. Furman could not do anything about me, even though he'd just come out the pits on fresh tyres, and I was about 20 laps into my stint. He couldn't find a way past. Even in the slipstream, he didn't have enough top end, and it was quite amusing, really. Smarda's
back past Brzezinski through a bit of traffic play. Brilliant stuff there. Zdenek Smarda back past Kuba Brzezinski. We've got a great fight as they pass the Feeder Sport GT car as a couple of people are in the pit lane. It's Capella and Venari are in the pit lane along with Kasdorp. Still or again? Again. I'll get there eventually. Do we have live cameras again, or? Yeah, we do. Okay, cool. We are back in the action. It's always good. But yeah, we've got lots. LMP2's pitting. Lots of them.
Glorious LMP1 battle going on.
Yeah,
Brzezinski
I would not want to be a part of this.
No.
In fact, actually, we did actually have some good LMP1 battling like this. Obviously, we had a little bit back in Sebring with the 3 wide, the Feeder Sport, and the 8 DHR car.
Yeah,
I'm aware.
so.
We did also have quite a bit back in Interlagos in those mixed conditions. Oh, that is a point. We are expecting, or the potential for a little bit of rain
Yes.
later on. Which
Go away. I don't want it.
Yes,
Here-
I
here
am.
at the
with
No,
you.
thank you.
How's the LMP2s in the rain, Curtis?
Well, they're pretty good if you have a good
Oh.
setup for it. The
Yeah.
tires hold up like no other. I mean, at Interlagos, I was running the dry line with the wet tires for 2 stints.
Oh God.
Yeah, no, they hold up great. It's the intermediates that don't hold for anything.
Intermediates are rubbish. I think they work on GTs because I see a lot of GTs trying to use them occasionally, and I'd assume if they didn't work, they wouldn't even bother. The wet tires for us, they go off really. Like if you do a wet stint and then you hop out, get some fresh wets on, you'll be going like 3 seconds a lap quicker. on
Right?
fresh
Yeah.
rubber.
No, once they fall off, they're done. But
They just fall off quickly for us.
they're just. But if you take care of them and you don't slide the car, which is tough,
Yeah.
they actually last pretty good. It's surprising.
Absolutely. Just a quick update as Anthony Jans, your previous leader in the LMP2 category, has pitted, which now leaves the 051 Game Area 51 car into the lead. That's the one that had pole initially back in Sebring with Sasha
Sebring.
Glatter. Yeah, there was 07 Kyushu Motorsports car with Quinton Benoit at the wheel. And then it's the 75 PRL Logitech racing car of Matthias Grau in third. Of course, that will all chop and change. Although I will say, curious strategy from the 75 PRL Logitech car, who are on the mediums. They are the only car on the entire field on the mediums. Everyone is on softs or hards except from them, as the Game Area 51 car comes into the pit lane. I'm assuming Benoit will also follow. Yes, he does. Of course, just to point out really quickly, you can cut across that pit lane entry, the red and white, as long as you do it before the grass. Correct?
Yes.
Yes, correct.
It's
Now,
good that I know the rules.
PRL should be able to double stint those mediums. So it's going to be pretty interesting to see what happens.
We've not seen the biggest amount of double stinting this season. I'm not sure actually what it's been like in LMP1. It's not a category that I'm too familiar with. Of course, LMP2, sorry. God, I'm getting it all mixed up. Yeah, LMP2, I'm not really sure what the double stint is like, whether it's a common theme. I know in LMP1, we're typically single stinting softs. Of course,
Yeah.
it has been tried double stinting before, but it's a more common thing as Matthias Grau also enters the pit lane, so we'll see how quick their stop is.
I've seen a couple of P2s be able to double stint softs and easily double stint medium. The problem is that we did a lot of testing, a lot of tire testing. Mediums just they don't have nearly as much grip as the softs. I mean, it's ridiculous the amount of difference between the softs and the medium. And then when the mediums fall off, they fall off really hard, whereas the softs don't fall off to the point to where they even hit the medium grip, even when they go red.
Yeah.
So there's almost no point.
Yeah, it's a bit of a weird one. I mean, back in at some tracks you can double. Like, I mean, back in Sebring, we were attempting the idea until I ran out of fuel of double stinting, even with the potential of maybe even pushing for a triple stint. Although we wouldn't have tried a triple stint, but the tyre wear on some cars was that good back then. Whereas as soon as you come to a track like this, where you're leaning so much at a high speed, I'm sure you'll be fully aware of this, Kieran. When you really lean on the front end of the car around a circuit like this, you can't. There's no way a double stint strategy would work.
Yeah, I'm struggling.
Contact in the pit lane. 8 car. The number 8 positioned Smigelski and Rizzo had contact in the pit lane, and LMP1 and a GTE AM. Sorry to cut across you that.
Any damage? We've also got Schneider in the pit lane. First of the LMP1s on a regular pit stop. And Matt's Tenta, yep. So
I would be
29,
amazed.
30.
I'd be amazed if Smigelski got away with that with no suspension damage, because I knew it was a bit of a graze, but you know what these cars are like, they're quite fragile.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
But yeah, Matt's Tenta Radielli in the pit lane. Is Pavlas Matsunas going to enter the pit lane? No, he isn't. Is Martin Furman going to enter the pit lane? Yes, he is. So Furman also wins. So we are at that first point of pit stops. We're assuming then that Brugman, Brzezinski, Tunis, currently your 1, 2, 3, will be into the pit lane. at the end of this lap, as Matunis completely ignores the first apex. Great line. Something very easy to do to outbrake yourself. I think that will, once these guys have all cycled through their pit stops, luckily for you, that'll put Adam Hodgkinson in the
That will
9
release
car
Adam, and
back onto the
it
lead lap.
will allow him to get back onto the lead lap.
Yes.
For the time being, I have no doubt that they will gain some time back on us, possibly, and we will lose that
Leaders
lap.
in the pits. And
Again.
Spins coming into the pit.
Oh,
Oh,
Brugman.
no, Lars. He's done a me.
Oh, I
Can
know,
he
he
make
can't,
it
he can't
around
enter
the
pit
co-
lane. No,
can he make
won't
it
have enough
around
fuel.
another lap?
He won't have enough
Oh
fuel, I don't think.
no!
Would you mind checking that out, Kieran, for us?
Yes, I will hop down. I will be right back.
Yeah. Right, so that is disaster there for the number 8 car. He'll have to fuel save all the way around this lap, and that is heartbreaking for me. God, that's hard to see. Kuba Brzezinski will try and enter pit lane as he does, straight in. And Matunis, I'm sure, will be in this lap as well. Zednek Smarda, obviously, moves up into 4th position. He'll move up back into 3rd, I reckon.
Okay, so he came into the exiting the chicane, and under braking, when he was going to go into the pit lane, the rear end snapped, and he had to catch it. It's obviously thrown him off to the left, and he's missed the pit lane entry. He does have enough fuel to get around, so we're
As a
lucky.
commentator, we're all supposed to be completely unbiased, but unfortunately, it's a very difficult thing when to be unbiased when it's your car.
Especially when it's our team car and the same car that ran out of fuel at another race beforehand. That would be
Well, I mean,
just
if he did run out of fuel, I
terrible.
would feel less bad.
You're not the only one then, Lewis.
Yeah. Oh. Man.
Maciunas is in the pits. Brzezinski's in the pits.
Brzezinski in.
Yeah, this will. Brzezinski will come out in front. I think Brzezinski will come out in 2nd position. Zednek Smarda will come out in 3rd, and Radielli will be 4th at the end of this. And I think Maciunas might be 6th. Because I think Hodgkinson might jump him. I'm not 100% on that. I think they'll be pretty close. We'll see as they all leave.
It's a case of wait and see.
No, he's just holding the clutch, I think. Brugman was just the car was silent.
Yeah, it was probably quite
very
marginal.
Close.
Yeah,
very,
he
very
probably
close.
took a nice slow in lap just to make sure that he didn't use too much fuel.
Yeah, as I said. Oh wow, this is close between Smarda and Brzezinski. I think Smarda's through actually, but there's a bit of traffic. Oh, Smarda, he's going to die.
Oh, they
what a
split in
move.
GT.
Wow. Oh, but Brzezinski's going to come through on the inside here. Brzezinski's got the overlap a little bit, but Smarda's going to keep the position. I'm not going to lie, that was good driving from Smarda.
Gonna see it on the stream right now.
It was daring, but he wants to keep that second position.
Fantastic.
Good stuff there from Zednek Smarda to get up into 2nd position. He's now going to keep the championship leading feeder sport car behind.
Very well behaved by the GT traffic as well.
Hopefully that
Should
Corvette
point
is
that out.
sponsored by
Very
Jockey.
good awareness.
Yeah, I will also confirm that yes, it was great. Adam Hodgkinson jumped up to 5th, while Maciunas down to 6th, although that's obviously temporary because we know Adam Hodgkinson is on a different strategy. I wonder how much, though, as actually... Oh, that's who's missing. Matt Satenta, down in 8th place. Obviously battling for the
Has he
leads.
had an incident?
Maybe he had damage from the Brugman thing. I don't know.
Yes,
Either way,
and they've not noticed and then repaired it unintentionally.
I'm curious
Or
now.
intentionally,
as to,
who knows?
Brugman's
Brugman
moving
in.
now. Brugman's moving now.
There we go.
So he's got a big lead. As Zednek Smarda's not actually come up to the chicane yet. That was a very close call for the number 8 car. I'll go punch Lars after this race, don't worry. Yeah, very, very lucky. Wow, Brzezinski well out of shape to that chicane. That's not the only time we're going to see that today. As Smarda, they're also trying to get through Venari, who's moving off of the racing line a bit and kind of catching Smarda out a bit there. But phew, this is terrifying to watch. I don't want to drive. Oh dear. But yes, outside, I think the battle for 2nd and 3rd will be the closest in LMP1. I'm not sure if anyone knows if there's any other close battles throughout the field. I will confirm.
Apparently.
Quentin Benoit, he is, yeah. Quentin Benoit is actually, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, is in the lead of
Yes, he is.
LMP2. I don't know what's happened to Anthony Yan, but that's also a healthy lead. Maybe he's double
Yes, 18
stinting
seconds.
softs? That seems a bit
I
odd. I don't think you can, but either way, Quentin Benoit is coming through the first turn now as Anthony Yans is coming through the final. It's not the biggest lead in the world, but it's comfortable at the moment. There's actually an LMP1 between them at the moment, being
Okay, so I'm
Smigelski.
looking at the stream chat right now. According to Bailey, it tried to repair damage even though it was not selected on the 8 car.
Okay.
And
Wait, they hit
according
that
to,
spacebar.
You can
Yeah.
override it, yes.
I think they must have done. And according to whom I presume is one of the Texas drivers, LMP1 drivers, that they took 140 seconds to change tyres.
Oh,
Which
jeez.
to me suggests that maybe there was some damage repaired that they did
Yeah.
not notice.
Yeah, I would suggest that as well. I'm curious, and I'd actually like it to be pulled up on the broadcast because I have the right cockpit view, of course, because we obviously smashed that bad boy around. But I want to see an onboard inside of Brugman's car because I want to see if it's pulling on a straight to one side still. Because we obviously know that he's had damage. It wasn't extreme, but it was
But
pulling to one side.
The tiniest of knocks can do it.
Exactly. We had to deal with this back in... It looks fine on the stream. It looks fine going down the straight into turn 6. So I think that car is okay. Let's have a look here. Yeah, it looks good.
It looks
fine.
completely fine to me.
Cool. So maybe there was a tiny bit of repair. Also, Jacob Jare saying,
That is,
did they
if they
request?
don't request. Yeah.
I don't think it'll be that big a stop though, but it is very possible that if you don't request,
It does take longer.
Although didn't actually, you see, I don't know about that because one of your drivers, Mr. Parkin, one of your beautiful teammates. Oh, this is close. Oh, ZX Smiler. Sorry, ZX Smiler is going to get overtaken by Cooper Brzezinski. As Cooper Brzezinski had the momentum out of the Schumacher S's, and Cooper Brzezinski goes up into second position as they split. I think it was a Revolution GT car. I think it was one of the Vipers, or the only Viper now they have, I think. But either way, that is Cooper Brzezinski up into second, so that's good. But anyway, what I was going to say...
GT
was one of your-
off.
Oh, which one?
Sector 3
braking
exiting the
game,
chicane.
Oh, okay.
The game area 51, the 151 Porsche.
Looks like
He
GT's
seems to
field is
have-
coming into the pits.
Yeah,
Yeah,
That
it's
is a long
Beelan
stint.
in the pits.
Johnson
they've
in the
gone an hour.
pits, Harbour. Yeah, those are long stints. So, well, I mean, the thing is, obviously, if you look over in the Virtual GT Championship, plugs.
Shameless plug.
Shameless plugs. But if you look over in the GT Championship, that's what's going to help some of these boys because they know that you could. Those are hour-long races, and how long is that stint? An hour long. You know, like that's going to be good for them. That's great practice for those guys to go for an hour. Of course, people like Adam Taylor who do drive a different car, which probably won't help so much. Obviously, he drives a Viper over there and drives a Ferrari here, but you can still pull some knowledge on fuel saving and the like.
Exactly. Just getting
But-
experience in the car.
Yeah, as I was saying, one of your drivers, Mr. Kieran, Adam Hodgkinson, I
Yes.
will name and shame. He, fun fact, never knew there was a pit request until about I think it was after Interlagos.
Yeah.
So he would just come into the pits and
Yeah.
do
Yeah.
the menu right then and there.
Yeah. Well, no, he did the menu before, but
He wouldn't request it, so it would. Our pit stops would take a few seconds longer than everybody else.
Yeah. Oh, of course, we have had the damage changed on the cars and
That
how long
is
it takes to
true.
repair them. So obviously, those kind of things could have changed as well. But still, as we now have Quentin Benoit, who's actually gotten, who's dropped behind Smigelski. So Smigelski's now actually the last of the LMP1s and actually in front of all of the LMP2s now. So that's always good.
Well, the last of the LMP1s is Yuri Kazdop all the way down in
no,
37th
okay, yeah,
overall.
no, sorry, not the last of the LMP1s. Sorry,
He's got
The
a
last
lot
of the
of-
LMP1s running up front.
That
I
is-
got you.
that is a shame for Yuri Kazdop though. That's not going to be
He's
good because
10
obviously.
laps down.
Obviously,
already. We're an hour in.
We cannot forget this car was the one that won
They won last
at
time out.
Istanbul. Things
0 to
not
0.
going to plan. Yes, things not going to
Yeah.
plan for the Revolution
Oh.
team. Oh,
Well, that looked interesting on stream.
what happened? Was it Smarter?
Schmader and Radielli having a ding dong going into turn 2. like Brzezinski and Smada earlier on, where they went either side of a GT. The GT in question was the GT Italia GT, and they almost made contact with their P1.
Well,
That would have been embarrassing for them.
It's not the first time we've seen a P1 his teammate GT car.
Yeah, we know that all too well.
Shots fired. I will say...
Not going to name names.
No. Of course, you can probably see, I think there's something on stream that will show you, but either way, your top three, we'll go to the top three of each class, is Lars Brugman in the 8 car, followed by the 30 Feeder Sport Poland car, the 007 Team RGPL car in third, of course, in a close battle. Woo! Sorry, he just skirts his way through Davidovich. But yeah, obviously a close battle there with Radielli. Then it's the 07 Kyushu Motorsports car on a curious strategy in front of the number 45. Oh, Radielli's round. At the,
round.
At the high
I'll see that on stream momentarily.
Yeah, the high-speed chicane, he's just dropped it.
Let's
Obviously,
see what
very
happened.
Easy thing to do.
Oh, he's gone in. He's turned in too late, and
Yeah.
the overspeed has just chucked it around. Has he kept it out of the barrier? He has.
Yeah. That's not so great, but a very easy thing to do. I think we've all done it plenty of times. But yeah, It's the Team Spirit Racing car followed by the PRL Logitech car. Of course, they're on the mediums. That's the top three of the LMP2s. What's happening?
That puts Adam a lot closer to Radielli now, and Adam, this will be 4-track position.
Absolutely, of course. Adam Hodgkinson, the number 7 car, obviously has a lot more pace than the position they were in earlier. So moving their way up the order, trying to get themselves slightly more comfortably towards that lead lap position. Yeah. As we also have Nicky Jakovic, who think he's just left the pit lane. Is Jakovic? Yes, he has.
I'd say so.
Which, see, this is the car, right, that I have a lot of questions with. Because it's a car that has had pole positions, front row lockout, well, front row starts, etc., etc. And once again, they're not in a position to win this race. They're not even really, let's be honest, not even that close. It's just...
it's a strange one.
It's a curious one, isn't it? Yeah. Of course, it is Nico Barkley presently leading... in the Atlantic, yes, of course, remembering that they were
100 car, formerly Overstep.
Overstep, yes.
Although interestingly, formerly Atlantic, formerly Overstep.
Overstep.
Now back to Atlantic again.
Yes.
Not confusing at all.
They were Overstep for like 4 races.
Yep.
But yeah, so it's Nico Barkley from Davidovich from Pizzo is your GTE Pro, which is the Revolution and the Scuderia GT Italia. Yep. And then your leaders somehow of GT
it's your best buddy
is JJ, James Johnson, of course, pole sitter in the wet. However, in the dry, still holding on apparently.
He's doing well. Just
the talking door.
He's actually not that far in front of that yellow Ferrari,
no,
the
it's
071 car.
Right behind
Talking door racing.
Yep.
Thankfully, within a second of each other.
Yeah, yep. This is the one that they had to tone down the shade of yellow on that bad boy.
it was quite dynamic.
Dynamic? What a word to use to describe.
I mean, the yellow on our 9 car is quite intense. The Ferrari took it to a whole new level. It is on the stream.
Yeah.
Look at how beautiful it is, everybody.
Do you remember, Curtis, how bright yellow that Ferrari was when it arrived
couldn't
at
miss
Sebring?
It was like a highlighter on the track.
Yeah.
It was
especially useful at Sebring when it got dark. You never miss it.
Definitely.
Ooh! Oh, he cut in really close to the back of Lars Brugman there. Wow, that was like there was not an inch between the two at the final corner. Oh, this is terrifying. But yes, so it's those two followed by Fortin, who's in the other Atlantic. This is a good day for Atlantic, to be fair. Atlantic Motorsport, of course, car qualified by James Wilson, down in third position in class. They've moved up. I think he qualified like 7th in class, so they've done a good job to move up the order. And they've just been overtaken by Yuri Kazdorp, which will be really depressing for Kazdorp, as he's actually still a lap down on them.
Yeah.
Oh. You can't help but feel a bit bad.
Leader is on lap 36. Yuri is on lap 26, so he is 10 laps behind Lars Brugman.
Yeah, that's a bit delayed on live timing, by the way. You may need to refresh that. But yes, it is a 10-lap difference.
Oh, yes.
Yeah,
'cause
no,
it
I've been
freezes
struggling with
up.
that as well. I've been struggling with that as well. It just doesn't auto-refresh.
38 and 28. My apologies.
Yes, but no, it's still the fair point that it is 10 laps between the leading car and Yuri Kasdorp, so it's just not been a great day for them.
It seems we've kind of reached the point of the race where people have kind of calmed down. I got a pit stop in, and everybody's just kind of lapping right now.
Couple of GTs in the pits, both pro and am.
Lots of pros here. We've got Barkley, Boyd Bryson, Piso,
Bryson and
Davidovic.
Davidovic.
Oh, actually, I can shut up because Jakovic, although he is still going to be behind Barkley, and he's actually behind Beelan at the moment.
He pitted earlier.
Jakovic pitted earlier, yeah, he is. Sorry.
That explains that.
But he's still what, fourth in class at the moment as he's jumped Boyd Bryson and Piso in the pit lane, who are actually
Very
going to
close
come
racing
out.
for GT right now.
Oh, which
Yeah, it is
class?
very close.
Oh, the GTM.
Pro, isn't it?
Oh, out. Oh, okay.
Djokovic
Yeah.
came up.
Oh,
Came up right behind Beelan and Davidovic as Davidovic came out of the pits. And now they're line astern right now.
Oh, Anthony Yans is
you.
going to try and lap these guys. He's going to dart through. I'm sorry, we're not going to get this on the broadcast. Whoa!
Yeah.
As Anthony Yans sort of looking to get through all of them and then kind of decides not to and then kind of does and doesn't. But these three are all battling for second, third and fourth. It's Niki Jakovic, Bram Beelan and Miroslav Davidovic for those teams respectively as they're all getting through the hairpin. Oh, this is going to be a bit messy. We're okay. Amazingly, no one died.
With two P1s coming through them as well. That could have been very, very bad. Very bad. Excellent driving on everybody's part on that one.
Yeah, of course. See, the problem with that was it was 3 GT Pros that were trying to go another lap down. Then you had an LMP2 that was also trying to go a lap down. And then you had Kuba Brzezinski coming through the middle of that. Also followed... also, there was a Revolution, the Revolution LMP1 in there that had blue flags to go a lap down, like legit. So... Oh, wow, that was a messy situation. Good job for everyone to actually get through that alive. As I will say this, Kuba Brzezinski is chomping down on the gap. It's now 16.1 seconds between Kuba Brzezinski and your race leader, Lars Brugman, which you would think is pretty good for the Feeder Sport team. Of course, having, 5 wins to their 4 wins? I don't know how we count Spa. A lot of wins to their name this season. And yeah, they are looking exceptionally strong. It would technically be 4 wins to their name. Of course, not winning the first round and the last round we just did. So they're looking to bounce back from Istanbul, which, I mean, even then, if it had gone through to the end without a red flag, you would have thought Feeder Sport might have won that one as well. An unstoppable team, really. But we do have, we've got 4 hours and 15 minutes of this race to go, and about, I'd say, half an hour until the next phase of pit stops. Now, that's pit stops for LMP1. Of course, it chops and changes for each category as they're all trying to work their way through this GTM battle as well as, Radielli trying to get past Jakovic, who's trying to also make a move here on Davidovic. This is pretty mental. Jakovic looking like he's got a bit of momentum as Adam Hodgkinson is going to go round. Oh, that's such a shame for Jakovic. He had the momentum. He was going to go for a move coming down into turn 11, but could not quite make the move stick on the Revolution driver because he had to lift off a bit and play a bit there for the LMP1 car that was coming through. As,
more LMP1's coming through.
Yeah, Zednek Smarda's also coming through as well as Furman.
Coming.
Oh, Furman, please don't. You've got enough penalties as it is.
Oh, man, that's rough.
That was close. But Furman's going to do it now. Look at this. Is it going to be contact? No, there isn't. Zednek Smarda's going to drop the position. Martin Furman secured 5th place at the moment from a 1-minute stop and go. So they are bouncing back strong. This car has been the benchmark car all week. And at this point, they are setting some absolutely monster pace to try and close up to the top lot.
Djokovic is making the move on Davidovic. through turn 1, in through the inside, and makes it stick. Excellent
Bielen's-
pass.
Yeah, Bielen's actually jumped the both of them. Don't know quite what happened, or yeah. There was they both, Davidovic and Djakovic actually ran wide at the final turn. Brambilin went, all right, cheers, buddy, and came through.
They
And
are
boom.
mighty close at the moment.
Absolutely, as Djakovic has cleared Davidovic has dropped back a fair amount, but now Djakovic has got another car to pass, this time in the form of the SRVN Ferrari, which seems pretty handy in a straight line, I'm not going to lie, especially when you consider the Porsche is more of a handling car, really, isn't it? It's more of a corner base.
Bielen has taken some very defensive lines.
I mean, I say it's more of a handling car, I have absolutely no idea, I don't drive GTs, because they're below me. Mwah.
No,
Okay.
you're quite right. Usually the Porsches will handle a little bit better than the Ferrari, but if you know how to drive a Ferrari, that thing will be a monster.
Yeah, the Ferrari, of course, a very popular car over in the Virtual GT Championship, although maybe not as much as we would have expected, as Matunis and Matsatenta also try and make their way through this little battle, as Matunis and Matsatenta are getting very close. Of course, we know the pace of Matsatenta. Is currently in 8th position, battling for the lead against Matunis' teammate in the 8 car. So we know how quick Matsatenta is. So keep an eye on that Texas driver's car towards the latter parts of this stint. Anyway, anything else going on? Do we see anything? Probably not, but presently the racing is pretty close towards the top end of that GT Pro category. It's a great duel that we're seeing, although maybe not in the case of the stream. Brambilin, though, is keeping Djakovic behind, but Djakovic is making sure that Bielen is awake. And all this is doing is this is helping Nico Barkley continue to build this lead. He's already down at the hairpin as Bielen is heading through 16, as they've got a bit of LMP2 traffic that is coming through. What's it like for an LMP2 to come through this traffic and also keep an eye on the LMP1s that have to come through as well, Curtis?
You know what? It's a little bit tough, especially on this track, because you know the same issues as LMP1, except that P2 just doesn't have the horsepower to go around, or the downforce. You can't really go around on the corners too much. You kind of have to tiptoe yourself around the GT cars. I don't really want to call them traffic because they're fast as heck,
They
especially
are.
at
Well,
this track.
It's all traffic, isn't it?
You know, but you know, if you're driving the P2, you got to drive it a little smarter. You don't really have to watch your rearview mirrors as much. So I mean that's kind of handy. But if you notice a P1 coming up, you kind of just hold your line and do your thing, and P1 will go around you. It is what it is. But through GT, you have to remember that a lot of times the GT cars are a little bit quicker through the slower corners. So if you just kind of remember, oh hey, I got this slow corner coming up, I'm just gonna follow this GT car and then pass him on the exit. Usually that's the best place to pass a GT car for P2, just due to the acceleration and the acceleration factor on a P2 is just massive compared to a GT car.
Absolutely. Matsatenta and Matunis for 7th and 8th, very close on track as Matunis is keeping him behind. But Matsatenta's going for the cutback, although completely illegal because he did cut the corner, but whatever. This is a bit like the Block Palm Sprint series at Misano when they were all like completely ignoring all the track limits. That was also a good one. But Kieran, of course...
Djakovic gone past.
Oh, has he really? Yes, he has. Djakovic passed Bielen.
Just
and
spotted it on the stream.
Davidovic has actually dropped back as well from this lot. He's not got the pace to keep up. But yeah, same question to you, Kieran. What's it like going through traffic in an LMP1 around this circuit, noting how much of a pain it is?
It is quite difficult. Generally, you've got to have a little bit of faith that the car in front of you has seen you. I always try and make it as perfectly clear as possible. Right, I'm going to come past here, I'm going to take this line, stay where you are, don't move, it'll be fine.
Yeah.
Though with some of the straights having a kink in the middle, it does make it a little bit difficult. For example, trying to lap an LMP2 earlier, that I get the speed out of the corner, but then I meet them right in that kink, And then it's difficult. Like, okay, are they going to stay on the left? Are they going to take a tight line? Or what are they going to do? I have no idea. I have to guess. And that's not ideal.
Yeah, it's obviously a pretty tricky thing to judge, both as an LMP1 and LMP2 driver. I know this is the thing: you've just got to focus on the characteristics of your car. Honestly, I'm not too sure about an LMP1 car. I know of an LMP2 car. I know with an LMP1, the easiest place to overtake any traffic is on the punch out of a corner.
Yep.
That is where we have the biggest advantage.
I know I always try to line it up so that I get a punch out of the corner. If I'm stuck behind a GT, for instance, in the slower corners at the end of, or the start of Sector 2 even, I will try and line it up so I can get on the power nice and early, punch out of the corner, and I lose less time that way, as opposed to waiting for them to get off the apex, exit the corner, and then pull out on the straight.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is the thing that I don't understand with the LMP2s. If you don't have cornering speed, you don't have acceleration, you kind of have a bit of straight line speed. Is there any other place that you have an advantage over a GT car, considering they're not exactly slow in a straight line? I think Curtis muted up. But yeah, I think it must be at the end of straights and stuff where you've got to get it done on GTs, because you just don't have the punch out, do you? Have you actually driven the LMP2 car this season at all? I think we drove it
the last time I drove it was Silverstone pre-season testing back in August, so not recently, no.
Helping the old 18 car out?
Well, no, just driving it for fun, testing it really, before the season got go, so...
Yeah, I did actually have quite a bit of fun when I drove the LMP2.
It is good fun.
I tried it.
Bailey doesn't like it.
Does he not?
Yeah, he really doesn't like it. I think it's quite fun.
I thought it was pretty good.
I wouldn't want to drive it in a 4-class field for X amount of hours, but...
No. I certainly wouldn't. I'm quite happy running out of fuel in my LMP1 tanks.
In some ways,
it's gotten to the
P2
point.
is easier to drive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then again, you don't have the downforce. You kind of have to pick your... It's really tough to describe.
You don't have the downforce and you don't have the four-wheel drive.
Yeah, you kind of have to pick your line. It's a driver's car. You got to drive the thing. You know, a P1 is a little bit easier when it comes to, being able to pass and all that good stuff. And they have so much downforce. You can power through just about anything. But a P2 can take these slower corners because they're a little heavier. Can take these slower corners a little bit easier, and it's kind of a combination of prototype and GT driving, which puts people off sometimes.
Yeah, it's a tricky thing to manage, but this is why we're in room 1, because hopefully these boys know what they're actually doing. Although
I don't.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is why I say hopefully. Of course, we've had a lot of discussion, as Tommy Ayala said to the pit lane. We've had a lot of discussion about, track builds and stuff. And I'm not trying to, beat dead horse or anything, because, we all know the track is the way it is. But there's a lot of people that have been like, well, why don't you change it? And then obviously some of the suggestions would be like Mid-Ohio. Now, could you imagine this 38-car field around Mid-Ohio?
No.
I can, because I did it last season.
How many cars was it last season? Was it 40?
40.
Now, bearing in mind some of the traffic issues that we've had this season, has it been worse or better this season? I'm going to say from what I've seen, worse.
Hard to say without taking this particular field to Mid-Ohio. But last season at Mid-Ohio, it wasn't at... I mean, yeah, we'd get stuck behind GTs for days in the last 2 sectors, but you expect to. Generally, not too bad. There are a few silly moves. These things happen, but wasn't too bad.
Yeah, of course. But it's just one of those things, really, isn't it? I personally would prefer not to go to a tricky, tight, twisty, basically touring car circuit. It would be like doing. Just imagine doing endurance racing around like Brands Indy.
Oh God.
Oh. Now, of course, me and Kira have done a race recently around Brands Indy.
Yes, we have.
It's hard enough in your own class. But, just getting around all the lap traffic whilst battling people in your own class, a 40-odd second lap, yeah, sure.
Could you even fit 40 cars on Brands Indy?
I don't know.
Well, DTM struggled and they only had like 24.
Oh god. Well,
And they're basically as far. They're about as fast as GT, maybe a bit quicker than a GT. DTM cars.
Oh, they're faster.
They're faster, yeah. But just like, even then a little bit slower. So you've got GTs, then you've got LMP2s that are a bit quicker, and then you've got LMP1s that are a lot quicker, and it's just like, oh my god, that would be a mess. Bailey putting in spoilers of the WEC race. Naughty.
forget how to endurance. I love that.
Yeah. Hopefully we don't have any of these boys forgetting how to endurance, as presently
Yeah,
we have Lars
let's
Buckman
hope
leading
not.
by 20 seconds, basically, over Cooper Brzezinski, so it's pulling that gap out.
Yep.
I have no idea who's done the fastest lap of the race.
I will look for you. I believe
37.6.
that it is Martin Furman on a 30.
of
Was it
course.
37.2?
Yeah.
No surprise there. They've been very quick, especially Martin.
He did
in
that.
practice.
He did that in the clear air as well at the start of the race, so
Yeah.
pretty impressive.
He bombed away. I'm going to pop back down to the 7 room because Adam is coming up to his pit stop. I just want to make
Very
sure that everything's
well.
okay. So thank you for having me up.
Yeah.
I may join you at some point later on in the race, and yeah. See you in a bit.
Yes, absolutely. Good day. Good day,
Yes.
sir. So yeah, it's Kieran Parker who's just left us there. So it's me and Curtis now. Yeah, we still have quite a bit left of this race. And a lot of strategy to play out, and potentially a bit of rain. Are you aware of the rain threat, Curtis?
I was not aware of the rain. I thought we were gonna have
Okay.
a dry race. I thought it was gonna be great.
It's potential.
Now there's rain.
It's only potential, and it's only for a brief shower. But this is where I'm divided as a commentator. You always want a bit of rain to spice things up and make things interesting. However, the car I am getting into later is currently in the lead of the race, so I'd rather not. It's
Yeah.
that really big division.
No, that's one of those things. Are we going to be able to run on these slicks for that 5-10 minutes while it downpours?
In RF2, very unlikely. I think
It's
it would
very,
be straight
very
onto the wets and just holding the wets for as long as possible. Of course, you can actually run the wets. I'm pretty sure this is the same in LMP2. You can run the wets when it is pretty dry.
Yeah.
For a comfortable period of time.
And I'll go back to my. I not to brag.
Yeah.
I ran LMP2 at Interlagos.
Yeah.
We had a terrible race, but at the end of the race, with it downpouring like that, and then it started drying out, the racing line got dry. I mean, it was like 5% wet. The rest of the track was like 80% slick. I mean, it was slick as heck. A lot of people went to soft. I actually stayed on wets and finished the race on wets. Flipping and sliding all over the place, but once I hit that water, it was like driving a sprint car. I don't know if anybody's ever seen a sprint car, but they'll run the outside and they'll hit what's known as the cushion. Now, the cushion is just basically piled up dirt that the tire hooks into and will actually make you go faster. I've never drifted an LMP2 car until that race.
Yeah. I've done an awful lot of drifting in our good old LMP1 car this season, I'll tell you that for free. Thing is unstable in the wet, I'll give it that word, as I'm sure is quite a lot of the LMP1 category. But you're right, we did the same thing. We stayed on the wet tyres until the end, because the thing is, theoretically, you can go faster on the softs. But that's theoretically. You've got to remember you're doing lap traffic, this, that, and the other. You can't stay on the dry line all of the time. One tiny mistake and you're off of it. It's not convenient. It's not good to stay on those, to go onto the slicks to make an early call. Of course, we're actually back in Interlagos. I distinctly remember team RGPL in the LMP1 category. They tried it and failed miserably because I think they did the fastest lap of anyone in that period once, and after that they just couldn't get any lap time out of it because you make one tiny mistake and you're off.
Got a bit of GT racing here. Johnson has caught Davidovich and is actually locked it up going into the bottom hairpin there.
I think Johnson, obviously these guys will all be on different strategies. It's a bit odd. I will also say, sorry, that we did miss this as well. Dragos Harbour has actually passed James Johnson at some point. He's currently running in 21st position, which is actually the lead of GTE Pro. And fun fact, that is actually, I believe, only one position away from actually being in the GTE Pro podium. Of course, they won't actually get a GTE Pro podium, but it's quite an amusing thought anyway, isn't it? That shows how good these guys are doing, or alternatively, how poorly the GTE Pro field is doing behind the top three.
I don't remember off the top of my head, but the GT AMs are hindered a little bit, right?
They
don't
are
have as
hindered.
much braking power.
Yes.
A little
They don't have
less
as much-
horsepower.
Yes,
Am I correct?
yes. As far as I'm aware, it's a little less horsepower, and I do distinctly note the little less engine power as Zednek Smada and Adam Hodgkinson in LMP1 come into the pit lane. But yes, they are hindered a little bit on that front. I know because if you look at the brake pedal, it won't
Sparta
do
has
anything.
damage.
Yeah, I did think he pitted early.
Yeah, he's missing his front fascia there.
Do you know what happened there? We do apologise for missing this as well.
Ah, I don't.
I'm going to try and go back and find out. Hold on.
Yeah, Smarta's going to be in for quite a while. We don't know if there's any suspension damage to that, which, as everybody knows, there is a huge penalty for that now.
Yeah. It would be...
Hodgkinson is out of the pits.
Oh, I thought he said out of the race.
No, he's out of the pits.
Smarter.
Easy, buddy.
No, I get terrified. I will confirm what happened to Smarter. I wonder if anyone remembers what happened to Mitunis, where he ran wide at 11 and then kind of rejoined a bit sideways. Smarter kind of did the same thing, but not. He ran completely wide at 11, Codemasters F1 style, and went over the tarmac on that outside. As he came back on, he was obviously on the right-hand side for turn 12. And as he turned in for it, he decided that he was going to keep his boot in, which worked a treat. And now he's in pit lane. So things getting worse for RGPL. Yeah, good call though. So he's still in the pit lane and he will be in there for quite a while. We'd expect to see that car go quite a few laps down. Speaking of cars in LMP1 a lap down, Yuri Kazdorp is finally starting to work his way through a couple of these back markers that aren't back markers for him. Although actually no, he's still in 34th position, still 10 laps down.
I've been in that position many times. The only thing you can do is just run your laps and get past the GTs as best you can. And kind of hope for some attrition.
Yeah,
he just went off the track again.
Who?
Kazdorp
Kazdorp.
missed the apex of the final chicane and kept it off the wall. Brilliant piece of driving through the grass. Little rallycross action there.
Yeah, I will.
Excellent driving.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a good bit of driving to keep out of the LMP1s that have none of these cars have any grip on the grass. I will also say a note of looking in the spectators room. We have David Berenek, who is in the spectators, which would make people assume that would mean that Smarda will be out of the car whenever this pit stop ends. So Zednek Smarda should be giving that car over to David Berenek. That would be the reason why he'd be on the server, you would assume.
It looks like Thiago Canola is going to get in the car for Greg Hall. That's actually my car.
Your
So
car,
I'm a little biased.
yeah.
Shameless plug.
It's all right. We can have a bit of shameless. We've been doing enough for the DHR cars. Christ. We can have a little bit of shameless plugging towards DR Motorsports. Why not?
That is actually on schedule.
Good.
Yeah.
It's always good when things work to schedule.
Yeah, it actually looks like. Well, I mean, I'll be honest with you. It's kind of tough to plan for LMP2 because there's so many things that can happen with penalties and things like that. We did have a penalty from our last race.
Sorry, we have Paul Jeffrey, who was on the broadcast a little while ago. I do apologise for not catching that as well. He was off at the same place that Kazdorp went off, so Revolution, not having a great time with that final chicane.
The final chicane's a knocker, though.
It sucks. To put it lightly, it sucks.
It's a tough corner, that's for sure.
It's totally blind on entry.
It is. You got to plan that braking point too. You got to get it just right,
Yeah.
or else you're slow, or else you go way off.
Yeah. It's more or less the way off thing. Yeah, it's a very, very tricky corner to judge. It's so you're threading the eye of the needle when you can't even see it. You're talking the best part in some cases, the best part of 160, 170 miles an hour. That's ridiculous.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I've never tried it. I never tried that particular corner in a GT car. I've done the
No, me neither.
option, the easier chicane in GT.
Yeah, the Grand Prix
and
layout.
that's actually a blast in a GT car. I can't imagine how tough that chicane is in a GT car. And with some of these P1s and P2s going around GT traffic through that chicane, that's ballsy. That's impressive.
Yeah, very, very impressive. It's not. If I were to run it, I would have run the proper chicane. The Grand Prix chicane. I know we actually run the chicane in WEC. The biggest problem with the chicane on this build isn't necessarily the chicane itself. It's just the fact that the entry is completely blind.
Yeah.
And it's a bit dangerous. Of course, this does happen in real tracks. You do have quite a lot of time you actually have blind corners, but when they're about threading the eye of the needle so quickly, it's just a bit terrifying. As we do actually have a few LMP2s in the pit lane, as ZNX Smile is actually still in the pit lane. As yes, your drivers have actually had a swap there.
Yeah, we should be seeing some more P2s coming into the pits here pretty quick. About that time.
I think we're about 5 laps away from LMP one stop territory, or maybe even a lap longer, dependent on when Lars Brugman misses the pit lane again. I wonder if, though, because these things are getting a bit longer now, Lars, I distinctly know, has to leave. Now, obviously, this is the thing, right, with doing races with people. Obviously, this isn't our job or anything like that. You have other commitments and stuff like that, which means that the plan frequently changes. Round to round. It's not like in real life you could go, Hartley will do this, then Webber will do that, and then whoever the third guy is. Sorry, I don't follow WEC that much.
To be fair, it's slipping my mind as well.
Yeah, no, I'm totally lost. I don't want to look it up either, because the results for WEC was on today, and I would actually quite like to watch it. But you don't have like easy swaps like that, because it changes every single round, and most of the time it changes in the round. So we'll see at the end of this pit stop for that 8 car if Stephen Bailey will hop in the car, who's got some mad pace.
By the way, it's Timo Bernhard.
Oh, of course it is. Yeah, the forgettable one. That's what we'll call him now. As Mats Tenta very slow. Oh, Mats Tenta's lost his front end. Let's have a look what happened there. I wonder why he was
coming
going
into
so
the
slow.
pits too.
Yeah, I'll see where he lost that front end.
Which luckily, Matsutenta and his team isn't going to be too bad when it comes to strategy.
Oh, that was so unfortunate for Matsutenta. Oh, man, I feel really bad. He was leaving the hairpin, and he was coming up to lap a GT, and he pulled right to go past it, out of the hairpin, as you would. But the GT moved straight across, I'd say way too quickly. No smooth movement. I think the GT was trying to let him go on the left-hand side, so that's how aggressively he moved over. And boom, Matsutenta went into the back of him. That is going to be troubles for Matsutenta, probably a bit of suspension damage there, and probably another pit stop. Also, a quick update on ZNX Smada, still in the pit lane. Now remember, the longest stops you can have is a 1200 second stop, which is 20 minutes?
Yep, that's 20 minutes.
Yeah, so hopefully this isn't a 20-minute stop for the RGPL bunch, as Quentin Benoit for Kyushu enters the pit lane LMP2 style. We'll see if anyone else does behind him. Of course, the leader in LMP2, and convincingly so. Yep, as Patrick Baden behind also comes into pit lane. So, yes, you are absolutely correct. It's good to have an LMP2 driver in here to judge. Oh, yeah.
Baden's coming in.
Oh, wow.
Um,
Niels Brugman in the chat, which is Baby Brugman, by the way, says at least Lars didn't actually run out of fuel. I still get bullied about this in the team. I bully myself, but man. Of course, we'll blackmail Niels into doing Le Mans. So that's actually, here's a question for you as well. How many drivers do you have in your DR Motorsports car? In your specific car?
we have 4.
4. Okay, so you're pretty comfortable with Le Mans.
Yeah,
Correct.
well, we've done, as a team, we've done Le Mans with 3 drivers.
Yeah.
Which was tough. In fact, we did Spa.
Spa with 3.
With basically with 3. Once we have a beginner driver who's actually never done any serious sim racing.
Oh
He's done sim
dear.
racing with various
Wow.
things, but Spa was his first race. Poor guy.
That is mighty impressive.
So I don't know if we were in room 2, so people probably didn't see it. But he slapped the wall coming out of the Kemmel straight, and I mean hard. Now it was a technical glitch. For some reason, his pedals weren't programmed. He had no brakes. I don't know how he did it, but he survived. But it shook him up, so he pulled himself out of the car. I jumped back in the car, and basically it was myself and Greg for the rest of the race, because Thiago had to go. He had family commitment. I drove the last 3 hours and 45 minutes. Granted, I'm in California. That was 3 a.m. to about 5:30 or something like that in the morning. After being up for 24 hours. So yeah, we've done it. Probably one of the toughest races that we've ever done as a team, and it was the toughest race I've ever done as a team, or just as a driver. So after that, Le Mans is going to be a breeze.
Yeah, I will say just very quickly, and we'll get back onto this, that we do have a battle for GTE Pro between Barkley and Jakovic. But yeah, you're absolutely right. This is what we were doing with Spa. We were treating it as like a test race for Le Mans, keeping the team awake. We only had 3 drivers. As Jakovic and Barkley, they are very, very close. Barkley's going heavily defensive. Now, this could be the first win for Team Violet. Oh, what a move around the outside. Is it going to work? Oh, gets close to that grass. And Jakovic is going to take this lead. Barkley's going to go for a little bit of a cutback as they leave turn 7. But it's not going to work. Nicky Jakovic is going to take the lead here in the 6 hours of Nurburgring. That's going to be very, very important for them in their championship charge. So good stuff there from Nicky Jakovic. But yes, I would actually. This is the thing, is that my first endurance race was Le Mans last season. Of course, I'd done quite a bit of racing prior to that, so I wasn't. That would be terrifying to do a 24-hour race as your first ever race. But it's all for a bit of fun, isn't it? The thing is coming into VEC at any point with the experience of the field, it's ridiculous. There is so many years of experience on this field. I know people with 10 years of experience just as one driver. So you'd assume across the entire field, you're talking probably, let's be honest, about 1,000 years.
Oh yeah, no, easily,
and more.
It was our first race here at VEC was this season, and I have to admit, every single one of us was a little bit intimidated. And we do this as a team. We do this as a hobby. This is not something that we take it super seriously. We take it seriously, but not like. I mean, some of these guys, this is all they do. I mean, I play other video games. I have a life and do other things. I work a lot, so coming in, and especially, and you'll notice like my driving quality is nowhere near what some of these guys can do. But we're out here, we're having a blast, and that's the whole point of it. Jakovic is on a tear.
Yeah. He's already pulled away quite a bit from Barkley, but. There are a lot of teams out there that will dedicate weeks and weeks and weeks of practice to this. Now, we actually did at the start of the season. We dedicated quite a lot because, again, we were intimidated by the field. Terrified, in fact, because of how strong it was. And after everything that happened at Le Mans as well with the team, we were determined to bounce back strong at Silverstone, and luckily we did. But again, the field is completely terrifying when you first join, unless you have a lot of experience. Like, unless you're like a Bono Huiz or a Gregor Hutu, a true leader of the sim racing community as Furman and Radielli enter the pit lane. But unless you're one of those kind of alien drivers, I feel like this is always going to be a bit intimidating because of how strong it is.
Yeah, definitely, and especially this season, we've been to some very, very tough tracks, and with this field, it has been a little bit intimidating. But when I go back, I've noticed this. I go back to some of the other leagues that I race in. You notice how much you improve, even with other cars, P1s and GTs. It doesn't matter what you drive. You notice just how much you improve while racing here. I've had comments, people telling me, "My God, you're so smooth now."
Yeah.
I used to be a point and squirter because that's the way Indoor Racers was.
Yeah, I remember.
The Porsche in Indoor Racers was you make your turn and then boom, you're on the gas. This you got to pedal it, you got to drive the car. And then now when I go, like I said, to other places, especially in GT cars, it's a major difference. So thanks to everybody for helping me improve, I guess.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Of course, this is the thing. It's like any sport or anything like that. To improve yourself properly, challenge the best.
Exactly.
And in RF2 endurance racing, I don't think you get much better than some of these guys.
Yeah, I'd have to say that as far as endurance racing, VEC has done a stellar job. Not only running this league, but keeping these drivers in line and helping everybody enjoy the experience has been top notch.
Yeah, of course, it's not been the cleanest season. We have had a driver removed for a couple of rounds, put on suspension, which obviously was Max Melamed a couple of rounds ago. I think he should be back for this round. But that's the point, is that the instant reports that are being filed are being treated properly and with respect, and in a league that we don't pay to enter or anything like that. It's treated as fairly serious. As that was weird. Cooper Brzezinski's in the pit lane. We had Alberto Pastorato. I do apologise. Scuderia GT Italia. It apparently just flicked to AI quickly. I've never seen that before. It's a bit weird. Lars Brugman going a lap longer, I will say, than Cooper Brzezinski. I'm pretty sure Maciunas is also going a lap longer than Brzezinski. Of course, actually a lap down on Brugman at this point, as far as I'm aware. But the thing is with Brugman obviously going a lap longer thanks to the missing of pit lane entry. So you never know, that might actually help the team a bit later on.
Yeah, definitely. Suddenly they realize they can go another lap.
Yeah.
Oh, what's going on now? I mean, that's going to shake this whole race up, especially for LMP1.
It would actually stop potentially. What the LMP1s tend to have to do is they do all of their stints, but then they sometimes may have to come in for a quick squirt of fuel at the end. No tires or anything, just come in, take 10, 15, 20 litres of fuel and boom, go. That's to be honest, a fairly common thing. We did it back in Silverstone. I think we've done it in most of the rounds. Lars, don't do that.
Oh, that was close.
Calm down, Mr. Brugman.
Hopefully they didn't flat spot the tires there.
That would have absolutely destroyed the tyres. Luckily, he's only got one more lap to do of this stint, as he's actually lapped Mr. Brzezinski there. So they're on a little world of their own. Oh, what's happened?
Who did that?
Oh, what's going on? What's going on? What position?
We got P2 parts flying right now. Alice Pleva was involved with. Was that Brzezinski? No. Got it.
It was he the one that Brugman absolutely nearly wrecked at the final corner?
No, there was what looked like a P2.
Oh, right.
Kind of got into him a little bit coming into the first corner.
Oh, no, that was Brzezinski. Oh,
was that Brzezinski?
He's lost his front bumper.
Oh, no. Time to come in.
He has, yeah, confirmation. Brzezinski has lost his front bumper. Wow, that was a silly move from Kuba, but see, this is the thing with Kuba. he's not the driver that makes mistakes. This team has prided itself on leading this championship by such a margin, based on their consistency and their lack of mistakes. Whereas this round from Kuba, in 106 minutes, we've seen 2 mistakes from him. We've seen a spin and now that. So, wow,
Can't be perfect all the time, right?
No, you cannot. So that is a bit of a shock. Now, will Lars Brugman enter the pit lane this time? We know Kuba Brzezinski 100% will. He's going to stick behind this GT and pulls right into the pit lane. So Kuba Brzezinski now in. Do we have live
that's
cameras?
Brugman that just came in.
Yeah, sorry, Brugman that came in. BR, they're the same guy. They have 4-letter first name. Their second name starts with BR. There's an N in there.
Brzezinski's in the pits right
Yes,
now.
Brzezinski is in the pit lane.
And barely gets it slowed down.
Yeah, but we do actually have live cameras back. Thank God for that. But Lars Brugman into the pit lane, gets the fuel that he needs. Doesn't miss it this time, thank God. Povlas Maciunas also learning. Oh, coin! Don't do that. He just nearly spun on pit lane entry. It was actually a really nice save from Povlas Maciunas there, but this is the thing, is that they're all learning now. The DHR car, one has found out that you can go a lap longer. They're all taking advantage of that knowledge. So that is good. Martin Furman now puts himself back onto the lead lap. I think he may be, along with Adam Hodgkinson, the only 2 cars now on the lead lap, because I'm pretty sure Cooper's going to keep... Well, yeah, Cooper is going to keep a lap down. So that is very interesting, as, yes, Adam Hodgkinson is going to unlap himself and moving back onto the podium, which, considering how this race started for them, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah, definitely.
So, wondering where we can go over the next 4 hours. 4 hours and 11 minutes to go this race. And we have had so much action so far, and that is terrifying for me, because I'm sure it might actually be terrifying for you as well, because you have no idea what's going to happen. And I hate driving a completely unpredictable race. I absolutely hate it.
This comes from my rallying. I started out rallying. You can't control anybody else. The only thing you do is run your own race and do the best you can. And unfortunately, that's all you can do. That's what's going to have to happen here. And this is the Nurburgring. These are the things that happen at the Nurburgring.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is what a round to have this on. I'm not going to give any spoilers, but I will say at least the first hour or so of what I watched of the WEC race, it was absolutely nuts as Nathaniel Lupson takes over the number 9 car and is actually in 5th place now, thanks to the mistake from Kuba Brzezinski, who's now out of the pit lane. So that is important that he is only a lap down, is out of the pit lane, although he's quite close to. No, I think it's just a lap down. But yeah, the race at Spa is mental. And now we come here, our race before Le Mans, and our race is also a bit mental. Who is going to come out on top? Who's going to carry the momentum through in any of the categories into Le Mans, which will, obviously be the most prestigious race in Sim Racing Club. Everyone wants to win the 24 Hours of Le Mans for sure. Of course, I'm sure you're aware, Curtis, of the ruling as well, that it's the top 10 in the standings. Of each standings, which is going to be your Room 1 contenders.
Correct.
So these guys, for the people lower down on that, and I know there's a couple in LMP2, GTE Pro, of course, as well. I'm pretty sure with GTE Am and with LMP1, there's all of them. They all have people that are very, very close to that bubble spot, to getting into the top 10. And the worst thing would be to go into Le Mans 11th and only a couple of points behind. You need to maximise everything you can from this round. For people like Brzezinski, Brugman, Furman, Hodgkinson, all that lot that are fairly confirmed for a top 10 position, as much as they want to do well here, of course, with Brzezinski and Brugman, there's the championship on the line. For those, this kind of doesn't matter as much. But for the people that are close to the top 10, they need good results here. Because otherwise you'll be in Room 2.
Even the guys that are championship contenders in Room 2, those guys need to run an excellent race to try to maximize their points.
Absolutely.
Man, it's gonna be a wild ride here for the next 4 hours.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll quickly go through the top 3 of each in room 2, and then we'll go through the top 3 of each in room 1, and so there's at least that in perspective. We've got the 111 SRVN, the 38. I can't read that on my screen. Hold on. The 38 Champion Racing and the 775 Target Racing car. Those are your top 3 in LMP1, and presently it's the 138 Team RGPL car, followed by the Team 121. DR Motorsports car, that'd be good for you, and a Team 11 Atlantic Motorsports car in LMP2, and then GTE Pro is... No, sorry, I thought I had a spin. GTE Pro is the number 2 Northern Light Racing, followed by the 101 Atlantic Racing, followed by the 03 Core Racing car, and GTE Am is Texas Drivers, followed by Magenta Warriors Racing, who are having, not going to lie, a bit of a disappointing round in that in the GTE Am car. And the number 43 3-wide Motorsports car are the top 3 in GTE Am. Of course, that 43 3-wide car was one that was taken out by the 143 3-wide car, or whatever way around they do them, back in Istanbul. So there's always that. Have you ever taken out your teammate in sim racing? That's always a good question.
I have.
Yes.
Usually in the shorter races that I do in other leagues. Usually it's, we're just racing hard and having fun, and then, oh, dang, I, tap the rear of you. Oh, crud. Oh, shoot. Oh, I'm going to go now.
Yeah.
In the serious stuff, no, I don't think I ever have. Gotten close a few times, but we don't really run team orders or anything like that. It's you come and race. So, if you get taken out, you get taken out.
Yeah, I mean, I've taken my teammate out once. It was Reece Gardner who's actually driving the GTM Magenta Warriors car over on the other TeamSpeak, so over on the other room. I've taken him out once, although I did more damage to myself. But either way, we are approaching 4 hours to go, 2 hours complete here at the 6 hours of Nurburgring, and it's now time for a short break.
Eyes wide shut, but they know, buried alive by the lies in they soul. They stride of a blind man's stroll. Well, for whom does the next bell toll? This a long time coming, like a comet pass. Got them all fired up from the rocket blast. And if I fall on my sword, turn my bone to ash. Let it clog up the sand in that hourglass. We in the title fight, blow for a blow. And you can reap the benefit of what I have to sow. Cause I'm about that worth of which you don't appear to know. So you can take the scene while I take over the show. Back up and withdraw, cause trust me when your actions go around.
Welcome back to the 6 hours of Nurburgring here at the Virtual Endurance Championship. A quick update as we have just come back from the break. It's the 7th position. Kuba Brzezinski is back in the pit lane with no front bumper again. I have absolutely no idea what's happened to him, but he is back in the pit lane. This is not a good round. Once again, it is 3 mistakes. He actually came... That's illegal. I'll tell you that for free. He overcooked. I don't know where he actually lost the front end, but he did overcook the hairpin at the end of the track and came back forward-facing traffic to... That's... I think that's very illegal. I don't know where he lost his front end, though. It must have been...
Yeah, not sure on that one.
Yeah, it must have been very early in the lap again, but either way, another front end loss. This is not a good round for Feeder Sport. It was actually, I will tell you now because I've just seen it. Oh, that was so unfortunate for Brzezinski. Wrong place, wrong time. Mark Fuller had actually run wide at turn 6, which is actually very, very slippery. And Brzezinski tried kind of giving him the room, but Mark Fuller just came back across the road. It's not really Mark Fuller's fault. I'm not going to lie. But I'd be very curious about Kuba and this car. For one, I would be amazed if it isn't pulling to one side aggressively. And for two, that coming back onto the racing line forward-facing, that's a very illegal thing as far as I'm aware. You're not allowed to do that. You must maintain the flow of traffic. Because that is dangerous as sin. But either way, Kuba Brzezinski back in the pit lane and back out again. Now 2 laps down on Lars Brugman. But yeah. You're checking his wheel input. Okay, let's have a look. Oh yeah, he's pulling way right hand way down. To be, well, not way down, but down enough that is going to be uncomfortable. Particularly through corners like turn 6, the higher speed left-hander. He'll notice that through the chicane big time, which he's not quite come to yet. We'll see him through the Schumacher S's as he's got a bit of traffic. He lifts off nicely. He's going to get the punch out on James Johnson. Oh, look at that slide. Look at that slide as he put the power down, leaving the Schumacher S's. That is not safe. I'm not going to lie. If we had one, I would be giving that car the meatball flag. Because, well, I don't know. I'd be definitely considering it, though, because that seems pretty dangerous.
Well, I mean, it looks like he's handling it okay.
Yeah, we'll see. Brzezinski's obviously one of the best drivers on this field. He's going to be... So it's actually keeping up with Hodgkinson pretty well, so I'll keep my mouth shut until then. But yeah, it's just the odd
it's sliding
snaps.
around a little bit. It's not too bad.
The odd snaps just a bit worrying. Of course, he'll be on fresh tyres and stuff, but... yeah, wow. What a round we've had. 3 mistakes from Kuba Brzezinski. Cool. Never thought I'd see that. Never in a million years. Of course, takes part over in... I don't know if I can say it. An open wheeled league of high category. And, you know, he does well over there, but a connection issues for Lars Brugman. Oh, we can't see anyone, I don't think. He's just hit a little bit of an LMP2 out of the way. I don't think he needs to come into the pit lane.
Yeah, he's trying to spin a little bit.
Yeah. Bailey needs to take over pronto. Lars Brugman, P1, LMP1 leader, having connection issues here at the moment.
A little bit, yeah.
Hopefully it comes back.
No, it's coming back.
It's coming. Oh man, I'm gonna go message his brother.
Someone turned on the Netflix.
Yeah.
I've had that happen a couple times. Yeah, he's bouncing around a little bit, but it's not too bad. I've seen a lot worse.
I would say Bailey's got to take over this car, which will be a big deal if he does. He's still moving about a bit. I think he may be able to do one more lap, but I am pretty sure Bailey has got to take over this car as soon as possible. Because look, he's going to say, no! He can't see anyone. That car
Uh-oh.
needs to come into pit lane as soon as possible. Someone.
Where
That was a GT Atlantic. Is he going to come into pit lane? No, he isn't. Oh my.
He may not even know that he's got an issue. There was a GT in the wall.
Yeah. Also, I would suggest with that, Mr. Allison, to say that people watch out for Brugman coming through traffic if he cannot see them. I would also suggest that. I think he's all right now. That is terrifying. He's removed... Oh, that is such bad luck. I don't know what's going to happen penalty-wise from that. I think we'll need to see his replays, but... Oh, man. I'm honestly a bit speechless now.
Looks like...
It seems like it's leveled out, but...
Yeah, it looks like Fortin took a hit in the wall.
Took a hit, yeah.
He lost the hood, rear wing.
That's not good. That's not good.
that-
Lars is going
now,
to feel
was
very
that-
guilty.
That was caused by Brugman?
Brugman, yeah.
Oh, no.
Yeah, that was coming out of turn 12. Oh, man. That is so unfortunate. I say we'll need to check the replays from Brugman's side and see if people were invisible, but
Yeah, that is
It
very,
seems-
very
it
unfortunate,
seems
but it does
balanced
happen
now.
every once in a while. See, and that right there is the dangers of sim racing. We talk about the difference between real and sim. Here it is.
Bailey is in the game at the moment, so I would be surprised if this car does not box. Okay, they're going to try and... does that come through on the broadcast? Okay, they're going to try and wait it out and see if the ping... As soon as the ping shoots up again, or as soon as anyone disappears for him, he will be into the pit lane with a driver swap. That is going to be a tough decision for the DC, for the instant committee to make on that. I wouldn't know. I wouldn't want to make it because it's kind of like it's not Lars's fault, but it is.
Yeah,
It's his equipment. Yeah. Okay.
so
We'll
we're going to
have-
have Jimmy
we'll
come into the broadcast to kind of give
Okay,
us a
so-
little clarification here.
So what we're gonna do there is simply use the server replay. So
Yeah.
if he hits someone, then it's his fault.
Yeah. Yeah, I would have thought, as unfortunate and bad as it is his equipment. And I don't, obviously this is a car that's going to affect me going into Le Mans. Unless, you can talk it through with the other driver, make them explain and not send a report in. Which
Well,
will be ironed out, I'm fairly sure. But either way, I'm not gonna lie, I'd actually probably make the same decision. Because it is his equipment. Internet or not,
yeah.
bad or not,
No.
it's yeah.
You're right. I mean, and we VEC usually treats it as an equipment failure, just like a part on the card failed. It's kind of the same penalty. So knowing the way that the stewards think, they're going to take a close look at it and see what happens. If it requires a penalty, the penalty will be issued. If not, maybe there will be a little bit of a penalty. Just something to balance out the field here a little bit.
Yeah, we will obviously have to wait and see. This is the thing with the GTs. Of course, they're actually rear-wheel drive, which means they get tipped so easily.
Yeah.
You breathe on the rear end and boom, they're around. Its connection seems fine at the moment, although I would be very hesitant with it. James Wilson is actually in the game. He'll be taking over the car from Felix Antone Fortin. I can't pronounce that, I'm sorry. Wrong place, wrong time. As I say, I'm concerned with what would happen with the LMP2 car that he hit. I don't think they got any damage because I don't see any LMP2s in the pit lane at the moment. But either way, what has happened, and Lars Brugman still has a 53-second lead over Martin Furman, who's actually dropped back quite a bit over the last few laps. He's not quite falling into the clutches of Adam Hodgkinson in third position, but they are all there. And I think, Kuba Brzezinski's dropping a bit off Hodgkinson now. However, is still holding some decent pace, so that car seems okay. But yeah, I don't really know what to say.
Well, that's one of those things. you know?
Yeah. It's,
Kind of just is what it is.
Actually, yeah, speaking of that, we actually had that last round, in fact. Now, this isn't going to be the comeback drive of comeback drives like it was for Revolution, I don't feel. But, of course, last round, one of our drivers, which was Povlas Matunis, had a huge lag spike. And what happened was he was then moved back. Oh, careful, Lars. He was then moved back and then just sort of reappeared in, I think it was Yuri Kazdorp at the time, in Yuri Kazdorp's car, or in the Revolution car.
Right.
And that flipped them. That gave them a lot of damage. That gave... Luckily, they were actually on their roof, which actually don't take any damage whilst you're on the roof, fun fact. But they were quite lucky. They came into pit, they repaired that damage, they went on to win the race. You know, from a move that was totally out of anyone's control, really. Same as this stuff with Lars. Of course, Revolution, we spoke about it, they understood, they accepted, and they still went on to win, so who cares?
Right.
But, you know, all you can do in those kind of situations is just explain yourself, explain what happened, and apologise greatly, even if you don't feel it's your fault. That's one thing I can't stand, is people that have something like that and then don't apologise for it because it's not their fault. That I hate. Lars isn't that kind of person, but I've just had it a few times. I'm sure you might have had, Curtis, as well.
Oh yeah, I've had it a few times, and that's the nature of sim racing. Stuff like that happens. I mean, shoot, I've had massive lag spikes, and end up right behind someone all of a sudden, and whoa, what happened?
Yeah.
And I'm the kind of myself, and I know a lot of these guys would rather, brake hard, maybe not necessarily take themselves out, but do the best that they can to not damage the other person. Most of the people here and most of the people who sim race are really cool about that. But, it happens. You got people from around the world trying to race on a server that's in Europe. It's going to happen every once in a while. Sucks, but welcome to the internet.
Real world cars have brake problems, this, that, and the other. Issues like that. We have connection. And connection can be a foul beast. I remember once qualifying fourth in a race, did the entire formation lap, lined up on the grid, and my internet went.
Yeah, oh yeah.
It happens. Everyone's had it once.
I'll never forget. I was leading the race. I was leading a race at Long Beach. Now, granted, I grew up in Long Beach. I've been to the Long Beach Grand Prix like multiple times. It's literally my home track. Leading the race, I had 5 minutes to go, something like that. My roommate thought that we were getting lag and turned the internet off.
Oh.
Just turned it off and was trying to restart it. Now, no fault of her. She didn't know. Although I did warn her multiple times, like, hello, I have a huge race coming up. What are you doing?
Yeah, these things happen. My dad's done it midway through a race. So I want to run downstairs and punch him in the face, but it's like they don't know.
Yeah,
really.
Yeah, you can't do anything.
No.
Oh man.
It's stressful, it's angry, but they happen. Connection issues happen, I say once or twice to everyone. I distinctly remember, it's a heart-sinking feeling.
We got
I remember
a great race between Schmidt, Capella, and Meyer. Sorry to interrupt you there.
No, absolutely. They're a little bit apart now. I think something might have happened between...
Is that Pastorata?
Yeah, no. It's that's an LMP1 that's gone through. We've got
LMP1, okay.
LMP2 galore. Maya actually has Koldevich behind.
Is that a lap?
That's a lap behind.
That's a lap then. Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, everyone's had a moment like it. I remember Silverstone this year, and this would have happened to anyone that disconnected. We were leading by like 30 odd seconds with an hour to go, or half an hour to go, I think it was actually at that point, and the server died. I sat there and was just like, oh, that can't be my internet. That cannot be my internet. I don't believe it. Luckily it wasn't, but it's a heart-sinking feeling. Is also, by the way, Matt's Tenter did enter the pit lane. and Fortin is still in pit lane. I think he spun off and also hit the wall on the left-hand side. Yeah, such a shame there. That the race was going well for those guys. Presently, though, I will give some good news whenever I find the right tab. I have so many tabs open at the moment.
Me too.
I was going to go through the order of the top 5 of each once I find out where it is.
I'm refreshing right now.
I found my live timing finally. Nico Barkley has also entered pit lane. It is Lars Brugman from Furman from Hodgkinson, who are all separating a little bit, but not too much. Hodgkinson's a mile ahead of the GT Italia car as well. So these LMP1 guys have spread out massively, considering the earlier duels we were having. Berenek is now onto the back of the LMP2 category. As we just actually received the IP for timing and scoring. Oh, that's quite cool. Look at that. Oh, there we go. Wrong colours, but I can live with this. We had the 45 Team Spirit Racing car in the lead of LMP2 to no surprise of anyone. They came from 9th now with a comfortable lead. I think Matt Stenz has actually got damage on that car because, he did lose front end. Then it's Kyushu, who were on a different strategy. They've now dropped a long way back from Anthony Yans. It's now De Crop in the car. But what a good drive from the 07 car at this moment. And then it's the number 29 SimHQ Motorsports car of Yari Venari. As I said, Berenek's catching up to the back of the LMP2 category. He's actually three laps down on them. But he's closing up a little bit, I guess. Then we have Niki Jakovic, Sido Wire, and Tom Schenkels, who I believe all drive in the Porsche Super Cup. I certainly know that Sido Wire and Niki Jakovic do over in the Porsche Super Cup that we have. And then for GTM, it is Talking Door Racing, leading Vodball Racing, leading Dark Racing, but they're all separated quite a bit. Vodball are fairly close to the back of Talking Door, but Dark Racing are miles back from that. Also, on the category of Porsche Super Cup, I don't know about you, Curtis. Do you drive any other categories in the Sim Racing Club?
Not in Sim Racing Club. We've been looking at a few things, but with our scheduling conflicts and everything else, we don't really have the time right now. Plus, I mean, the Division came out, so.
Oh wow! Yeah, big Division players. Oh, cool.
Yeah, right.
I haven't played that game in a few months, actually. Oh, a few weeks, actually.
We were actually looking at the Sim Racing Club version of the ELMS with the Indy Racers and all that stuff.
Yes.
Just to kind of have some fun and keep our racing juices going.
Yeah, of course, that series not quite started yet.
No, it hasn't started yet, but we've been looking
Whenever
at
the
that.
mod comes on.
Now that I've kind of looked into the touring car thing, that looks like a blast.
Yeah.
So might try that. But I do race in my original league still. They do the same thing we do here, LMP1 and GT only. So, I kind of do that for fun. Do a little IndyCar, do a little dirt rally, here and there. So
yeah,
I always got to go back to the rally roots, man.
I do right up until I realised that rally driving is so stressful. It's so hard.
It is. It's tough.
It's so hard, yeah.
But you know what? It teaches you a lot, and that's one of the reasons why I was able to survive some of the crashes here.
Yeah,
I knew what
to
do. You know, if you ask me, there should be a ladder that. Well, maybe not a ladder, but new sim racers should start in rally.
Yeah. It teaches a lot, wouldn't it?
It teaches you a lot about car setup, what happens when you do this, that, the other thing, because everything's so much more exaggerated. Then when you come here, you can be like, oh, my car's oversteering a little bit. I'm going to do this. Oh, it's understeering a little bit. Oh, I actually want the understeer at this track or whatever.
Yeah.
It teaches you about gearing. It teaches you about all that stuff. The only thing it doesn't teach you is aero.
Yeah. But, it teaches you quite a lot. Of course, mixed services and stuff, but you go to Germany and then you've got... Oh, sorry, I just smashed my wheel. You've got tarmac rallies. Of course, we do actually have the Virtual Rally Championship here in
That's true.
in Sim Racing Club. I will quickly go through an overview of what we have looking forward to us over the next few weeks, and of course telling you where to sign up to things. Of course, we have VEC today. We have the Virtual GT Championship tomorrow at Imola, and then the day after, still at Imola, we have the Porsche Super Cup, which I'm doing commentary on, and the sign-ups for that are wide open as far as I'm aware at this point. So if you do want to sign up to that, go sign up for it. There's usually about 24 drivers in that. It's a good series, bit of fun, obviously with what happened in Croft. And then in a week's time from now, although it's cancelled, would have been the second round of VLMS, but yep, still cancelled, thanks to the mod not being available, which is always fun. But the day after that, which is the Sunday, it's the first round of the Virtual Nations Cup, which obviously had its pre-season test at Paul Ricard. They're doing their first round at Zandvoort. Although during that week, the 11th to the 18th of May, is the Virtual Rally Championship. It's the 5th round at Germany. Starts on the 11th, which is Wednesday. And then on the 20th of May, which is in about 2 weeks' time on Friday, or as in, yeah, less than 2 weeks' time, we have the Virtual Touring Car Championship at Mid-Ohio. Now, I really do want people to sign up to this because I'm driving in it, and I want more people to race with. Now, sign-ups for that are open in the forum. We would recommend that you do. It's in the Race Room Racing Experience using the 2015 World Touring Car Championship cars, with a calendar that goes across lots of tracks from places like Mid-Ohio to other tracks. I can't honestly remember. But we start at Mid-Ohio, and that is pretty good fun in a touring car. Of course, we were talking about Mid-Ohio a bit earlier.
Yeah.
Have you driven Mid-Ohio competitively, like within the last couple of years?
Yeah, I did. At another forum. I ran LMP1 and GT at Mid-Ohio.
Oh, nice.
And the same forum who ran Indy cars at Mid-Ohio. I'm so split at Mid-Ohio. It's a great track. I hate driving it.
Oh, really?
Oh God, it's such a headache. You have to get every corner perfect, or else you're off pace, or you spin out.
Yeah.
And actually, you know what? Mixed class with just 2 classes is a blast there. You know, like I said, I did GT and LMP1, kind of like what we do here at Mid-Ohio, and it was a blast. LMP1's motor around there.
Yeah.
So good.
The thing is with trifold classes there, as we used in season 7.
No kidding.
The thing is with Mid-Ohio, I really like Mid-Ohio, but I hate it in almost anything that goes there, because I think Mid-Ohio is perfect for a mid to low powered front wheel drive touring car. It's really good fun. We tried it in the minis in. Oh, hang on, we've got Lars Brugman coming up to lap Kuba Brzezinski again here, as Adam Hodgkinson and Anthony Jans are in the pit lane. But hopefully Brzezinski is going to get out of the way. Yes, he does. But yeah, we did it in the minis in Game Stock Car 2013, all the way back then.
Okay.
Really, really good fun. I think the WTCC cars are a bit too powerful for it. They whack up a bit too much wheel spin over some of the crests and stuff. But when you take like an LMP1 around there or an IndyCar, I've driven an IndyCar around there, the DW12 and R2, and I hated it. I hated every minute of it because it was just like, this car is too quick for this track. I know they come here in real life, but this is ridiculous.
Well, you really have to. It takes a lot of practice. It really does. I actually I think I ended up backing out of that race because I didn't have enough practice when I ran Indy cars there. But you know, it's one of those tracks that it's very simple, but it's so easy to get wrong. It's like a game of Jenga.
Oh, I love a good game of Jenga. I haven't played Jenga in years though, not since I was like a little kid.
Well, right, but I mean, it's so simple that you just knock it just a little bit and it's way
and
off.
It's done. Yeah,
You know,
absolutely.
It's almost like an hour-and-a-half rally stage.
Yeah.
Which,
yeah.
with the right people, it's very good fun.
Yeah, as long as they're all clean and a bit respectful, you can actually have such good fun around it. And I say I'm quite excited for VTCC to start. I think we've got about 15 sign-ups at the moment, so all are welcome. I'll tell you what is also welcome is having some more people in the commentary box, because I think you're going to have to dash in. I'm certainly going to have to dash in.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to dash here pretty quick.
Pretty quick, yeah.
Probably
I also...
about another hour, I think. It depends on when Thiago comes in for his pit stop. It should be very soon.
I definitely have to go before then, because Lars Brugman is closing in on his stop, where I'll have to switch over to Bailey, and I'll obviously have to spot for Bailey, or
Sure.
keep Bailey company and make sure he doesn't go mental.
As he does.
As he does, yes. Oh, yes, he does. He goes angry and starts sounding like Yoda. It's really good. But
No comment.
no comment. Love you, Bailey. Hugs and kisses and all of that. But yeah, Lars Brugman will obviously be coming to the pit lane fairly soon, along with Furman. Of course, we already know that it's Kieran Parkin back in that car, so we'll see if he actually has any issues in the 7 car. I would suggest yes, he is. Yes, he is. You can actually, if you ride on board with him, I'm pretty sure you can see his game is like it's pulling him back a lot. It seems he's not getting up to. No, this is Kieran Parkin.
Oh, Parkin.
It doesn't seem like he's quite getting up to speed. It seems okay at the moment. It's a very hard thing to explain. I hope he's all right.
He's got the molasses effect going.
Yeah, we'll see.
It's a glitch that we found in RF2 for some reason. Don't know why. Every once in a while, it makes the processor think that it's overloading.
Yeah,
and slow itself down on some systems.
Yeah.
And it's some setting that I'm gonna get technical here.
I've heard it's through the FFB.
There's that, but one of our drivers found out that his Intel driver for the processor was actually slowing his computer down, and makes it seem like everybody else is going super fast, but he's going really slow. Very weird stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I was looking at it on the broadcast and actually seeing it go. It's really hard to see. I just think it's so slight. It's one of those things, right, that you notice when you're in the car. Dodgy frame rate is one thing.
Right.
When your frame rate is low, or when it's moving around, like 50 down to 45, up to 60 and stuff like that. When you watch it back, you're kind of like, well, it's no problem. You can watch a replay from that angle, no problem, quite easy. As soon as it comes to driving, when you're throwing a car around the track at these kind of speeds, see, Kieran is very, very cautious at the moment. I think he's a bit worried about this car.
I'm watching him right now as well. Yeah, it looks like something's a little bit off.
Something's not right with that car. And I'm pretty sure this round is just Kieran Parkin and Adam Hodgkinson. I've seen no Jimmy Broadbent or Nick Woodbury, although Nick is about. I just don't think he's driving.
Oh, that was close.
That was very close there. Pit entry there for the LMP2 of Bernd Schmidt, I believe it was, who currently is in 3rd in class, as De Krop is also in pit lane. Anthony Yann's working his way through traffic, being the LMP1 leader by a couple of margin. But yeah, something is not right with that number 7 car, I'll tell you that. Which would be another shame.
LMP2s are in the pits as well.
Yeah. So De Krop, Schmidt's in the pit lane. We've got Matt Satenta, who's in the pit lane still for Texas Drivers, a team that started out so strong in this race, leading a few of the early laps, dropping down the order. I think they're not ready for a... De Krop. Good one. De Krop just clipped the back of Matt Satenta there, leaving pit lane. That was a bit clumsy, but, each to it.
Doesn't look like any real damage.
No. But the problem with the LMP1s, I think, and this will be the same case, I think, with the LMP2s.
Yeah.
Since it's changed, since we had the damage model changed, they're so fragile. You breathe
it changed
on
for the
one
P2
wrong.
as well.
You breathe. I'm pretty sure it changed for all of them. You breathe on one wrong, and it's just like, well, your car is now pulling really aggressively to the left. Wow, Martin Furman, and see all the 8 cars. Well, that is busy in front of him. He's gotten past most of it without too much of an issue. Smigelski ahead of him is actually going a lap down on him, or another lap down. He's actually 3 laps down on the lead car at the moment, so he'll be going 3 laps down on him at this point. Running on the hard tyres. which is an interesting point. We can use
That is
this.
interesting.
We can actually go through. We do have 2 teams currently running the hard tyres. Now, I'm pretty sure Scuderia GT Italia, which are in 3rd place, they will be double stinting these tyres.
Yeah, easily.
Yes.
If they can keep the pace up.
Yes.
Which it actually looks like they are.
Let's have a look. What was their last lap? A 41-1 versus leaders on a 39-1. That's not a great time, 41-1, I'll tell you that. We're in clean air in LMP1 can do on a fairly rubber track, and obviously we're not getting clean air around here. You can do 36s and stuff like that. So it is, that's 5 seconds off ultimate pace, which is not really achievable. We have also discussed that the fastest lap of the race is a 37.2, of course. Again, not really achievable in this scenario. But a 37.2 is the fastest lap of the race. So they are quite a way off that. But again, that could have been heavy traffic. That could have been absolutely anything on this lap. In fact, he's got a lot of traffic this lap in the form of an LMP2 and a GT Yam. So there's that. Nathaniel Lupson also behind, making his way. Nathaniel Lupson actually for position, trying to move himself onto a podium place. As we have Adam Hodgkinson, who I would like to ask a question. Is Kieran Parkin okay? He seems a bit cautious.
He is having slight stuttering every now and then, which is why he's improved it a lot. So it's more raceable than it was. So that's why we did a short first stint.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's fine. He's just got to go around for a little bit more.
I also didn't say hello, Hodge.
Hello.
Hello. Welcome to the internet, where we are live. Currently, though, things seem to have been going okay with you in the car. You seem to be making some progress up and actually running, obviously on an off strategy in 3rd place. Now, do you think that's a securable position towards the end? Of course, Nathaniel Lupson's also going fairly strong now, catching up to the back of the hard tyre using Alberto Pastorato.
That's the key. With the hard tyres on that GT Italia, I think we had the pace over them anyway. I was able to, obviously because our stints are crossed, I was able to be faster than the GT Italia at the beginning of my stint and at the end. So we probably got that on pace, but it's impossible to pass around here pretty much. So with their switch to hards, they might have stuck a nail in their own coffin. Depends how quick they are on the second stint, because they're not massively quick. I was easing away from them, and it's been a bit of a Sunday drive, the 7 today, but I think it all depends. So it might be even just a little bit of an intermittent battle with the 7 and 9.
Yes. Yeah, it'll be an interesting one. We always like a good inter-team battle. Of course, VEC running 3, DHR running 3 LMP1s. As we said, we should hopefully be having Josh back pretty soon. And we can actually go without comms if we need to. But because I have to return to my team to make sure that everything is going dandy.
All right, Lewis, good luck. Careful out there.
Yes. I should be in the car immediately, but I just need to keep an eye on my boy. But yes, good luck to everyone up here, and I'm sure I might be back a bit later on. But either way, see ya.
All right, Lewis, good luck, man. Adam, good race, huh?
Yeah, it's been interesting so far. Being a lap down after coming out the pits was quite frustrating, because obviously newer tyres than everyone else, was potentially quicker, but I had to let I think it was where are these RGPL were just in front of me as I came out, and then Kuba and what was the other car? GT Italia caught me, so I had to let them through, blue flags and stuff, and I literally just had to follow them round until they pitted. Yeah, it's been fairly smooth so far, which is a nice change for the number 7 car. We always seem to have other people's issues for some reason.
I'm actually watching. Let's see here. I'm kind of looking for some good racing right now. There's everybody's kind of spaced out right now. There's a few traffic issues going on right now, but everybody's fairly spaced out and kind of calmed down for the middle of this race. We are a couple hours in now. 3 hours and 59 minutes to go. Just checking the live timing.
There's not many small gaps, is there? All about 6 or 7 seconds around each other.
Yeah, definitely. Everybody's kind of spaced out at the moment. I have to admit, though, Drago Saba in the GT Am Talking Door Racing cars has been running very well. James Johnson's been holding steady about 4 seconds back, but man, they're running great. I mean, they're near podium in GTE Pro in a GTE Am car. I have to admit, that's pretty amazing. Having driven both those cars just as a test, that's saying something.
Yeah, I would almost go along the lines of some of the top teams in GTM probably are a bit more pro. Some of the teams in GT Pro, but they're definitely, but to be up there, well, they're literally 20 seconds behind the third GT Pro car, which is ridiculous, really.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, the GTE Pro really filled up fast at the signups, right, at the beginning of the season.
Yes.
So the discussion has been had before. You know, what's going on with GT Am and is it really an Am class and all this stuff. But my argument for that is look at LMP2 in the WEC. You have these so-called quote-unquote gentleman drivers that are blindingly fast up there with the pros. I mean, that's what they do. So it's not really surprising, at least for me, seeing some of these GT Am guys being so fast and able to drive these cars the way they do. I don't know. Have you driven much GT, Todd?
I haven't had the chance to drive so much of a GT car this season. I've not kind of avoided it, but I've had a couple of goes in the different series at Sim Racing Club Run.
Sure.
Not taking part, just have a bit of a fun play around, and they are a bit more of a handful than probably most people think when they're driven right on the edge.
They are. The back end likes to come around a lot.
Yes,
of these things.
yes, very much so.
You know, it's just like the real ones. They got a lot of weight, and you got to drive it. You got to really pedal them.
The last one I drove was the Viper, so it probably is worse of the bunch, maybe.
Torquey. So much torque. Like I said, I'm sitting here trying to... It's got Sam McDonald in the pits with David Barnick also in the pits in LMP2. P2 is actually shaking up quite well. Oh, McDonald's in the P1, sorry. That's Revolution Racing. They're on their way up.
Yeah, they'll slowly crawl through the field. Same with the RGPL. I should imagine by the end of the race they'll be running in front of the P2s maybe, as long as they up and no more incidents and things like that, because I should imagine that's what's put them back there.
As well as Matsutenta, who had a little bit of an issue, a couple issues earlier, losing some body panels and a little bit of suspension damage and things like that. Looks like they're on the comeback drive. A few laps down, it's going to be kind of tough trying to figure out what to do with that. I mean, really the only thing you can do is just throw some laps in and hope for the best. But it looks like this is going to be a fairly clean race. You never know, though. And you got 4 hours to go. Who knows what's going to happen?
Definitely doesn't take much.
Oh, we got a car flipping. Sam McDonald is flipping. Wow. Through the Schumacher S corners there.
He's caught the inside curve. There's a...
Oh, he hit the lip. The hidden lip.
That was a worry for this race.
Oh, yeah, I hit that in practice a couple times.
I found it once, and that was for the first time, and that was yesterday. The same time, I think the 3 wide hit it.
So it looks like we're going to have a code 80 to give a...
I'm going to pop down and see how Kieran's getting on, so good luck with the comms.
Alright, good luck. So Sam McDonald took a huge tumble coming through the Schumacher S's, and he is crab walking very badly, trying to get it back to the pits. Looks like he's going to make it with the code 80. That's going to help a little bit. God, I hope that car is okay, at least for now. Very, very rough hit. As we got a message here from the server, Matatenta has lagged out. Very weird stuff going on right now. Trying to get some more information here. Looks like Feeder Sport Poland is changing drivers. Blazeniewski is getting in. Let's see here. My live timing hasn't updated to show Matatenta and his status. Very weird. And he was flying too. He was doing very, very well. Hopefully he can get back in the server. They do have a window. Drivers here have a window to get back in the server and get going again. Let's see here. So we're under code 80. A very, very good race so far. With, let's see, we've got just under 3.5 hours to go. Trying to figure out on my team when I'm supposed to be in the car as well. It should be coming up here pretty quick. Right, so waiting on Joshua Anderson to get back in here. Should be in here pretty quick. Got a few pit callers. Per Ockvist in P2. David Baranek is in. Sam McDonald. Daniele Pizzo. Matt Santel is in the pits. Carrascosa is in the pits. Dang AI. Oh wait, yeah, he's been out of the race for a little while now. And see. Matt Santel's coming out of the pits right now. Pizzo is out of the pits. Probably taking advantage of the code 80, trying to get some tires and fuel in the car. Stephen Bailey is in the car for DHR, for the lead car there. Let's see here. Trying to send a message off to my own team. I also have to drive, so yeah, this is going to be interesting. And the green flag is flying. Everybody's getting back up under speed here. Let's see. Checking out Kieran Parkin here. He had a couple of issues with his computer. A little bit of lag spike. Oh, and he's sliding coming out of the sweeper before. Oh man, barely saved it. That was a very good save. Got hung up on the curbs there. That was very close. Let's see. Migielski's in the pits. That's right about on time. Should have went in under the code 80 though. That's a little bit weird. Yeah, happens. Might have taken a little bit of damage. Very tough to follow here. I only get one screen here, so you're gonna have to bear with me a little bit. Let's see. Sam McDonald's in the pits still. that's going to be a little while. He's probably got major damage, and I should note for anybody who doesn't know this, 20-minute pit stops are possible here to repair cars. In fact, he's probably going to be in there for at least most of that. Everybody is pretty spaced out right now. Everybody's going to have to kind of keep their cool, keep their wits about them a little bit. Get the tires up. Gregory Boulat is in the car now in 7th place. That's for IRG Motorsport GP. I think they're a couple laps down from the leader right now. Actually, they're a few laps down. Stephen Bailey in that DHR car is really flying. They actually have a lap on the whole field right now. Now is not the time to relax, though. We got plenty of time for something to happen. So, fingers crossed, touch wood, all that good stuff. Hopefully nothing major happens. We can get through this race with minimal incident. Joshua Anderson has joined us. The man, the myth, the legend.
Hello.
Yeah, hey, trying to fill in for you is a pain.
I bet it is.
Yeah, it is a little... Yeah, okay. So I've done this alone now for about 10 minutes, and it is a little bit nerve-wracking because you don't know what the heck to talk about.
Hey, I sympathise with you, I really do. It was like that when I did my first commentary, it's so hard to get into. But when you actually get going, and it's all about getting the experience more than anything.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Luckily, I had some experience with you and James Kirk there for a little while, but right now the race is a little bit... I'm not going to say unexciting. There's plenty of action going on. Cars getting through traffic and things like that. But racing for position is a little bit spread out right now. Everybody's kind of holding steady and trying to get through this middle part of the race.
Yeah, well, it's the middle part of the race that is possibly the most decisive because it's, they've been going for 3 hours. And it's so easy to make a mistake then.
Yeah, no, and there have been a few mistakes. We just had that code 80 for a car that looks like it clipped the inside of the Schumacher S's. There's a little bit of an invisible barrier or something going on with the track right there, and just tossed him right end over end into the wall. Poor guy is still in the pits, being repaired. Sam McDonald for Revolution Racing, who was having an excellent race at the earlier stage, doing very, very well.
Well, I gather you've been here for quite a while then, Curtis, so you'll be able to provide me personally with a rundown of what's happened so far since I left at least, or since you've been here?
Well, we had some interesting pit calls. The number 8 DHR car actually has a whole lap on the field now.
Oh, wow.
They had a slight problem and had to come in. I don't remember exactly what it all was, but it actually ended up working out for them, pit stop wise. Martin Furman in the 3-wide motorsport car ended up having to come into the pits a couple of times for contact and things like that. Had a couple of repairs. They're in 2nd place. I don't know how. An amazing drive for those guys. P2 has been very interesting with positions being shuffled around. There was a couple of early penalties that needed to be served and things like that, but now it's kind of calmed down. Not too much going on there. Let's see. GTE Pro has been very exciting. Djokovic, the Team Beers, Atlantic Motorsport, SRB, and Talking, not Talking Board, they're an and Scuderia GT Italia were all fighting back and forth for about a good half hour. Here about the 2-hour mark. They've kind of spaced out a little bit, thank God, because that was getting very, very interesting. Haba in the Talking Door racing car and GTEM has been on a tear. They've been flying. James Johnson has been trying to keep up with them. They were swapping back and forth a little bit, but an excellent race with Daniel Maybach a little ways behind, about a lap down in the Dark Racing number 845 car. Holding 3rd, nice and steady. So far, it's been an excellent race. Very, very minimal contact. Couple of issues. had a connection issue, had all kinds of little weird things like that. But so far, this has been one of the smoothest races that we've had this season, I have to admit.
Yeah, it has looked to be a very good race so far. I'm just watching while I wait to get back on the server. I'm watching back on the delayed broadcast. I can see Martin Furman is P2 for 3 wide racing. Now, he was so far down the field before after his penalties. Sort of come back to that position is incredible.
Yeah, indeed. It's been very, very interesting. Like I said, it's been a heck of a race. A lot of strategy calls, a lot of just close racing, very clean. All the prototypes have been very gentle with the GT cars. Luckily, there've been a couple of dive bombs beginning of the race, but everything's really calmed down. It's been, this is a banner race. I'll be honest with you. VEC should be proud of this race. That's for sure.
I think we're proud of every race we've had this season, to be fairly honest. We've had a fantastic season, and I'm just rejoining the server now, actually. Yep, I am in. And I can see that Stephen Bailey has a lap on everyone indeed.
Yes, indeed.
That is how dominant that DHR car has been so far this race, and this will bolster their championship challenge because the Feeder Sport Poland car is quite far behind, 3 laps down.
Yeah, that's one of those weird things that happens, unfortunately. But, it is what it is. I mean, this is endurance racing. We never know what's going to happen, especially with half the race gone and half the race to go.
Yeah, not long to go now. Well, I say that, but there's not as much left. Just over half race distance as it stands, because we are coming up to the magical halfway point of the race, and it's getting to that point. But Wisniewski enormous, is not doing very fantastic in the fact that the 3 laps down, but 6th place should be more than enough to keep their championship. Well, it will be enough because I think there's only 25 points on offer for a win in a 6-hour race here. Not entirely sure what the entire point system is. I should know this, and I apologise for not knowing it. But I'm not totally sure what the actual full point is. I know there's 25 points on offer for a 6-hour race, though, and they are more than that ahead of the number 8 DHR car. So, short of a retirement and the DHR's winning, they're not going to close the gap up that much.
Yeah, Feeder Sport Poland had a few issues earlier. Getting a little tangled up, lost the front end. Had to come in a couple of times for repairs, but luckily they haven't been too bad, and they fought their way back up through the field to hold 6th fairly solidly. But yeah, no, they're actually putting in a really great drive, all things considered, and all they really need to do is just stay in the race and finish, and they're going to be just fine for Le Mans coming up.
Yeah, they'll be in a very strong position. They are currently 31 points ahead of the DHR cars in the DHR number 8, in the standings of this race. Going into this race, at least, they are 70 points ahead. And, a lot of the battles really may be happening for a lot of the teams that are in LMP1 and the other classes, like IRG Motorsport GP, Champion Racing, SRVN, JRR. Those teams down the back aren't separated by much, and a good result for any of them here is likely to secure them a Room 1 entry for Le Mans, because the top 10 cars in each class going into that race will be in the first server, Room 1, with us fantastic commentators on points talking about it. And speaking of that, I'm looking at... You drive for DR Motorsports, don't you, Kens?
Yeah, I do.
I'm looking at that right now. 25 points onto the 41 you've already... Well, you have 2 cars. There's the 121 and the 122. Correct. I can tell you now the 121 is in 10th place. So, it's imperative that we beat Kyushu Motorsport and Flatline Racing. It's possible, it's likely you are going to beat the Flatline boys, given the problems I ran into earlier.
Well, the issue is that now we're running 2 cars. 121 is actually in room 2. They're actually leading the race by quite a bit, which is good. That's exactly what they need to do to make sure that they're in room 1 for Le Mans. 122, it's been commented on before, and I will admit that we do have quite a fast driver who can qualify like a madman in Greg Hall. I freely admit I am not the best driver on this team, that's for sure. But 1-2-2, all that we're trying to do is get experience, get some practice in, and some real race practice. For us, it really doesn't matter which room we're in, as long as we're in the race and we're fighting for it. Come Le Mans, 1-2 will probably be in room 2 because we came in late.
Yeah.
1-2-1 is trying to secure a spot in room 1 at Le Mans at this point.
I can tell you now the 1-2-2 will be in room 2 for Le Mans because he won't be able to make up points for the 1-2-1.
No.
More than 25 points behind. So we'll be focused on getting that in. We have a couple of cars in the pits, as I should point out. Daniele Pizzo is in. Likely a driver change to Angelo Luigi Cilio or someone from the GT Italia group. That will likely be a driver change. We have a couple of people waiting as well to get in the car. Sam McDonald is in a very crippled Revolution Racing 003 prototype. And Mark Fuller's got the front end on that Flatline Racing Orica either. So driver changes will be happening, but this is big pit stop damage to be repaired for these teams. And we are going to lose Curtis right now because he has to go prepare for his stints.
I gotta go do
very
my...
much for joining us and filling it for me. You've been absolutely invaluable to us, and I hope you can join in again later.
Possibly. We got a weird schedule running, but yeah, I'm gonna try to get in here and say hi. Thanks for having me, Jimmy. Good luck, and good luck to everybody out there, and hope for a clean race and all that good stuff.
Good luck to yourself, Curtis. It's been a pleasure having you, of course, and well, good race for you. And he will now leave and go to prepare for his stints in the car, as we are 7 minutes away from the halfway mark of this race. Well, Michele Rizzo has got in that. Well, Rizzo has come in for GT Italia as well. And it's Pizzo and Rizzo in the pits for GT Italia at the moment. The Aston Martin Pro car and the Ferrari AM car both in there. We have a driver change at Flatline Racing. Michael Bernard in the car. And he will be hoping to make the best of what has been a not very good race for Team Flatline Racing. Sam McDonald still getting that fixed though, still waiting for the damage to be fixed. Meanwhile, back at the front, we have obviously still got the battles going on. It's more of a calm race now than anything else. People are really starting to pull away from each other. I'm looking for any battles that I might be able to find or anything of interest. Well, David Berenek, this is just unmapped himself on Kasper Kolodziejczyk in the Le Mans Prototype 2 car. We have someone in the waiting booth, so we haven't had to wait very long for that at all. We welcome Lorenzo Bonda to the booth. Hello, Lorenzo.
Hello, Joshua. Hello, everybody.
Apologies, I haven't really done my research on you, so I'm not sure who you drive for us. So for the benefit of the public, would you like to tell us who you drive for?
Absolutely. I drive for the number 71 car from Talkie Door Racing. I'm supposed to close really shortly. Right now, Dragos is leading our car, and soon Tobias Reuner is going to join us.
Oh, hang on, I've just seen an incident around the back there, sorry. Renus Janssens for Rare Endurance Team, I believe, has just had a spin somewhere on the track. I'm not sure where this happened, but yeah, Janssens, he was coming around turn 13, and then he appears to come through 14, clip the back of the Team Flatline Aston Martin, and have an incident. And I'll tell you now, that was Gert James, who has now lost his rear wing as well. Oh, and has a big slide into the Castrol S there, and has gone off the track as a result. Gert James, no rear wing on that Flatline car now. Last of the cars, so realistically, a bit of a lapping issue for the car there. And Janssens won't be happy about that. Gert James will be even less happy. He's going to get around the track now, a full lap of the track. We've got a code 80 coming up as a result of that. 10 seconds until we go to 80 kilometers an hour speed limits. Going to come into force. Now we have a code 80 enforced for Gert James's little incident and lack of rear wing, and this is going to make things a little bit interesting, but it also gives us time to talk to Lorenzo. So you are, of course, driving for Talking Door Racing. Dragos Harbour there in P21 for the TDR car. I do believe he's the leader of GTM at the moment.
That's right. He's leading GTM at the moment. He's been driving for us for the past 3 hours. Right now we're planning to switch. Now he's gonna switch with Tobias Reuner. He's been our fastest driver the whole week, so we give him a chance, like lead us out, and me and Tobias down the line, we're gonna try to do our best, maintain the car, try to keep it alive as the race goes, because our pace is a little bit slower, but you never know. It's still 3 hours of racing, and now this Code 8 can throw a little bit off for all kinds of drivers.
Yeah, I've just checked in the standings. We were talking about Le Mans before. I do hate to rain on your parade, but regardless of if you got a 1-2 here, I doubt your cars will be in Room 1 for Le Mans because you won't make the top 10. So this is unfortunately, I think, the last time we'll see the Talking Door cars in Room 1 this season, but obviously you will be racing at Le Mans. You'll be looking forward to it nonetheless.
Oh, of course. We might be even in room 2. We're going to run there if we get the chance. But we're very happy, you know, we taking this all in, this experience of endurance racing. It has been pleasurous for us. Unfortunately, the only race I did was Sebring, and I actually crashed out the car. But it's been a good experience. This is my first endurance experience, some other guys too, and we'll just take that in and try to put the best for next season.
Yeah, of course. You know, it's all about the experience in the end, isn't it? And learning. It's a learning experience, and it's all about fun in the end because you've got to enjoy something to be successful in it. And I've always believed that. As Gert James, who has got no rear wing and is the possible cause of this Code 8, he's just coming around the 13th turn now. The Hatzenbecksbogen, as my fantastic German likes to pronounce it. Yeah, I mean, I'm okay with German. I know my corner names. So we have a couple of pitters. Alberto Pastorotto has come out of the pits. He has come out of the pits and has obviously engaged the speed limiter. In P5, Nikodem Wisniewski is pitted. He comes out now in P6 for Sport Poland. And, well, must be said, not having the best race in the Polish outfit, but with a healthy lead in the championship, things are going well enough for them. They will likely be the favourites going into Le Mans. I'll do the maths, obviously, for that if I can get the point system up, but I don't know for certain. But lap 100 has been passed for a lot of cars now. Stephen Bailey on lap 102 in all this. But it looks like this Code 80 is actually going to continue through the halfway point of this race. Because Gert James is just in the pits now. So he's going to pull into his pit box and get that rear wing fixed. It's going to take quite a while, but nonetheless, halfway through the race almost. Oh, we're going to race in 30 seconds. So there you go. That will answer that question then. 30 seconds it will be until the race resumes and get back racing again. Stephen Bailey will have work to do. Get that car back on the road. Everyone else will be trying to catch up. And we're going to green in 10 seconds now. So just waiting for the green flag to drop. It's a green flag as we pass minute number 180, and we are racing once again. Halfway through, and it's a restart. Effectively, we've been through a Code 80, now we are not longer in a Code 80. Adam Hodgkinson has jumped into number 7, Doug Henson Racing, Audi R18, and that will be a 4th place start for Adam Hodgkinson. Alberto Pastorotto will not overtake, he's not close enough, but Stephen Bailey still leading proceedings as we go on to lap 103. Well, he's on lap 103. Martin Furman stops lap 102. We're racing again. Casper Collegiate in the pits. Dragos Harbour in the pits as well for the Talking Door car. So Lorenzo's spectating, but he's also in the booth with us. Maybe you'll know what's going on here, Lorenzo.
Right now Tobias is driving. I'm just watching, if I can watch, of course, how the race goes. I was watching by the broadcast. I was doing basically spotter on the broadcast while you guys were broadcasting, but I'm not driving. It's going to be Tobias Reuner.
Well, fair enough then, Lorenzo. Tobias Rona is going to be driving that Talking Dog car. Confirmation from the person responsible for the team himself, or at least part of the team. You know, it's having people with the team and who know what's going on. So I think it's a really good insight. And, well, yep, you're fine to spectate if you're commentating, so you can stay with us. Good having you. You know, it's nice having people with us to commentate.
Oh yeah, most definitely. You know, these kind of races, you know, they kind of get like dragging in and everything. But for now, this is my first broadcast in a long time for endurance races. I've done broadcasts for race department, and it's good to know. It's good to see like this sim racing expanding and having a lot of fun and trying to be the most light but still most entertaining broadcast you can actually do.
Yes, James Johnson is in the pits as well, former AMP-class leader for Ford Bull Racing. He pits now in what they call the pocket rock of that BMW, and no wonder it's been so good this race. He's in P21 at the moment, and looking at it, they actually are leading your car by a lap. So you're not leading GT Pro, GTM, sorry, but you are second in GTM. Third even at the moment to Daniel Maybach for Dark Racing as well, but not leading anymore necessarily. But James Johnson's in the pits. Tobias is left the pits. He is driving. Chance he will get it back then, but you know there's always hope for the future, isn't there?
And I think one thing we were talking right about our racing when Dragos was driving is that he got hit. I think I don't know who hit him. It was a P1 car. He hit him right in the back. We had some rear end damage, so we did the repairs while driving. And for now, we're just trying to be consistent, try to get the car home. I don't know. I believe we probably Tobias is going to do a single stint. Try to save that tire when I get in and drive.
Yep, indeed. We have a driver change at Ford Bull. Dawei Tapa enters the car. And I'm sure Dawei can do a lot in that BMW as well as what James Johnson has. We've got Mathieu de Crop in for Kyushu Motorsports, P15. Whether he's taken damage or not, I don't know. But yes, he has taken damage. He's lost his front bumper. That's why he's in the pits then. But yes, must be said, very well timed Code 80 pit stop from the Doug Henson number 7 team. They essentially got a free pit stop in there. And a free driver change. They did very well, and Hodgkinson has jumped quite a bit ahead. He's in P4 and chasing down further positions. But to show you how good Doug Henson are doing as an outfit this race, it is a Doug Henson Racing 1-3-4.
Yeah, and I think down the line when you see it, I think they might have still got what, like 2 hours and 30 minutes coming up. 2 hours and 30 minutes. They've been doing like a really good pace all throughout the race. They were in the P1s. They were the ones that actually managed to keep the clean most, avoid any damages or incidents. So I think down the line they can get actually a 1, 2, 3, no problem. But it depends on the drivers, and their drivers are really good. They are fast. They are consistent. Well, everything can happen.
Anything can happen, and usually it does in endurance racing. That's the thing. You know, you can get anything going on in these races. Code 80s, crashes, pit stops, driver changes.
All kinds of shenanigans.
Oh yeah, that so sounds like something I would say. All kinds of shenanigans. I think I found my perfect co-commentator right here. I think we're going to get along very well. So yes, all kinds of shenanigans going on in an endurance race. You know, it's just that sort of thing. It's why I love it so much. You never know what's going to happen in an endurance race. And speaking of it, never knowing what's going to happen, you don't want to miss the 24 Hours of Le Mans in a month's time. That is most certainly going to be a corker of an endurance race. I'll be here. James Kirk should hopefully be here. We'll have all sorts of people. And if you would like to get involved in that commentary help as well, we will need all the help we can get over the 24 hours. So do feel free to volunteer to be a commentator if you want to add your technical input, or just talk about what's going on track if you'd like to be a fully fledged co-commentator for that race. do get in touch with Mr. James Kirk, the head of broadcast here at VEC, and, well, I'm sure you'll find a place for you, because it's such a big race, and it's such a team effort.
Oh my god. We got a almost a big crash coming up on the hairpin.
There's this.
Rennes Janssens, like, he just
Yes.
turned down, I think he spun on the entry of the curve. Almost made a big mess, like all cars going left and right.
Yes, that was close. Rennes Janssens almost having a do there, but luckily gets out of it. He's going once again. Matthew de Crop has retired from the race with suspension problems, and that is the end of the race for Kyushu Motorsport, unfortunately. That will not help the team at all. That is I do believe they are the second retirement of the race. Only the second, though, with half the race gone. Very impressive. We still have 36 runners and riders.
Oh yeah, I was talking to my guys in the team. Like, I'm really impressed that we didn't see any guys like. Normally in endurance races, like down the line, especially after the 2 hours, I said all kinds of shenanigans can happen. Like, you can actually like overdrive a curve and then hit the wall and go off, have suspension damage. When Sam McDonald had the crash, like the car was totally destroyed. I thought, wow, he might not be able to make it back, but he did. And two incidents so far, like it's really good, like looking really good, like so clean and consistent all along. It's really good to see only 2 incidents in the 6-hour race.
Yeah, I mean, it's great to see less incidents in general. You know, it's to have 36 out of 38 still running is a fantastic record. It shows just how respectful the car drivers are of each other and how prestigious, you know, how seriously they take it. And it shows the quality of the field, doesn't it? And even in Room 2, we've still got a lot of runners and riders left, and the quality there is just as good, even though it's not being commentated on. It's being broadcasted. It's not commentated on, I don't think. So, obviously, you've got the comms team on this one, and then Room 2, which is not being commentated, but still broadcasted nonetheless. You are getting a broadcast and a feed, and it shows just how much work goes into this series. You know, it's got such a backing behind it, and none of that would be possible without our league admin, Jimmy Allison, as well. We have another guest, Adrian Lorenzo. Lorenzo, of course, being the co-commentator, but I'd like to welcome Mr. James Johnson to the booth, and we've got another one, 2 for the price of 1 here, ladies and gentlemen. We're also joined by Jonas Howard.
Oh, we got a party up in here.
How's it going, guys?
Yeah, it's become a party. That's exactly what's happened.
Excellent.
So, yes, we'll start with James, because James was first, but I've just seen you do your stint in the Bod Ball BMW, and you've left that in the hands of Dawe Tapper, who is currently leading TT Pro TTR.
Wow, I wasn't expecting that. That code 80 came right, just right, basically. But we at the last second when Dragos went into the pits, we decided to go around for another go and see if we can, hopefully the green flag would come out and we can take advantage of it.
Oh dear. Daniele Pizzo was removed from the game. Server is not receiving updates from clients. That is not good for Scuderia GT Italia.
I was gonna mention that could damage them quite a lot down the line in this race, and he was doing actually quite well. To be quite honest.
Sam McDonald's had an off at turn 1. Luckily, no damage has been done to that Revolution car, but he's 35th, and now he's gonna have to let all these cars through. While I'm in there, I'm gonna go back and have a look. McDonald's comes down the front straight, the front straight, and he has to brake to miss the Scuderia GT Italia prototype. Yeah, it hasn't caused any damage to the car. No need for a code 80 or anything, but all is going well in that not going well in that Revolution, but there are no damage. It's very lucky to escape damage there, must be said.
Oh yeah, like over braking that car, losing the grip on turn 1 is dangerous. I've done like several times in practice. Who doesn't do it? Like, at least you do it once. So it's very dangerous because if you lose in the wrong spot while braking, it's very easy to go off on that wall and get some bad damage.
Yes, well, just to go back to James, because we do have him as a guest, Dawe Tapper is just going to start his 94th lap, and Daniel Maybach is coming through the Hatzenbeck's Bogen, so a good while between the 2 cars. On the same lap, though, so if Dawe were to pit and the gap would remain the same, he would lose GT Arm and lead, but to be leading GT Arm in the BMW, especially, it's not the strongest car in the field. But it's still a achievement.
It is the prettiest car in the field.
It is prettiest car, and it sounds the best.
It
as
is.
well.
It is good looking.
But no, we've just been doing our own race, just trying to keep ourselves trying to keep ourselves out of trouble, and just keep lapping. Basically, that's how you win the race. That's how we've won it before. So we're just putting the same plan as we put in before.
Speaking of Daniel, my back
seems
is
to,
just my back is just pitted actually, so that gives Dowie a bit of a relief breather there as it comes into the. It's going to be coming into the Dunlop Kara.
I think we had a bit of an advantage on pits.
Yeah, well, it's always going to have an advantage, and yeah, you're making good use of it. You're set to get Road Ball win in GTM in Room 1, which is pretty much as good as it gets with GTM. Will you be thinking of GT Pro next season then?
I don't know. I haven't really thought that far ahead, to be honest.
Right, want to ask your boss then.
But that's not really a thing for me. That's more for the head honchos, basically.
Yeah, of course, 1-4 management, the one's going to be sorting that out, and well, I think now is a good time to go to Dragos. Obviously, you are one of the Talking Door Racing drivers as well. I saw you at the start of the race, you were driving the car then. Currently, I'm just looking, Tobias Rona in that car at the moment, and
That's
he's
right.
third in class.
Yeah, we had a bit of a hiccup at the pits because we put the car to get repaired. We actually got blindsided by one of the P1 cars going into turn 2, which was really upsetting. They dive bombed, and we got some damage, but luckily it wasn't huge. I was still able to put in some really fast laps. I actually put in my fastest laps during with that damage, so it couldn't have been too bad. But going down the straights, I could definitely feel that the car was pulling to the left. And we also had an issue in repairing that damage. Initially, I wanted to repair it to see how long it would take, but then it turned out it would take way too long, so tried to cancel the repair. But unfortunately, right now, our effector still recognizes that you're still in the car, and it starts a countdown for you to, exit from the car. And that countdown was the timing was congruent with the previous repairs that were to be made, so I had to stick it in the pits and stay there. Otherwise, Tobias would have gotten control of the car, I don't know, mid-corner or something. That would have been fun.
Wow, that was it wouldn't have been very good, would it? So
No.
It's very unfortunate that happened, but nonetheless, it's you are still able to be running in P3 and GTM. Is still a fantastic thing to have.
Yeah, it was pretty fun following JJ for a while there.
Yeah, of course,
Oh boy, that was intense.
Yeah, chasing anyone's going to be a bit of a challenge. It keeps you on edge though when you've got someone. I personally, as a driver, from a driver's point of view, find it easier to be more consistent when I'm challenging someone ahead of us. Like if I've got a car in front of us and I'm driving, I can keep pace to them a lot easier than I could if there wasn't one ahead of us, because it gives us a target, something to fixate myself on. If I've got a car ahead of us, I can stay consistent and drive that. It's weird, but it's just how I work.
I guess it depends on the level of the driver in front of you as well, because sometimes, with JJ it's good. He's got really good pace, and the braking zones are similar, but when you don't know the driver that's ahead of you, it really kind of can screw up with your lap times. I had the privilege of being teammates with JJ for a while, quite a few years ago, and I still remember that he was pretty good back then too.
And that's nice. And by the way, I don't know if you're watching this, Josh, but take a look at the P9, 10, and 11. For the past two laps, Per Bernschmidt,
very good spot there, Lorenzo. There is a battle for what I believe to be second, third, and fourth in LMP2. Bernschmidt, Per Rockfist, and Christian Meyer, but mostly Ockfish and Smith, duking it out for the lead of LMP2. And they're on the same lap, unlike you two. I'll find out they're a lap between each other. This is for track position between the two cars here. It was going to be Sim HQ Motorsports versus Game Area 51. And I say second because Anthony Jans is a lap ahead of all of them, but Bert Schmidt here under threat from the car behind.
Yeah, and I think that car, the lapping car, was Daniele Poli. Oh, almost burned. That was dangerous. Watch out. And that traffic, I think, is paying the toll a little bit on those drivers because they are getting so close from one another, but that traffic is getting on their way, like, to get a good battle. But it's good to see that we, up in this time of the race, like, we're nearly 2 hours and a half, 4 hours, 3 hours and a half into this race. We're still getting battles, like, up late in the race. It's good to see, man. It's really fun.
It absolutely is, you know. It's great to see battles even so far into the race. And Bert Smith cuts the corner there a little bit. He's going to lose time because of that. So much of the Perocus has a really serious chance. Down the front straight into the Castrol S now. So Lars Brooklyn to lead the race earlier.
Yeah.
Similar manoeuvre. We have Nate Lumpson going through past these LP2s to lap them. And well, Lumpson is out of the way. Christian Meyer, Kentenholm is trying to leapfrog Oxfist and Schmidt by the looks of things. Both of these LP2s in chase of each other, both on the softest compound tire available. And it is just a pure duel between these two drivers at the moment.
Oh yeah, indeed. That's the best battle we got going right now. Really cool to see. They're going at it like every lap. And whenever there's a lapping car, they usually get out of the way. Like, I don't want to get involved in this. Like, if I get involved in this, I'm probably going to be famous and infamous at the same time. But one thing also to take note, Adam Hodgkinson was catching up slowly, but he was doing that on Nate Lumpson. But back to that position, 5th position, it's really good to see, like, they're going at it, even though with the P1 cars lapping them down, but they're still going at it ferociously.
I see Hodgkinson is, closing up on Lumpson there, both Doug Henson racing cars, so perhaps a bit of teamwork to be done between the two of them there. They'll obviously make such a decision between themselves as to what is the best move to be done. It's kind of difficult being a team manager. So I was when you got positions, things like that, do you let them fight or do you step in and say this is what needs to be happening, you know? Because ultimately, neither of these cars, the 7, I think, actually I don't know though, I'm going to check the standings before I say something stupid there. At present, the 7 car could qualify for Le Mans, but the 9 I don't think can. No, the 9 cannot qualify for Le Mans through 1. 7 can because they're in 5th place. So will the leader of Doug Henson Racing or the car leaders, will they be telling Nate Lumpson to get out of the way for Hodgkinson and secure more points for the number 7 car, or are they going to let them fight?
That is a good question. I don't know, Tragos, you're my teammate. What would you do? I'm delegating the question to him.
I actually wasn't following very well.
It's okay. I would let him fight, to be quite honest. That's the pure spirit of racing. But I would just say, like, please don't kill yourselves. Otherwise, they're gonna tap you both in the head.
Yeah, it's definitely true. If you're gonna let your teammates fight, you want to make sure that they don't lose too much time. If they're also, being chased by anybody else or anything like that. I know that. I mean, I always love the race. I always tell any of my teammates or people that I'm racing with that if you're gonna let me pass, that's just it's not fun. You gotta make it a challenge. So when it comes to that, yeah, I would let them race.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
James, what do you think?
I think they should just race. Get on with it. Whoever comes out on top. You know, anything can happen in the 24, and it usually does. And these things, if you lose points here, you gain a lot more points back at Le Mans. But it's down to the team. You don't want them crashing out, obviously. I would.
Well, it's fairly unanimous what the guys in the booth would do. They'd let them fight. I'm tempted to say the same, but the thing is, though, remember that the 3 and the 4, the 9 cannot qualify for room. They will be in room 2 for Le Mans. We will only see 2 Doug Henson cars in room 1 for Le Mans. So maybe it's more about getting the 4 as many points as possible and helping the overall challenge. To argue it the other way, but looking at the cars now, Lumpson has a gap of about 4 seconds to Hodgkinson. It may have increased slightly to 5 seconds, but Hodge nonetheless has a bit of work to do if he wants to get this P3. But to go back to the fight for P2 and LMP2, we have a change. Ockfist has overtaken Schmidt somewhere down the line, and as it stands, it is CMHQ in second. So I missed that.
I didn't watch the the fight go because I was watching Nate Adam on the curve doing the hairpin turn 7 hairpin. Really dangerous because the cars behind them, they were nearly stuck in a little train, outbraking each other. It almost caused a little bit of an accident. But it's good to see Per Offquist like really fast pace catching up right now. I don't know if he got the pace to actually reach Jans, and Jans is one lap above. But it's good to see he's catching up, and you never know. He's still got almost 2 hours and a half of racing. Like still a lot of shenanigans happening.
Yeah, well, we all know what Andy Jans can do when he gets out in front. He has just done so well, hasn't he? He's almost the star driver of Team Spirit Racing. Of course, all the drivers, equally important, but we've seen Jans run away with the lead so many times. He really is something else, the Frenchman, One of my personal favourite drivers on the grid, it must be said, just of how good he can do when he gets into the lead.
And most definitely, he's a really, really fast driver. But he's that, question mark kind of driver. He's fast, really fast. Whenever he's fast, something can happen. Like, you never know. You can sneeze and he's out, or he's on the pits. But it's good to see a good kind of driver, like, go fast, but, that unknown factor. And I think we got another DNF.
Oh, yes, we did. James Wilson has DNF. That is a straight DNF, though. The chance that the overstep driver can rejoin the race has not retired as such because of a problem, but that is a straight DNF, possibly a disconnection. But Ockfrish Schmidt has really started to, gap out now. There is about 2 or 3 seconds between them as the Texas driver's car of, that is, I'm trying to look actually, that is, who is it? It's Mariano Carlo and he's down in 16th, so something's happened to that Texas driver's car while I've been away. Oh yeah, we got a close fight as well, 13 and 14, not the only LMP2 battle. Ockfish Schmidt, Grau Oyala is fighting on as well. This will be, for what I believe is 7th or 8th in LMP2. Thank you very much, Jimmy Harson, spotting that. Tommy Oyala looks through the Castrol edge, but doesn't get it. Might get it on the cutback. Goes down the outside, becomes the inside, outside. Inside for Grau, but now Oyala's going to have the inside run through 3, and the thing has already gone and done it.
Nice
Tactical move there from Tommy Oyala. Moves the Magenta Warriors car up a position, and coming through into the forward curve. After this turn, he will have the advantageous line. He will have the advantageous line, rather.
Oh yeah, and the traffic too.
Yeah, but he is getting held up by this Revolution car slightly, although you move to the right now and get past it. So Oyala makes a place. Ockfish Smith has really started to peter out now. So let's look at Lux and Hodgkinson, because the two are a second within each other. And I'm interested to see what's going to happen here. Nathaniel Luxon's gap to Adam Hodgkinson has plummeted. And, well, you can see each other now quite clearly. There's only about a second or a second and a half between the two DHR P1s.
Oh,
right. The next car's on track to each other. Look at this. And look at this. Jans is right behind Hodgkinson as well. So if Luxon's going to let him through, he's got to make sure Jans does not get through. But we'll have to see what happens here. Hodgkinson, Luxon, this is the track position as well. It should be added. So it's going to be key. It's not like one's unlapping themselves on the other. Or one is behind you, in terms of laps. This is for track position. This is the key battle.
Oh yeah, and battle for the championship. And one other thing, James Wilson just reconnected and rejoined the race.
Good to see James Wilson back. I thought it was a straight DNF. That is indeed the case. Gap between Luxon and Hodgkinson now by eye appears to be 2 seconds. So Hodgkinson maybe doesn't have the pace to catch Luxon at present, but he's getting stuck in traffic as Nate, and the number 9 DHR is going to maybe find itself under pressure from the 7, its sister entry, very soon. Of course, that number 9 is the newest of the 3 DHR cars, only joined about halfway through the season, and, well, they've been able to field the third car. It shows how good DHR and organised they are as a team, you know. The 8 has been really the star attraction, but the 7 and 9 should not be forgotten by any means.
Oh, not at all. Not at all. They're very organized, as you said. Really good team. Probably one of the most organized teams I've seen around. It's good to see. They're going to get the 2 cars in Le Mans and how they're positioning themselves in this race. You never know. And also, that battle, if it is really important for the standing, I don't know if Le Mans is double points or no. If it is, well,
it's a 24-hour race, so it'll carry what the 24 hours of Spa should have carried. It's a 24 hours, so it will carry that many points. And of course, that will make the championship standings. I'll have to do my research on who's where after all this is completed itself. I don't know how many points Petersburg, Poland would need to take to guarantee themselves the title, but they won't do it in the situation they are in.
Right. So it's now more, well, it's the second to last race, so it's more, as you said, matters of points. So if you have to put the points in perspective, you indeed have to have a mindful, my headset. Oh, wait a minute, I think Adams is right on the black bone, the back of the, they got held up by traffic.
Again. Hodgkinson Lupson has closed him again. We're about half a second between the two. So this is a track position now. This is a series of points of interest. What is going to happen with these 2 DHR cars? Lupson's getting stuck in traffic a bit. Hodgkinson coming round. This is going to be an interesting one. It's P3, the battle for the final podium place. Hodgkinson round the outside, almost goes. We'll see what happens on the back straight here. Round through, Hudson gets Morgan. What's going to happen here? Lupson moves to lap. The team flatline prototype 2. Nothing happening just yet. It's going to be through Vidal 15 and the Coca-Cola curve where we see things happen. Maybe into the Castrol S as well.
Oh yeah, I
More
think the key
traffic
now.
As well. There is a GT car and it is a Fiat Sport Poland GT. Hodgkinson Lupson then. What's going to happen?
Oh, this curve is key. This curve is really key. Please don't kill each other. Please don't kill each other.
Oh, I doubt they will. I think they're quite
I really doubt too.
certain about knowing what's going to happen here, but I haven't seen Lupson just move over just yet. I think they are just going to let them fight.
Oh yeah, I think they will fight, and I feel bad for the team manager for doing this kind of decisions, but we gotta think it's the best for racing. See them go out, total war. But,
of note is the fact that Ogfist has just pitted, as has the Game Area 51 car. Patrick Barden in the car now. That will be a close fight in P2 because they've come out the pits at almost the same time. But of more interest is what's happening up here in P3. It is for a higher position. It's for 3rd overall in the race. So it's what we're going to be keeping our eyes on, although people may want to keep their eyes on that LMP2 battle as well.
Yeah, I'll keep an eye on the P2, but you want to keep an eye on the P1 battle, keep on the P2?
If you want to do that, Lorenzo, I absolutely say go for it.
Alright, I'll keep on the
if
P2
you're game
then.
for that, I'll let you do that.
Oh, and also, we got a 1-2-3 battle. Of course, Baden and Oyala is right on the back, so Oyala.
Oh yes, Oyala on the back of them all as well, so keep a note on that. Although I should say Lupson is starting to pull away now. The gap is increasing, so yeah, it's got to about a second now, or thereabouts. I think Lupson is the faster car here. So I am going to move down to this LMP2 battle since it's closer. Oyala versus Barden. Barden trying to catch up to Ogfist. This is for what will be ultimately, I think, even P4.
Yeah,
P4
and also
LMP2 this is for. Worth keeping an eye on. You know, it's a fight. Oyala versus Barden coming through.
And if they make a mistake, Matthias Grau is right on the back of their car. So if they make a mistake, he might see a little bit of hello.
Barden does make a mistake, and Oyala goes through into position. So a mistake from the Game Area 51 car, and that has cost them quite dearly, unfortunately. That is not going to win affairs at all. Tommy Oyala moves up in place, and now has a chance of Per Rockfist to catch up. But Per Rockfist himself is looking to catch Curtis Kenyon. Curtis Kenyon is quite away from Vincenzo Capella and Anthony Hands, but Oyala Barden, possibly the closest thing to a battle we have right now is Patrick Barden wants to catch right that up.
Oh yeah, and but I have a slight feeling that Oyala is doing a better pace than the other P2 cars, so I don't see him close with those guys doing the battle. I think he's gonna catch up Upquist really soon.
Yeah, the leader in, Stephen Bailey in for Doug Hansen Racing. Sorry to interrupt you there, but the leader has pitted. I don't see anyone ready to change. So likely Bailey will stay in the car here, but it's going to give Barton Furman a chance to one-lap himself and make ground up, although he probably won't take race lead in all this. Yep, he has unlapped himself. This won't be too long a stop to Bailey, but Martin Furman has to make the chance that he's been given count. And speaking of things counting, Adam Hodgkinson is counting down the time until he can catch Nathaniel Lumpson. I'll take the last lap he did. It was a 1:41, and Lumpson's last was a 40, so there's at least a second between them. But I know for a fact Hodgkinson is in that number 7 car until the end of this race. I've seen it in the comments from a senior member of DHR, I think. I'll just go back and cycle. I do believe Hodgkinson will be in the car for the rest of this race.
That is going to be interesting. We still got more than 2 hours, a little bit less than 2 hours and a half in race. So I can see one P1 driver being consistent and really good for triple stints. I think I don't know if he's going to triple stint or dual stint. I don't know. Triple stint. I think he got around right about the 3-hour mark. But I think if he managed to keep it clean with all that traffic and all those battles coming up really shortly, I think he got a good spot. Maybe even get a Nate Lupson, which is right on the backs, really close.
Well, someone who's not in a good spot is Patrick Barden. He's just had to let Stephen Bailey through after he's gone out the pits there. That is not going to help his charge towards Tommy Oyala. Ogfist Kenyon, obviously, maybe a battle in if Per can catch up. But nonetheless, it should be said that Bailey is obviously no longer a lap ahead of everyone. Martin Furman is no longer lapped. He is on the same lap as Stephen Bailey, on the lead lap even. And Lupson Hodgkinson is caught right back under each other. They're within a second again. So Lupson's last lap there, a 48, and Hodgkinson's, let me check what Adam has just done, a 40 dead. So maybe a bit inconsistent in terms of lap time, but he has gained again.
That's right. All right. So we got a battle going on really shortly. And I think the reason why Lupson was held up is because of the lap traffic. And it still got more traffic. Like that traffic, especially those after the first sector, is a killer. Like if you're caught up in a fast car over there, you're basically a dead target.
Yeah, and look how close it is now with all this traffic as well. Hodgkinson's got to negotiate all this. I'm going to be taking over the camera job as well. Thanks to Jimmy Allison for doing cameras so far. And, well, I'll be taking that over now, so apologies if I don't catch all the action. I'm going to do this and lead comms. Not easy.
Oh, you got it.
But I've got it. I can Iron Man this, so just watch me. Anyway, so we're looking at Lupson right now in P3. Nate Lupson versus Adam Hodgkinson. It's pulled away again. What's happened is Hodgkinson has dropped off again.
Yeah, but right now the gap is actually tightening up a little bit. I think I have a little bit of a logic. It's a small and probably weird nonsense logic. I think they're not fighting each other right now, even though without that traffic, they're trying to see a little bit of push up. You push up, I'll push up, and try to see who gets the better pace so we can actually get second place. I know they're a lap down, but it's still doable. It's still a doable fight. You still got more than 2 hours to go, so let's try to push our best, try to actually have a really similar pace and try to reach out from Martin Furman, because right now, on the laps, they're a little bit slower than Furman, They're not that fast, but I think it's still doable. It's still a doable margin.
Yeah, maybe working together in that sense. You know, we have seen it before where drivers, even from other disciplines of racing, drivers who aren't even on the same team can work together to get back up front. You know, it's something that it's weird. It's a weird thing that can happen in endurance races. And well, you know, it happens sometimes. But these are teammates; they'll be pushing each other almost to get back up to the front.
Oh yeah, most indeed. And also we got a battle from my teammate is actually battling right now. Tobias Reuner and Yidif is Lucille. I'll get that name right one day or another. But right now they're battling for positions in the GTAM class.
Yeah, indeed. GTAM is currently being tackled. I'm going to go there actually because, well, what else do I do? Well, David Berenek's in the pits with apparent looking like no rear wing or no front wing either. You know, that RGPL car is damaged, and Gregory Bula in the pits as well. But if I can find out where we're going for GTAM, where are we going again?
And oh my God, I just looked at Berenek's car, like it's heavily damaged. Front wings off.
Luckily, he's
front
in the
bumpers
pits
off,
though, so
wings off.
he's already in the pits, so no need to do anything about that apart from fix the car up. We're still obviously looking at Nate Lumpson in P3 in all this. So we have a oh, look at this. Handily enough, we have Casper College agent with us. Hello, Casper.
Hello.
Casper.
Casper, you know how to do cameras for this, don't you?
Yes, but I
Could you do it for us? Because I'm struggling.
I can try, yes.
You did a good enough job the last time I left it to you. You know,
I tried.
So I'll give the thingy to you. Don't give that to anyone else.
I know.
You've saved me a job there, Casper. Thank you very much.
Yes, I can only be here for about half an hour to an hour, just in case.
Well, it's half an hour of cameras then that I'm saved doing. And
quality cameras.
It's saved the public from not having as bad a camera job because I'm not very good at doing this.
I'm probably not so
Neither am I.
Well, it must be said, Casper, it's a good thing we'll have you here. You're our Magenta Warriors driver for that LMP2, which is currently being driven by Tommy Oyala.
Yes, he's doing an incredible job. Just a bit unlucky in the first stint, and I just basically took the car for 2 stints and took it safe and was a bit slow, but I did my job. Basically.
Indeed. Well, you can only do what you can do, but what you do is very good. You know, you're doing a fantastic job. You have done a fantastic job. You'll be doing a great job on cameras, I am sure.
Hopefully.
But nonetheless,
there's also a possible battle brewing in GT Pro.
Oh yes, let's go have a look at that if there's a battle brewing.
It's Tom Schenkels and Cito Veli. I probably butchered this name, but Cito
Vaya.
Vaya.
Vaya, how do you pronounce that? Answers on the postcard, please.
Vaya.
But yes.
Vaya, man.
Fight for the second place. They're about within a second, so this should be pretty interesting.
Yeah, Vaya Schenkels then brewing a little bit of a battle going on. Things happening.
There are quite a lot of cars close by, which is pretty much unlike the previous couple of races. Although, again, what I'm seeing is that the gaps in P2 are a lot closer than in most other classes, which seems to be a theme of this season.
Yeah. Stephen Bailey having traffic trouble at the front. That is Anthony Jans he's trying to overtake. Luckily, he's got it done, so we can continue to look at this battle between Schenkels and Cito Vajja, the P18, and what I believe to be a significant position in GT Pro.
I think second place, as Casper just said, and really soon, if this keeps going, we might reignite the battle on the P2s too.
Yes, indeed, we got all of the battles all of a sudden. We got Schenkels and Vajja battling in P2. We got, all of the fights really. It's starting to heat up now, isn't it? It's starting to get spicy with 220 minutes to go, 220 minutes gone, and 140 minutes to go.
Lead 4th to 6th in P2 is only about less than 4 seconds apart, so that's interesting.
And they got no traffic, barely no traffic.
Yeah, indeed. Curtis Kenyon obviously still leading Oxford and Oyala and Barden and Grau and all the other cars as well, should be said. Yeah, but about 140 minutes to go. That translates to 2 hours and 20 minutes for those of you not versed in minutes timing. And that means it's 1 hour and 20 till the power hour, so, you know, the fun bit of the broadcast.
Yep, always the fun bit. Although typically there aren't that many things happening. It's kind of funny.
It's irony.
It's a power hour that there isn't that much happening.
Yeah, it's a bit of an ironic statement, isn't it? But you are a regular within the power hour, Casper. I don't know whether you'll be driving this time, but...
Unlikely, unless there's something happening.
So, well, a chance we will have you again. You'll become a regular once more.
Possibly,
Absolutely.
Yes. No, I
and
think
also, battle for P2 is starting to brew up a little bit. Curtis Kenyon and Par Ogfus like approaching really quickly. Ogfus like gained so much time in turn 1.
I think Kenyon and Ogfus. This is worth looking at, Casper. This is the battle within P2. Per Ogfus and Curtis Kenyon. DR Motorsports versus SimHQ Motorsports. We just talked with Curtis actually before. Very knowledgeable in common speed and also quite nifty behind the wheel of that prototype.
It seems like there are a lot of reasonably fast drivers in P2, and then there are a couple who are really, really quick. I've heard you say that Anthony Ans is incredibly quick, and he is. I think there's maybe only one person who can match him, and it's Oscar, who can't drive here today, unluckily.
He's in Scotland, if I'm not mistaken, or he's abroad. I'm talking about Jans. He's pinning.
Anthony Jans, yes, well spotted in the pit. LMP2 leader. Vincenzo Capella may get a chance to lap him, but Jans has got such a gap, it probably won't make much of a difference. In comes Anthony Jans then. I can see Simon Pirard waiting in the server to probably get into that Team Spirit car. So his French compatriot will jump in and we will see what Pirard can do in that prototype. Jans has driven it to perfection almost. And now it's going to be Simon's turn. We have a driver change. It's going to be a GT Talliers on a P1. It is Luca Radiali in. That has not changed.
And we're having Ogfist and who is it? Kenyon that are incredibly close to each other.
Oh, yeah, Ogfist and Kenyon. Oyala pits, but this is a battle now for LMP2 position. Per Ogfist, Curtis Kenyon. Gonna be an interesting fight by the looks of things.
And folks, I'm gonna have to step out. I'm probably gonna have to wrap up for my race. It was good commentating with you all. And I'm just gonna check out and see if my driver swap is needed really soon.
Okay, well, It's been lovely having you with us nonetheless, Lorenzo. Thanks super much for joining us. I would love to have you again for Le Mans if it's possible, because you've been so good.
Easy, that will.
You have really been a fantastic co-commentator. You've been keeping an eye on the track when I've not been. And thank you ever so much for joining us, and well, good luck for the rest of your race.
It's been a pleasure. Everybody have good luck. Good race for everybody. And let's still keep playing as it is right now.
Yeah, luckily the race will hopefully be as clean as it has been again. Massive thank you to Lorenzo. And well, with that, it's just me and Casper.
Yes. That seems reminiscent of Turkey.
Yes, well, I remember this, don't I? Yes. Simon Pirard in the Team Spirit Racing prototype then. Vincenzo Capella behind the prototype is indeed in the other LMP2 entry for GT Talia. He is in.
Oh wow, we had 3 wide going through a chicane. That's... Oh wow, Ogfist has been crashed.
Oh dear.
By Kenyon,
Ogfist is, what's happened there? Ogfist has got no front bumper and he's missed the pits.
Oh no.
So he's going to be trailing around this track with no front bumper. That is a massive front downforce reduction. He will be getting understeer like crazy. If it was oversteer, it'd be worse, man.
That is insane. So basically what happened, and I've only seen the stream as that's the only way I can see what's happening at the moment. Basically what happened was Kenyon, Ogfist, and the GT Italia P1 car were side by side going into all 3 wide into the NGK chicane, and basically Kenyon has slightly turned to the right, I think, and well, let's say that the Ogfist went straight into a wall through the grass. So
Yeah, Ogfist going around the track still with that no front bumper. He's not causing any problems though, should be said. He's going about it in a very safe way, and that is commendable.
I think for the most part, if you lose a front bumper in a P2, it's not as dangerous. Just if you keep it off the racing line, you're just a bit slower, but in general, you're gonna not cause a code 80, like as if, for example, you lost your rear wing and your front bumper, or you lost a wheel or something.
Even just losing the rear wing could probably be enough because of the downforce difference, but, you know, he is going at a fair enough speed, I think, Pert. He's not being dangerous. No need for a code 80, to be honest. He's doing well enough.
Indeed.
And it's good to not say a code 80 every 15 seconds, you know?
Yeah, I had to endure 2 during my stint, so...
Yeah, I can see in all this, Pomelis, Machunas in the waiting area for drivers will be stepping in for Nate Luxon soon. You'd imagine this will give Adam Hodgkinson control of that third spot for DHR. And
I think by now we can move back to the Schenkel's. I'm not even gonna try to pronounce that name.
Yeah, Schenkel's Vijay battle most certainly can be moved back to. That is a certainty. Tom Schenkel's then for SLVN going to be chasing down Cedo Vijay in that car, the overstep car, I believe. And
yes.
We'll be chasing them down at a rate of knots. Will the Dutchman on the car ahead? And Tom Schenkel's now, but most certainly. Oh, hang on a minute. Well, we've got Lorenzo back with us.
Hello, I'm back.
Hello.
You are back, yes. Hello, welcome back, Lorenzo. So, cold commentary duties have been resumed then. I didn't have to go without a cold commentator for that long, did I?
I've been watching the broadcast. I pretty much just got nailed down.
Yeah, you know, it's all as well in the TDR camp then, evidently. We have a couple of in Office and Kenyon, both in the pits.
By the way, there was a
P2 spinning in NGK chicane from what I've seen. It looked like the Game Area 51 car, but I'm not entirely sure.
I will check who that was then. If it was the Game Area car, they've got no damage, so that's lucky.
No, I think it was just a spin. He was on the outside.
Yeah, Martin Thurman in the pits now, so Stephen Bailey looking set to take a lap on everyone once again. By the looks of it. And that should probably be the case for Stephen Bailey, retaking the lap on everyone that he had before. Nikolai Wisniewski dropping a place to look around the alley. Get Gregory Bular nowhere near enough as Wisniewski exits. And, well, I think we're going to have Lorenzo with us for one more hour now, luckily enough, so that is going to be very lucky.
Yeah, I was starting to stretch it up, then I talked to Tobias, like, I'm comfortable, you got this.
Yeah, well, if he's got it then, and they've got it, well, as long as you can help out, well, it's good having you here, you know, obviously your team needs to come first, as would any team manager or driver's needs, but nonetheless, Stephen Bailey relaps Martin Thurman, has a lap on everyone once again. He's in that position where he's a lap ahead of everyone.
And the story repeating itself.
Touch wood. This is going to be finally a good DHR race. Also, there was a P1, I think, Revolution Racing spinning in turn, what was it, 13 or something?
Yeah, that would be the case. This is a long stop for Thurman. And this, because there's a driver change. Henning Vollant in the car for 3 wides.
Oh, yes.
He is out of the pits now, exiting the pit lane. Nate Lutzen will not be close enough to make an overtake, but it has dropped them quite a bit of time, but still, P2 is super impressive given what happened at the start.
Indeed, like, both Henrik and Martin are both fast drivers. They both have the same pace. Is it going to be enough to beat Stephen in his monstrous pace around this track? I highly doubt it, but still more than 2 hours to go. As I said, shenanigans can happen.
It can indeed, it can indeed. There are 130 minutes left to go, just over 2 hours left in this race, and I'm going to be here for all of them, luckily. A shame we haven't had a James Kirk this race. He's run into technical issue after technical issue, and unfortunately we will not have in this race. Oh, Stephen Bailey makes a very rare little cut of that thingy there. It's not like for us to see him make such mistakes.
The mistake show is happening. Not actually.
Yeah, it's not like Bailey makes mistakes. He's a very consistent, solid driver for the most part. We have commented on that a lot this season, but everyone makes a mistake every now and then, but it's rare for Bailey to do so.
And actually, that kind of mistake is not actually a really huge mistake compared to the mistake they done in Sebring race. Well, it wasn't Stephen who done it, but that kind of mistake, you know, it's more like not the best error you want to make, but sometimes even in real racing it happens.
Yeah, I don't think Lewis McGlade would like to remember that mistake.
No, especially that he did it
Moving
twice.
on very rapidly from that though, Per Rockfist is still in the pit from that damage because the new damage model, it takes so long to repair damage now, doesn't it? Because they've updated now.
Yeah.
Curtis Kenyon is just gaining lap upon lap upon lap on him. That is just what he's doing. As Nate looks in. This will allow Hodgkinson. Hold on, look at that. Hodgkinson's in too. As well, I think we're about to go to an ad break now, actually. So when we return, we'll have more action from the Virtual Endurance Championship. 6 hours of Nurburgring. Stay tuned.
There are your champions for World Sport Series 2015. Walk
Racing certainly always walked it this weekend.
Wide shut, but they know, buried alive by the lies in they soul. They stride of a blind man's stroll. Well, for whom does the next bell toll? This a long time coming like a comet pass. Got them all fired up from the rocket blast. And if I fall on my sword, turn my bone to ash. Let it clog up the sand in that hourglass. We in the title fight, blow for a blow. And you can reap the benefit of what I have to show. Cause I'm about that worth of which you don't appear to know. So you can take the scene while I take over the show. that recognition, oh, there goes that guy. But if you do decide that you were gonna play that hand and try, just think before you act, because your actions don't rhyme.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the 6 Hours of Nurburgring here at the Virtual Endurance Championship, brought to you by Smith Incorporated of Factor 2, Walk Racing and Sim Steering by Leo Bodner. We are 236 minutes out of the 360 in this race, and at present, Stephen Bailey for Doug Henson Racing is leading proceedings, and it's heading Vollet a full lap down for 3 Wide Motorsport, who is then the next car in LMP1 on track. And it's Pavlos Mashunas, Adam Hodgkinson, Luca Radelli, all in the top 5 overall. I'm Joshua Anderson. I've been here for a bit now, and I'll be taking you through the end of the race, of course. And joining me in the booth right now are both Casper Kolodzic and Lorenzo Bonda, who have been here for a while and are going to be helping me keep an eye on the track, especially Lorenzo, because you're effectively my co-commentator.
Oh, thank you. I'm flattered.
That's lovely. Although, again, I will have to leave in a couple minutes, and I'll be back for the power hour.
Yeah, Casper with us as well has been very kindly doing cameras, which I'll have to take over because he's leaving. And
Yes, I haven't done that much now, so.
yeah, you've done a good job, though, haven't you, Casper? You have. I'm telling you have. I'm the commentator.
Thank you. Well, yeah, so I may actually take my leave and come back here later, and hopefully, everything is still going to be going hunky-dory, so.
Hopefully it will be, yes. Things will be going okay by the looks of things. And that will be the case, and well, Casper's gone. So that ends that then. I'll be doing cameras now. And prepare yourselves for a very shoddy job, because I find it very difficult to do cameras and need commentary.
As I said, I got this.
Yeah, we've got this. We do. If anything ever was to be got, we have it. You know, it's one of the, it's just, yeah, that's right, we've got it. So, speaking of things being got,
put the energy in.
yeah, energy! Speaking of things being got, Nikolai Wisniewski has got to catch Luca Radiani to get more points for Funisport Poland at this race. The Polish outfit not having a very good race. They're in 6th, which is comparatively bad. It's not a bad result, but comparatively bad for how well they've done this season.
Yeah, and if I'm not mistaken, Koba was driving that car, and he had those massive injuries. You can correct me if I'm wrong, of course. So he had those the car damages in the front twice. That hurt them a lot in the race. They could be far front, but it's good to see them still in battling positions.
It is, yes. It's good to see them still up there with it, so to speak, in P6. And we got the likes of the others as well in all this. I'm looking for anything that's happening on track, really, because...
Me too.
Yeah, both of us said we've got 2 eyes on the track. Well, 2 sets of 2 makes 4. And... well... I'm looking at, when we're talking about the 2 Doug Henson Racing cars before, within the commercial break, they have both pitted. Pavlos Mashunas has jumped into the number 9 car there, and he's gained significant ground on Adam Hodgkinson. Looking at the last few laps, Hodgkinson has done a 40.6 and a 41.1. Mashunas, on the other hand, has done a 39.6 and a 40.5, so for Hodgkinson, maybe he's not as quick as his teammate and won't be overtaking anymore as Nicky Jakovic hits for Team Virus.
Oh yeah, I don't know. Nicky has been driving the Team Virus car for quite a while. I don't know if he's going to get a driver switch. He's switching tires, if I'm not mistaken. That could be really wrong from my perspective.
Jakovic has gone on to the hardest compound in all this, so interesting to see that. Rhinus Janssens is in without a front left. Now, how did that happen, and how long has he been going like that for?
For quite a while. He also had a damaged front.
Yeah, but he's in the pits, so no damage done now, at least. Yeah, Djakovic in all this. I'm looking for any battles that we have, and we don't seem to have any at the moment, unfortunately. It's a shame because we like battles on track. It's all become everyone's found a point on track, and they're sticking with it, you know.
Oh yeah, that's a little bit sad. That's part of racing, you know. The pace of the drivers take a little bit more effect. The distance enlarges much more during the race. So right now we got Patrick Bott in the pits. That might be the upcoming Brewing battle if Tommy comes actually right in the back bumper of Bott.
Yep, Oyala will have some catching up to do. Federico Suave has gone through, so we could see Oyala, who we are going to go to, could see him become involved in some sort of battle. No, Barden's come out now, so unless Oyala pulls a real quick little maneuver here, he's not going to find himself very close very quickly.
Yeah, and as I said, the driver switch happened. Goran Dorjevic is actually driving out the T-Virus car. Nicky Dakovic is out.
Oh, hang on a minute. Adam Hodgkinson has actually apparently spun and lost time at T6, but no damage. He is now quite far behind. Sorry we missed that. It's very difficult with just 4 eyes on the screen and on the track. So just us two on the track. It's very difficult to pick up everything. So apologies for that, but you know, the more eyes on the track we have, the better. So if you'd like to come and help us out, please do feel free to. That wasn't intended as a jab to anyone, of course, just a general suggestion that we do like all the help we can get. You know, but nonetheless, Hodgkinson has dropped quite a bit of time now to Machinist, so that is going to kill that. Bailey, though, still charging on, soldiering on down at the front. We're still looking at Tommy Oyala at the moment, I think. But I can't find anything that's going on, so Tito via Tomasz Engels has got petered out as well. Goran Djordjevic has come in. The car, 14 Virus, he is currently lapping around. And we have Matt Sentel in the pits from Revolution Racing. Reines Janssen still in the pits. This is taking a long time to fix this damage. Not what they wanted at all.
Yeah. Yeah, but I think that damage could be not only tires, but something in the suspensions or engine too. Like it could be taking a long time in that pit.
Well, with the modified damage one, it does, doesn't it? That's
yeah,
just
like one slight damage is already enough to put you like almost half hour in the pits. So best avoid damage at the best way possible. Otherwise, you're basically screwed.
Yeah, gotta avoid that damage. Damage is, ever since we introduced that new model, it has really made life a lot more difficult when you get damaged. Because it takes so much longer to fix it, it can really play havoc with your race, you know? And I would not like to be in a car which was damaged that much.
Oh yeah, and especially in a 6-hour race, like, there's always that factor, oh, there is there, but there's still 2 hours left in the race. But even the slightest damage can actually take a toll, especially in these short races, so to speak. If there wasn't a 24 race, it still would be back in contention because it's a 24 or 12-hour race. But these short races, the best thing you can do is avoid damage. Otherwise, you're gonna have to rethink your whole game plan.
It's kind of a paradox, really, because you have to be more careful in the 6s, but you can afford to push more in the 24s, where you usually have to be less aggressive, and it's the 6s where you push it. So it's kind of reversed the situation.
By the way, I was looking at the commentary for the broadcast. Apparently, Adam Hodgkinson, he spin.
Yeah, we covered
no
that.
Damage.
We covered that. That's why he's struggling with a timing machinist, which is what we missed. So that already happened quite a bit ago, actually. But yeah, still things going on. Matthias Grau in the pits. Patrick Barden joins him. Tommy O'Yarligan, who I think is still looking at, has a chance to make some overtakes. Now, Barden has just come in not long ago, and he's in the pits again.
Oh yeah,
Matthias
what could have
Grau is
happened?
going to be close to Oyala. But what's wrong with Barnum's car?
That turn 1 is going to be decisive, or not that much, but they're going to be close to one another. I think right about a 2-second difference, but still going to be a good battle. Probably moving up really soon since Oyala's speed is really quick around this track.
Yeah, Tommy Oyala now going to be chasing Matthias Grau in all this. It's the closest thing to a man we've got on track right now, so we're going to go for it. That's what we're going to look at. Indeed, that is our visual thing at the moment. Tommy Oyala going to get lapped by P1. That is Stephen Bailey of all people. And, well, the gap to Matthias Grau as it stands, oh, well, Oyala's a lap back anyway, so it's not even a battle. Oh, no. It's like, seriously. The one time we think we have a battle, it turns out they were lapped within each other.
That is a shame, man. That is a shame, but also you want to keep your head up on Tobias Reuner, my teammate, and Adam Taylor. Tobias pitted, but Adam got a really good pace, I think, in this last laps. I think he's reaching Tobias slowly, but we never know. So Tobias is a fast racer.
Here we
Could
do,
be something be happening.
Bias, very quick, of course. We are looking at Adam Taylor now, but realistically, we should be looking at a Revolution Racing car because we have Ed Trevelyan Johnson with us.
Yeah, I thought I'd snipe the the cameras briefly on our car.
Thank you, Ed. Oh, you see, people love to make my life easy. That's why I love them. Yeah. Always willing to help the young Geordie Ed. There you go. There indeed is how you do cameras, Mr. Trevelyan Johnson. And I love it. I love this place. Honestly, people are so willing to help out, and it just warms my heart. Really, it does. I can sit back and enjoy my beer without having to worry about who I'm going to look at. Of course, in the interests of, well, general thinginess, I should advise you should not do commentary and drink. This is alcohol-free beer, so as it always is with me.
Very dangerous.
But do you get the placebo?
Oh yes, good idea. Yeah, I know it's urging our alcohol-free isotonic beer. So.
Are we heading into the food and beverage segment of this broadcast?
Oh, I think
we can always go that way. By the way, you wanted something? Hey, Josh, you wanted something? P12 and P13.
Oh yes, we do have something fantastic spot from Lorenzo. Curtis Kenyon is called up to Ben Schmidt. That is going to be a good one here. A battle within Le Mans Prototype Class 2. All the Orica 05 is going to be going at it. And these two, especially Kenyon and Schmidt. It was the reverse of what we saw earlier, actually. Almost, but it was per office there. So now Curtis is attacking rather than defending.
Sorry, I've just seen you've given me the cameras and I'm trying to catch up.
Yeah, that's fine. It's fine. Take as long as you like. We're looking at Curtis Kenyon now in P13 overall in the DR Motorsports LMP2, giving chase to Ben Schmidt in the Game Area 51 car. Casper commentating in the comments, I'm having some pancakes and we're talking about food now. Yes, let's talk about food. Why not?
I saw someone want to talk about
because there's a
pancakes.
race.
We need a topic of conversation somehow.
Oh man, let's not go deep into the conversation because I'm actually hungry.
Oh well, let's not then. I'll be having some food soon, I think, because I'm quite hungry now. It's James Johnson.
Doing Tampa is out. Doing Tampa now.
James
really?
Teammate rather. Dowie Tampa off
Is
the
that
track.
a DNS?
Yes. Has to get out of the way of those LMP2s. Luckily it does.
Wow.
I thought it was James Johnson back in the car there. That's how confused I am.
Oh, that was small content.
Yeah, that was no. It went out like out of the track. My dearest apologies. I got a little bit excited, you know, the energy.
Oh, I was getting excited.
It's alright. We all do Lorenzo every once in a while.
Oh yeah, we're fighting for position, so we're not going to go into the bias conversation then.
We're not going to go into
Which
I
car
like
are
to
you
think
in?
I'm impartial as a commentator.
I'm the 71 car.
It's fine. It's what makes it fun when we talk about things like that. I'm obviously trying to keep impartial. Broadcast is cool too, but nonetheless, this battle at the moment for P12 overall is worth looking at because we've seen Ben Schmidt do 2 stops, now Curtis Kenyon's captain.
Yeah, and I want to take a look at the laps over here right now. I believe Curtis Kenyon pace is a little bit better than Bert Schneider, but they're very on the
His
on the
line
same
seems
pace.
to be a little bit cleaner.
Yeah, Ben Schmidt.
Schmidt.
Neither of them are
Schmidt,
really
Schmidt.
consistent, to be honest. None of their last laps have been that consistent, but they are. It looks like Kenyon has the overall pace advantage and has a better line, so the American could be looking to make a move here on the Game Area 51 car, as we've now lost Cedal Viger for not making updates to the client. Oh dear. So that was who we were commentating on before, commentating on no longer, because he's no longer here. That won't be good for Overstep, but what will be good for Curtis Kenyon is the gap has come down even more. I mean, look, it's so close.
And,
You see now, this is a fight.
and
There.
Josh?
So now traffic problems for Ben Schmidt, and yeah, that was close. Come on, please be careful when you're in a GT, and I think the GT's actually gone off.
He did.
Yeah, the GT that was in road there went off, and I'll tell you who it was. It was one of the top GTs, actually. That was... I can find him. That was... who was it? Was that Luna Star Double?
No.
It was...
I think it was the
Porsche.
Game Area 51, perhaps.
And really quickly, we got a little bit of a change in the GTM
Oh,
class.
yes.
Vice Runner just lost position to Adam Taylor.
James Dooku in the Game Area 51 Porsche, yes, while the Game Area 51 P2 was trying to overtake. So, not very good coordination there. But Kenyon, yeah, has dropped about a bit of time in all this. Indeed, we have seen Tobias Rona drop position to Adam Taylor.
Oh, the two battles are right next to each other. Interesting.
Yeah,
This is going to be crazy.
this is indeed a double battle right next to each other. Going to obviously change once they get through, but battle within a battle in battleception here in Germany.
Yeah, but it might not be much of a battle at all because actually Adam Taylor's pace is really quick. It's close to the GT Pro class.
Yeah, he is. I mean, we've seen Adam Taylor throughout the season. You know, he's shown his stuff in that car. He's very capable and took a race win in virtual GTs using the same spec cars as well. So they all know what he can do, whether it's in a Viper or any other car. Kenyon though letting through Adam Hodgkinson, and will resume his pursuit of Bernd Schmidt. Hodgkinson himself trying to hold formation behind where he is in P4, trailing Machunas. It's all sort of together.
And also P10 and 11 people.
Yes, Tommy Oyala's coming out of nowhere to attack Matthias Grau, and Oyala
Watch
on
out.
the inside into. Well, Tommy Oyala, what a move that was into the Dunlop Cara, and Oyala didn't stick.
Oh yeah, that was pretty much a very courageous move. Like all kinds of sort of wrong things could have happened on the hairpin. Usually it does, but nice move and managed to keep it clean on the outside and still hold that position. And one quick note, we seen Sodo Waja was removed from the game.
Yeah, I brought that up a couple of minutes ago as well, but good that you pointed it out nonetheless. Good thing that we saw that. But yeah, we all know Cedal went, but Tommy Oyana in P3 and in P2. What a move that was, though. I mean, it takes something to make it work into there. It's not the easiest corner to overtake on. It might be a fairly obvious overtaking spot, but it isn't easy. That doesn't mean it's easy at all.
No, not at all. It's very complicated. Like, do you have to have a pretty well notion of how well you're going to put your car in, do the position, try to fight, and still uphold an advantage and to go out, and make sure you don't try to avoid contact with the other driver so you both don't hurt your cars. Because always in a position like that, it's a 50-50. One small, and wrong move could mean a whole lot down the racing line.
Yeah, and Oyala's really reaped the benefits. Look how far he is on Matthias Grau now. Gap's at least 2 seconds. That is really close right back up. But I'll tell you what, speaking of things closing right back up, Pomerus Machunas, the gap to Adam Hodgkinson is only, I think it's come down somewhat. I think it's only about 10 seconds now, and given it was 4 before and then more, Pomelas's last laps have been 41.5, 40.4, 41, 46. They've been within 40s and 41s. Well,
Yeah, and Adam has been right about 139 high, so he's gaining right about 1 second per lap.
Yes, and all of a sudden that throws up the what's going to happen with the DHR cars argument that we had before. And if it can catch each other, it's worth keeping an eye on them, because we never know. It's been a point of contention for a while now. What is going to happen if they can catch each other? Nonetheless, we will have to wait and see how that pans out. Not within striking distance of each other yet, but Nikodem Wisniewski has gone up into P5 in all this, so more points for Feeder Sport Poland. This is good news for the Polish outfit, and they'll be pleased with the P5. And most certainly so. Looking at the by-eye gap between the DHRs though, I'm just counting it in my head, as Hodgkinson actually cuts that corner there a little bit actually. May have to back off again. It's about 10 seconds, so not much has changed, but nonetheless.
Yeah, not much change in terms of pace. The difference is right about 2 seconds.
Yeah, just about 2 seconds. Pomelas's last lap there was a 39.4, so really starting to put the hammer down. Hodgkinson's was a 39.4 also. They matched each other.
Oh my god.
Yep, all sorts of matching people things going on here. As Henning Vollet has had a big one.
Yeah, I was going to mention that I saw a big one.
He's gone off, and he's done something, and he's almost clicking to the wall with no rear right tyre, and has 3 wides. Race ended. No rear right tyre, no rear wing, no front bumper.
Oh my god.
Something major has happened.
Yeah, they're stuck on that in some of the little glitchy holes.
The bump. Yeah, it's in the visible wall.
Our car was done for about a minute earlier.
Is this the end for 3 Wide Motorsports?
We might have the 1, 2, 3.
They are stuck.
Wow.
They are stuck there. They can't. They're not obstructing anyone. But what on earth has happened? Penalties with the Schumacher, and they are in the pits and out. That is it. 3 Wide Motorsports are out, and their championship challenge has ended. They cannot win the drivers' team's title anymore. And going into Le Mans, they will not be championship contenders. But what a shame that is. That is absolutely catastrophic.
I'm still going to try to figure out what happened, because this is unbelievable.
Yeah, indeed, this is not going to help. It was such an absurd accident. Something, I didn't even see it, but it's like, wow. Henning Vollet is now going to
All right, I'm looking at the replay right now. He just lost. Something happened. He might have hit something, or he had lag, because he was doing the Schumacher ass so well. At the middle of the curve, he basically lost. It could be lag. It's unknown reasons, but his car flipped up in the air. It's something weird.
Well, I've got Lewis McLeod in the comments telling me not to say what this means. I know exactly what it means. I'm going to respect that. I'm not going to say what that means at all. But it has dropped Henning Vollet from second to out of the race. That is such an unfortunate thing. Nikodem Wisniewski is going to go through to P4 by the looks of it for Feeder Sport Poland. So that is going to help them, if anything, but it has not really. It's been earned in quite a bad circumstances, unfortunately. As Rollett's rejoined apparently, but without damage, he won't be able to continue. That is not. I don't think he'll be able to continue. That will not fix the damage. And I think this is the end for Three Ride Motorsports. Unfortunately, they are out of the race in the most tragic circumstances.
That is really unfortunate. He was doing a really good pace. I was trying to look. I'm really sorry. I caught up a little bit in the moment, but it's really unfortunate. He was doing a fast pace, still inside that championship talk. They're a good team. I believe they're gonna come really strong to Le Mans.
Well, at this rate, it's looking like we will have a 2-horse race going into the 24 hours of Le Mans between Doug Henson Racing's number 8 and the Feeder Sport Poland number 30. Wisniewski goes into 4th then. It looks like it's going to be a 2-horse race going into Le Mans, but with, well, sorry, I say a 2-horse race, but that is the one. I think we are going to have to move on. You know, it tragic, yes, but there is other racing to be commentated on. And well, LMP1, LMP2 class leader Simon Pirard for Team Spirit Racing is currently going around at the moment. They've led a dominant race though, haven't they? Team Spirit, as they always seem to do.
Oh yeah, it's a Spirit Racing. Even though these kind of gives you a bummer, it enrages you right at the moment. Like you stay raged, like, oh my god, what happened? This could not have happened. This is unbelievable. You got to remind you still have more races to go. And one quick thing, Stephen Bailey is pitting right now.
Yeah,
but you know, it's a bummer, and you got to think ahead.
Stephen Bailey hits, indeed, and well, I don't think there'll be a driver change. I think Bailey will stay in that car, but nonetheless, that will be a pit stop for the race leaders, and indeed, that will be the case. I'm still trying to get over this whole thing, but Curtis Kenny in the pits as well. This will be a driver change to Greg Hall. So yeah, driver change at DL Motorsports. Greg Hall will be getting in the car. Hopefully, when I have Curtis back with it. From your, let's ask a bit of a question then, Ed. From your point of the race, how has the race gone so far for you?
Sorry, I was just watching Hodgkinson because he's catching Mercunius incredibly quickly. He's just taken 4 seconds out of him in the last 2 laps or something.
Well, let's keep a beady eye on that then.
Yeah. From my perspective, I have just been a pit engineer this race. I've been kind of hogging the car for a long time, so it's time we kind of got a bit of a reshuffle going. And Enzo and Paul are doing really, really well. They're in 4th at the moment. Nice to knock off some of the other guys up ahead. Not sure we're gonna be close enough, really. I think we're a lap back on them, but you know, still more than an hour and a half ahead, I suppose. You never know. Fingers crossed something happens to Dark. I don't know. I don't wish them badly, but it'd be nice to be nearer them in points going to Le Mans.
Indeed, that would be a nice thing to happen. Stephen Bailey, currently leading proceedings, of course, for DHR. Still out there, we were talking about the DHR car, so I thought I'd go to Bailey there. Hodgkinson's last lap, for reference, was 1:39.229, and Machinus's was, I will check, 1:40. Yeah, he is catching quite quickly.
Yeah, it's now down to 4 seconds.
Yeah, so it poses the question once again, doesn't it? What is going to happen?
Okay.
That's the question that gets posed. Indeed, that is what's going to happen. So yes, I'm trying to look for battles on track, as I always seem to do.
Probably good to stick with the Hodgkinson one, because I think the pace difference is just so large at the moment.
Yeah, Hodgkinson at the moment is so quick that he looks to be catching catching Machina seems to be a certainty. I mean, Pomerantz last time was a 39.8.
You've got a GT Pro who's about to overtake the Talking Door GTAM, but it's going to be
Yes, I was going to mention that.
It's not really a battle.
It's not even actually fair, so to speak. And that's my car that I'm about to go really soon.
Yeah, you know, 39. The gaps, the lap times are starting to come down. You know, these two DHR cars, sooner or later, it seems, will be getting closer to each other. Oh, sorry, but yeah, that's going to happen in the future. Greg Hall has since long been in that DHR car, sorry, the DR car.
Oh my God! Oh boy!
What's this?
Simon Gerard just went off the track, real hard hit.
Oh, let's have a look at that. Gerard then. Let's watch this. Simon Gerard. As he, oh yes, he goes off and then, oh, Wisniewski gets a bit of a rough nudge there. Grandi goes back to the car, whacks into the barrier. No physical damage done, but no, it looks like he's fine.
Just in front of Hodgkinson.
Somehow as Hodgkinson has really, well, Hodgkinson's stuck in traffic, but no physical damage seems to have been done to that Team Spirit car, and doesn't look to be crabbing, so all looks to be fine in their cap. But Nicola Wisniewski,
right now.
Well, what's happened to Wisniewski? I'm looking, has anything happened? No, he's continued on as well, so nothing changes.
Yeah, that was a scary move because both of them were probably, I think, Simon was opening up. He was trying to get a better line to pass, but I think Wisniewski was a little bit more aggressive and did a little of a T-bone movement on Gerard, and he went off the track. Scary move. Scary move.
Very scary indeed. Not easy to do, but these drivers have something that most of the drivers do not, if they can do that. But yes, Machuna's currently, let's see what the gap is. It's about 4 or 5 seconds again, which is what it used to be.
What colour is this car?
Machuna's is yellow and Hodgkinson blue.
So we'll see. I just want to watch this. Oh, he's got past Talking Door. I think yeah, I think your car has. Yeah, he's been passed by that Pro car. So we can go back off that now. So it'll be interesting to see when you can see the specks of yellow in the corner ahead from Hodgkinson's perspective.
Yeah,
that'll light the fire even more inside.
That could be the case, you know, as Gregory Boulard pits now from P6. This will be for a pit stop. There you go. That accuracy.
I'm also, it's a little bit more of a slow burn, but P2 for GT Pro I think is coming up because I've watched Nico Barkley's gap to Schenkel's up ahead, and it was 10 seconds, maybe about 5 laps ago. So
yeah,
just keep an eye on that.
Tommy Oyala's pitted for Magenta Warriors, Matthias Grau retakes P3 in LMP2 and all this. Simon Pirard does pit now. So, Simon Pirard is pitted and no driver change looking to happen, as we said. But why are they in the pits? Could just be a scheduled stop, mind. I might just be overthinking this. Nonetheless, it's going to let Federico Suave gain ground. But, the back of the car's going up now, and I think it's just a tyre change, and the engine's gone back on and off. I'm just watching this, to be honest, but further down the field, Oyala in the pit still. Ben Schmidt is actually going to catch Tommy Oyala and pass him here. So Ben Schmidt's going to go into the P4, Tommy Oyala's going to jump on a P5. So through goes Schmidt, and Oyala has dropped position. Now, I'm looking, there's no damage on that Magenta Warriors car. Maybe this is just a slightly longer pit stop than planned. Or
yeah,
maybe there's
I think
a
little bit of a splash and go. Kind of maybe tires.
Can you double send those cars? And I haven't driven one recently. I mean, they may be just doing their last tyre change.
Well, both cars out the pits now. Oyala exits in P5 and Pirard still with the lead of this race.
In the pits.
Oh, and we've got Wisniewski in the pits as well. Nicola Wisniewski in the pit lane. No driver change expected to happen there either, but look at Ali will get the chance to close down the gap. The Scuderia GT Italia Prototype 1 entry. This will be a chance they don't want to pass up. Gain ground on the Venus World Poland car, maybe unlap themselves, but Wisniewski set the legs to pit soon. Radiali's going to unlap himself though, and through he goes. On the lead lap, on the same lap as Wisniewski. Almost. If not actually on. I think he's still one behind actually. Yeah, I think he is. So nonetheless, that has happened. I'm looking at the Machinist-Hodgkinson gap again for interest purposes. I think it's down to 4 seconds again. So that's still going.
It's rubber banding a bit. It's kind of fluctuating between about 4 and 6 seconds, I think.
Yeah, and Hodgkinson actually went a little bit off track right now. He gave some time for Machinist to actually widen up that gap.
No real inroads being made then in this whole grand battle of things. Speaking of grand battles, Team RDPL all the way down in 15th. I don't know where they are in LMP1. I think they are about 7th or 8th in LMP1 at the moment. And what would really be helpful for me now is a point system. Does anyone here know where I can get that?
Jimmy?
Point system. If I could use that, I could give some standings, live standings. So just need to know which places earn which points for a 6-hour race, and I'll be all right.
Well, boys and girls, I'm going to start to prepare a little bit more now for my stint. My stint's coming up really shortly. It has been a pleasure once again to be in the broadcast, and I hope to join them on really soon.
Good luck.
Well, thank you very much for joining us again, Lorenzo. Good luck in your stints.
Thank you.
And I'm just going to have to go to the forums now and see if I can find this point system. I'm sure it's got to be there somewhere. You know? It's got to be somewhere. It can't be not found, eh? If you look hard enough. I'm not seeing it. I don't know whether I'm looking in the right place though. Maybe I actually have to look on the main site. Nonetheless,
well recovered.
I shall indeed look on the track instead of looking for something else. What's going on here? We have the whole thingy still going. Simon Pirard now 7th overall. I'm looking for battles and I'm not finding them.
Well, I mean, you brought attention to Smarda earlier, and I think Wisniewski is just about to lap him, put another lap on him.
I think he already has.
Got that? Oh, okay.
I think he already has put that lap on him, so Wisniewski goes through once again.
And then there's going to be Kowalski on bar.
I might have found my point system actually. It was in the rules. There you go. Go figure. When in doubt, read the rules. That always helps, doesn't it? So, yes, I will find out the point system. Yes, for a 6-hour race, 25, 20, 18, 16, 14, 12, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 6, 4, 3, 2, 1 even. There you go, I think the top 15 get points. There you go, that sorted. I think it's the same as the standard FIA point system, isn't it? So,
just looking at Puotti and he's about to unlap himself to the man in 23rd. I don't think I can see my way through that.
Smarter in all this, so this is Team RGPL. May not be a driver change, but Ricardo Azevedo will gain time. I think they are looking at it. I think they're 8th in LMP1 at the moment. And that will earn them 9 points. And I can tell you now, 9 points will put them on 138. So all Venus World Poland would have to do is score 8 points and they'd be out of Team RGPL. And that is 8 points is in 8th in class, which is where RGPL are now. So realistically, it's looking like RGPL will not be in the Teams Championship after this race, and it will be a 2-horse race between the DHR number 8 and the feed sport car. That is what it's looking to be. And speaking of which, what it's going to be, if I can actually, my mouse can not malfunction drag him up. We have Curtis Kenyon back with us.
How's it going, guys?
Good. We were just discussing the championship ramifications in LMP1. It's looking at the moment, we're going to have a 2-horse race going into Le Mans in LMP1.
Oh, I bet it's going to be more than that here after a bit.
Oh, well, you see, the thing is, though, Team RGPL, as it stands, are not in a position to continue their championship challenge to Le Mans because they will not be within the points necessary. And now with 3 Wide's unfortunate retirement, their championship hopes have ended.
Really?
Yes, so it's looking like there'll be a 2-horse race in P1 going into Le Mans. LMP2 is a lot closer, though, although Team Spirit Racing are 22 points ahead, so that will most definitely... that is likely looking to be a 4-horse race in P2, and then again the DTs are a lot closer.
The gap is closing steadily now between Hodgkinson and Hughes.
It is by the looks of things, indeed.
You can see him ahead.
Yeah, Hodgkinson closing in. So this is gonna have a do. It is most certainly gonna be a fight on track for position.
So you know the DHR people a little better than I do, I think. So do you think there's going to be team orders?
No.
No.
Well, that solves that then, doesn't it? We're just gonna let them fight.
There was a little bit of it, I think, in one of the races last year, as far as I remember the commentary. I think, in Malaysia, they told one of their second cars to not pass the car who was leading, but on worn tyres or something.
Indeed, yes, it is looking like that will be a... Yeah, I'll completely trade a goal there, sorry. Yeah, as soon as Hodgkinson has closed right in it, again, look at this now. There's a second or 1.5.
There's contact for McInnes with the flat line pro. Maybe a bit of suspension damage.
Yeah, that could be that, but Pomelas now got more traffic to deal with, and Adam is not that far down the road. It's catching up, and we can have a fight on our hands for P2. This will be an interesting one if it occurs. Going to be very interesting indeed. Be interesting. I keep saying interesting. Why do I keep saying interesting? Because it's interesting, that's why! Nonetheless, Pomelas and Adam going to be duking it out. By the looks of things, very soon. Gap is now a second. This is a fight on our hands, isn't it? This is a fight on our hands. There is no other way to put it. Traffic for both cars now. Gap decreases to about 7/10. And it's a battle that I've wanted to see all race, to be honest with you. I'm sure you've been looking forward to it as well, Ed, haven't you? Seeing the two DHRs going at it.
Me? Well, I think they get their fair, perhaps more than their fair share of coverage on these broadcasts. But yeah, I mean, I suppose rightly so, because they're one of the faster teams. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting since this is more like I was watching V8 Supercars this morning, and they pretty much locked out the top team, locked out the top 3 places, and it was the first time that they kind of were allowed to properly race against each other. I think this is potentially, I mean, I haven't seen all 3 cars kind of duking it out. I suppose Bailey is a little bit up the road, but yeah, be interesting, I suppose.
Interesting indeed, and Adam is gonna...
He's dropped off a little bit.
He has, it's rubber banded again, it's gone right back. Oh, well, Kasper Kolodziejczyk might be coming back soon, so that'll be good. We'll have Casper back in the booth with us to help out and give his thoughts and things on things. Or maybe was that in the comments, I don't know, but hopefully Casper will be back soon. Be nice if he was. But Nigel Wisniewski's jumped up in the P4 as he was there before. Was he there before? He's been there for quite a while. But he's 2 laps down on the DHR duel. So it's looking like the points difference at the moment, it is going to be a 9 point difference. The gap will go down by 9 points. It is currently 31 points. It will go down to 22. And that would mean, assuming that it is that gap, a 22 point difference, if DHR's number 8 won Le Mans, then Field Sport Poland's car would need to finish 5th or higher. That is your quick maths from me.
I'm just looking at 3rd, 4th and 5th in the LMP2 class, so that's overall 9th, 10th and 11th. Schmidt, Suave and Ojala. And it looks like... Yeah. It looks like Ojala is faster than Suave and Suave is faster than Schmidt, so they may condense relatively soonish. I could be completely wrong, but that's what it looks like from the timing. Ojala's last lap was a 46 dead. Suave's lap was a 47.7, and Schmidt's last lap was 149. So they're all going faster than one another. So it'd be interesting if they all get the same piece of racetrack.
Yeah, that will hopefully. Ayala's doing a great job, and Federico Suave will have his may have his eyes full of Magenta Warrior's car sooner rather than later. And indeed, that will not be good for Federico, because Tommy is very quick, as we know. A couple of cars, people waiting. Populous Machinist should be pitting soon, actually, because I can see Nate Lupson waiting to get back in that car. We know Adam Hodgkinson will be going until the end. And I think he's now somehow, unless my timing is completely failed, because he's a lap. No, he's on the same lap. Sorry, I thought he was a lap down on Machinist there. A lap down on Bailey, maybe extra than Machinist. But that wouldn't be logical, because, well, he's ahead of both of them. Well, I say that. Bailey is Populous Machinist is stormed ahead, must be said. Stephen Bailey has now overtaken Adam Hodgkinson, but not Machinist yet. That's why he's an extra lap down. Nonetheless, he is still third. Machinist is still second. And Rada Ayali is just overtaken a lapped car. And it's at that point in the broadcast I'm really starting to run out of things to say. Unfortunately. I tell you what though, I am going to be back in just a minute. I'm going to go check to see if I can organise something to read for myself. So I will be back in about 60 seconds. Well, I say I'll be back in 60 seconds. I won't be back in 60 seconds. I'll be back now because I've got a Casper College agent I can talk to.
Well, hello.
Casper,
again.
I'll be back in 60 seconds. You hold the force, alright?
Well then, right. I have no idea what's going on at the moment, really.
Makes you feel better. I don't either.
Great. Any battles except for Adam closing in on Michunas? Anything?
Yeah, there's Ojala, Suave, and Schmidt, I think, who are condensing.
Where's that now?
Ojala's definitely catching Suave.
Oh, Oyala, yeah. Yeah, Oyala is catching Suave in spades, and I think they still have to pit since we're a bit off sync after the first stint having to pit early. So I think that a lot of the people will be pitting in P2 soon. That.
Indeed, I've come back there. Sorry to interrupt, but yeah, I'll be going in again in 5 minutes to get my actual food. So
oh, lovely.
You'll have a chance to run things again.
Can LMP2s make it further than an hour on fuel?
No.
What? No, it's well on this track specifically. I think it's a bit longer than usual, but it's still about 45 minutes.
Yeah, it's about.
Because I've noticed that in the GT class, usually the Ferraris, who I think are the most, which I think are the most thirsty cars of the bunch, they tend to use. Yeah, they don't get the hour, but they do this track. They'd be making it about an hour and 3 minutes.
Yeah, there are some tracks that they do well in with fuel. I think a serious error has done recently with these cars. Well, the Ferraris have made it for an hour without pitting. So yeah, it just depends on the track. But that was Spa, so.
Well, I should add, in all this, both the DHR 9 and 7 cars are in. Hodgkinson and Machinist. Machinist should be changing to Lupson. And Pomelas may lose his position here, given that a driver swap takes longer than a pit stop, I think. Or depending on several circumstances. But he might not, or he might just get closer. Pomelas is still waiting, as is Adam. Both DHR cars just getting themselves ready to leave the pits. And it's going to be interesting to see here what comes as a result of this, because Adam Hodgkinson has been outpaced both times by his teammate in circumstances. As he exits now, Pomelas is still in, he's still in. Hodgkinson looks to be taking the position. Oh, it's going to be close, but he has! And Nathaniel Lupson now behind, and the DHR cars have finally switched positions, albeit through a pit stop.
Yeah, that's awfully close, isn't it?
But it's close, we can see a fight nonetheless.
I'm trying. Oh yeah, it was just slow to update. I was nearly thinking that the live timing on the actual stream was like stuck in one thing, but no. So yeah, that battle's still going on, but seemingly with the speed of Adam, he's just gonna pull away now since he's in front.
I've got to head off because I've got to be with my team for the last bit of the race, but always a pleasure. You can have the cameras back now.
Yes, I can do. Casper can at least.
Oh dear.
I already gave you the link. I'm always wanting to delegate my work to other people, aren't I?
Yeah.
Alright.
Well, thanks very much, Ed, for joining us and doing cameras. Casper gets his job back now.
Dang it.
But nonetheless, oh dear! Oh no, Hodgkinson has spun it!
Oh no.
Well, that's an interesting turn of events, isn't it? Let's see what happens. He came around through the left-right section and then comes into turn 11, goes wide, understeers, oversteers, and now when he misses his teammates.
He simply went wide, and that AstroTurf has basically no traction going sideways at all. You kind of have to, basically for us, for example, for the P2s, we have to straighten out as soon as we start going onto it. So we can kind of use it, but only accelerating off it. We can't turn on it, otherwise we will, something like that will happen to us. And I presume the four-wheel drive on the P1 cars doesn't really help much when you have literally zero traction.
Well, it has resumed the status quo of the 9 being in front of the 7, but in very different circumstances now.
Oh no, we're gonna have that battle all over again.
Yeah, but Stephen Beatty wants to lap Adam Hodgkinson as well.
Everything is happening.
Things have got very interesting very quickly, and at this time I'll leave you to it, Casper, unfortunately, because I'm going to go get my food.
Oh goody.
Although I'm going to ask if anyone wants to join Casper, please feel free to do so, because I feel sorry leaving him by himself. Yes. So good luck, Casper. I'll be back in about 10-15 minutes. Oh, alright, well 10 minutes even. I'll hold you back in 10 minutes.
Hopefully. Right. So basically at the moment it just appears that we basically have status quo everywhere, and this is the thing that you're watching is probably the most interesting on the track. This is not exactly what I'm used to. Well, it appears like Adam is actually not going to be giving up to Steven very easily. It just appears. I'm not sure. I just wonder about the blue flags with I presume just because it's the same car, you won't really have an issue with that, but still is a real thing with the blue flags for a few corners. So I just wonder about that. I think it's 3 or 4 corners. Close up here is like as if Lobson is. I think he's actually gaining slightly, is he? Okay, the 8 is allowing the 7 to continue. Fair enough. But yeah, I think we're getting back to the status quo at the moment with the sectors. For the number 9 and number 7. Anything else happening? Bernd Schmidt actually in pits. So we have that gaining a 51 car. And Magenta Racing number 24 is back up to 3rd in class. And anything... We pretty much don't really have anyone close to each other. Apart from that. Barkley, 9 seconds behind Schenkels. Oh, we have Niki Djakovic waiting in the booth, but I don't think I have the rights to move him in, so that's a bit of a problem. And luckily I do not have the rights to move people from the waiting booth, which I think Josh completely forgot. I can try, but I cannot now. So, really is always the. It always seems like this with races in VEC. At this point, we have always this bit more stalemate of a situation.
Well, it may be a stalemate, but it's a stalemate with me in it. Hello, everybody.
Finally!
Yeah, I am back. I have my food with us. And, well, we also have Niki Djakovic with us as well. Ready to enjoy the brilliance of this race with us in the comms booth. Hello to Niki.
Hello, guys. Hello. What's going on?
Well, me trying to eat and talk at the same time.
Oh, that's always going to end well.
That's one thing of what's going on right now. It's not going well, unfortunately, so I'll have to get myself sorted, but luckily I've got 6 minutes till the last hour of this race.
For sure.
Anyway, how's your race going, Niki? I'm
very exciting from the start. This time we had quite of unusual qualifying, as probably everybody saw, since we were not P1 or 2, so that was very fun. Just battling the first hours, and it was cool. I don't know how much you guys catch, but I was waiting 2 laps, getting your chance, using the traffic, and I actually managed to I was planning to finish in time on this, but I think I managed it half a stint, if I remember correctly. So anyway, I was proceeded with my race. It's all fine, and turns out nobody changed the tires in our class.
Oh.
Suddenly I had all of these guys ahead of me again. My teammate was like, "Oh, you have to save the tires now," and I just threw it out of the window, battling again. Nice moment, 3 wide at one point, and got the lead back again, and never looked back since then. So my teammate's driving now, improved a lot since Istanbul and managing the race, managing all of just brilliant race for us, to be honest. Finally, the heavens open for us every race. Something happening, when you're new. This is like thing that attracts to you. So finally, I think we're coming into our own and getting this or making our way where we want to be. Seems like we're gonna be very close if it continues like this. We did Italia for the Le Mans finale, so brilliant. I think just super fun to be actually in this position, and yeah, I'm loving this. I don't know if you guys have something questions and spend more time with you.
Do you have any, Casper? I'll let you start.
Not really all that many, but so basically, since you're double spinning tires now, you're with all that happens, you're probably gonna change the tires this stop, are you? Because considering like you had to start an hour later with the whole.
We didn't double change tires since we actually changed the tires under code 80, which worked brilliantly. We ignored the first code 80 as we would have to do the extra stop, and it was just it wasn't in our window that we wanted. We just waited and struck gold on the next code 80 was just beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Changing tires and everything, and just managed to get. Actually, everybody used the second code 80, so it's pretty much the same for everybody. I think my team will just probably change the tire now, just for safety. It's a lot easier, the rear end tends to. This track is actually kind of weird. I don't know why it's a bit double spinning, but I find a lot of rear grip is very important on corner entries. So yeah, that's not really nice on second thing to just have a spin like that because of forgetting a bit of slippy tire. So yeah.
Oh,
actually,
also
maybe maybe you gain like 5 seconds, but it's a big risk. To be honest. Props to guys who are just taking.
Fair enough. Also, just to interrupt for a second, we have Tommy Oyala in second place for P2, taking over Federico Suave. And Suave is actually losing very, very rapidly. So that's a P2 thing that just happened as we were watching.
Nice. I've turned off the screen, so I'm just listening to you.
Yeah, we were just watching your car for a little while.
Cool. We're still rocking the same paint scheme, asymmetric, and I don't know. Seems like people love the skin, so no need to change on that.
It's a snazzy looking skin. I think our Viper is asymmetrical, but I think our P2 is actually symmetrical. So yeah. But no.
Yeah, our skin is very pink. It's long.
It is.
Yeah, it's low. If it kind of could work with our colors, I would love some pink, but I'm not sure how it works with this. Maybe we should think of something for the man.
Possibly something interesting.
Well, I have most certainly finished my food, so or at least gotten a good way through it.
By the way, let's look at the time because we're closing
up
very
we're closing
rapidly.
It. Good timing for me. It was
Perfect.
I've enjoyed it, of course. Time flies, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm. Especially.
It really does.
It actually flies a lot.
Sorry.
It flies even more when you're actually in the car. For some reason, when you're actually there, you just kind of lose the sense of time, especially when you're enjoying your drive.
Yeah, that can happen. It's one of those things. Intoxicating driving, you lose all sense of time when you're driving a car like that. But as the minutes tick away, ladies and gentlemen, we find ourselves ever closer to the magic moment of each VEC broadcast, and here it is! It's the Power Hour!
Yay!
And that means time to open the can of Coke. Do you think I was going to have more alcohol-free beer? I tricked you.
Lovely. I'm just having my multivitamin juice or whatever it is. Just a lovely little thing.
Yes, it's my favourite part of any VEC broadcast, this, the power hour. It's just my thing. Well, I say
Sorry,
it's my
guys,
thing,
just,
but it's a
changing
collaborative
tires
effort between
right
many
now.
people.
Sorry?
The whole power hour is just a collaborative effort between loads of people.
Yes. It's basically kind of a situation where there isn't much happening on track, but you typically have a lot of people just in the stream. So, yeah, it's one of those things where you're just awaiting that final moment. There isn't that much happening, but you're just trying to enjoy yourself with other people.
Yeah,
But
you just have to enjoy it the last hour, you know. Those drivers on track most certainly will be thinking just getting to the end, but we're thinking it too for a different reason.
yeah, the closest cars on track at the moment are Adam Hodgkinson to Lupson, and then we have the P2s for second through to fourth place. We have 8 seconds in between them.
Well,
So,
speaking of P2, Simon Pirard is about to put another lap on Tommy O'Yara by the looks of things, just to show how quick he is.
that TSR car is absolutely amazingly quick.
Yeah, they have really been phenomenal this season and arguably championship favourites in LMP2.
I know we are still the only ones to defy them in qualifying, and we are the only team. Well, I'm not sure about being the only team, but we are one of the very few teams to defy them a race win, which happened last race.
Yeah,
So.
a very difficult team to beat, very much up there with the best of them. And they don't go down easily, do they? They always like to put up a fight and they really have flexed their strength here today, shown what they are capable of. Tommy O'Yara will find himself having to get through very soon.
Tommy is not a slow driver, so even so you can just see how much faster TSR unluckily is. So.
Yeah. Traffic becoming a bit of a problem for them though. Luckily Pirard's going to get through here, and as is O'Yara sooner rather than later. And that is actually the Team Virus car being driven by currently being driven by
Goran Georgievic.
Yeah, indeed.
He's just done his pit stop.
Goran
so,
Georgievic
yeah.
just done his pit stop. Thank you very much, Viktor Janovic. And yeah, he's currently running in what I believe to be GT Pro Lead.
Well, Casper, I hope I gave you a lot of stuff in traffic and
you know what I've just noticed?
I'm gonna go back to my teammate, help him out with a power hour.
Alright, go help him out, Nicky, then, if you want
Good
to.
luck.
Thanks for joining us anyway. Good luck.
Yeah, man. Thank you anytime. See
And
you
you know-
guys on stream. Talk to you
Yeah,
later.
it's a pleasure to have you here, of course, but I think I know why as well. Because Goran is only about 3 seconds ahead of Nico Barkley, and this is the GT Pro Lead.
Oh, let's see where that is. There we go. This is definitely gonna be an interesting.
Yeah, I'm looking at Goran's laps. 57.3, having just done his pit stop. But it was before that, he was in the 55s and 54s, but that would have been on used tyres. And at the moment, Nico Barkley is doing 55s and 54s, again on probably used tyres. So, this is going to be interesting.
The only thing the thing I'm interested in with P2s at the moment is I know Tommy can just barely make it on fuel with one more pit stop in about 10 minutes. But I know we were running 15 minutes off sync with everyone else, which possibly means that they will have to stop half an hour before the end. Do they just splash and dash, or do they change tires? So we'll see where we end up, but I have a weird feeling like that second place is not going to hold for us. But
Yeah, well, we'll have to see. Hopefully it will hold for you, because that would be beneficial, but this battle for the GT Pros, the gap now is about 2.5 seconds. Barkley seems to have found half a second somewhere. Or maybe it's about, no, it is still 3, sorry. But still, it's not much. And this is the lead of GT Pros, so this is some serious business.
I mean, just to give you an idea, 3 seconds is what I lost throughout a lap where I would have traffic through 2 corners. just because it's, like certain corners just are very well. You lose a lot of time behind a GT, for example, for us. But 3 seconds is literally just a throw of a hat away. So one mistake from Goran could mean a very interesting end of the race.
Yeah, it could. So anything could still be going on there. Worth keeping a very beady eye on indeed. As we are on lap, we have 55 minutes to go in the race. It is still Bailey, Lupson, Hodgkinson, Wisniewski, Ranieri at the front. But as we've said, lots of little battles starting to find their way into the field, including Federico Suavi versus Tommy Oyala for P2 and LP2.
I was about to
Suavi
mention it.
looks into the Castron S, but doesn't have the inroads. And oh my word, look behind them, Dennis Hadlock. It's a three-way fight.
This is going to be a fascinating one.
Wow. Bit tense for Casper, because that's your teammate out there in second, Tommy Oyala.
Yeah, it's just that, again, we're the only 2 drivers today in the car, and I'm not sure if Tommy's maybe getting a bit tired. I hope not, but he's been in the car for a while, and he's been doing a majority of the drive today, so I just hope he can manage the pace and not let Suave go.
Hang on a minute. Tommy Oyala is short shifting. I've just noticed by going on the onboard, he is short shifting a bit and looks to be, yeah, he is short shifting a little bit. There is Tommy.
I know,
he'll be losing time to Federico quite wildly.
That is actually something that we're planning. As I was telling him before I quit here, was that he will have to save a tiny bit of fuel, just get one more lap out of the fuel. So I think that's what he's doing.
He stopped now. He stopped now. He's using full revs again. He knows the seriousness of the situation.
Yeah, as I said.
Look at this, Dennis Hadlock as well wants a crack at Suave. It's like person versus person, and the front. Well, it's a three-way fight, and the person at the front wants to use the back two's fighting to gain time.
Gain time and gain fuel.
Yeah, I've seen this before many times where someone's being caught by 2 faster people. The 2 faster people start fighting. The slower person takes advantage.
Also, at the same time, we have a battle going for second in LMP1. Lupson versus Hodgkinson.
Oh yes, it's caught back up. Lupson Hodgkinson. It's happened again, and this time, will we actually get a fight?
Oh
no. We denied one after Hodgkinson's mistake before, we denied one because of them not catching up before. Will it finally happen, or will it be deja vu all over again?
Oh no, Hodgkinson just got held up a bit by a GT, so I think the difference is going to be about 2 seconds again, probably.
1.5 by my eye.
Alright.
It's gonna get interesting, it is. It's Hadlock still on the back of Suave. Worth keeping an eye on, but oh, look at this. You see this DHR battle. You're right, Casper, indeed. Lupson crossing the start finish. Hodgkinson is second behind.
Oh no.
Come on, are we actually going to get a fight this time? Come on, please.
I do hope so.
For once, let the DHR cars duke it out. We've been robbed of it so many times so far this race. And we're finally going to get the fight in the power hour.
Possibly. Well, we are already getting a fight in the power
well,
hour in the
Hodgkinson's
P2.
catching at a rate of knots here. His last lap out of Inros is a 41.1, and Lupson's was a 41.2. So somewhere along the line, Hodge has gained time, and well, it's gone back to about a second again. But come on, if it's going to happen, it's got to happen in the power hour, surely.
Possibly, yeah, definitely. But again, we already had a battle with the P2s in the power hour, so I mean, this is not the only battle going on, which is surprising for what a power hour is.
Well, it always brings the best, doesn't it?
Oh yes.
That's the thing. Something, no matter what it is, but something always happens in the power hour.
Something like.
It doesn't matter how big or small it is, whether it's an accident or disconnect, something happens.
Yeah,
it's not a boring hour. There's always something.
Last
and I think there's something, if we're lucky, will be the DHR battle.
Yeah, the last power hour we had unlucky mass disconnect, so hopefully that doesn't happen.
Hopefully no repeating the past there, but Hodgkinson in places is looking phenomenal, but he just seems to lose time one time, and then it's Lupson back ahead again.
He may be pushing it a bit too hard, actually. And basically scrubbing it into some corners and losing time here and there. But in general, it's gonna be close. It's gonna. I think Adam is faster. It's just he's making mistakes. It's not consistent enough at the moment.
Well, the gap has come down to about a second again. It keeps rubber banding, as Ed said. Before, it's rubber banded, but now Luxon's had a bit of a disadvantageous line with the traffic there. Hodgkinson, though, is going to have to be, lets him straight through. So, look at this now. Gap between the two, half a second by my eye, but more traffic. It's starting to get, historically through this race, Hodgkinson has had problems with the traffic when he's been trying to catch Lupson. Now it all seems to be going his way. I say that, but the Texas driver's car there really needs to slow down, and it hasn't. And now it does. So, Adam Hodgkinson, with a clear track ahead, is within a second of his teammates. He's always seemed to have problems with the traffic, but now it's going his way.
Well, the thing is, traffic around here is I find it to be not as bad as somewhere like Turkey. But still, if you get caught up in certain corners, Schumacher S's, the end of the kind of end of the first sector, and a couple more places. If you get caught up there, you just have to stay behind that GT car for quite a bit, and you can lose quite a bit of time. And it goes both ways, but in the end, it should kind of average out, unless you are a person who takes a bit more risks. Just very much depends on your driving style and your traffic management.
Yeah, really got to be careful about these things. Indeed. Well, the gap's closed up again, but Hodgkinson off, and well, uses his off to not very much effect. So a mistake from Hodgkinson again. But then again, he has been in that car for a very long while now. And well, Lupson has got 1.5 seconds on him again. Although that gap has come down to a second. Look how quick he's caught up.
That place where he went off is again one of those places where you have a lot of I'm not sure if it's AstroTurf or just grass, but you have absolutely no grip, so he had no chance.
Hodgkinson's been held up by the FSP car there, the GT. Luckily he gets back out of the way as soon as possible, but the gap has gone to 2 seconds now from 1. It just keeps rubber banding back and forth and back and forth and back and forth, and nothing's happening. Let's look at Roddy Alley, I didn't even notice. Oh, Christ. That is bad, but he's in the pit.
Yeah.
What happened there? When did it happen? Oh, I missed that. He's been going around for a long time. I should not have missed that. That was, where was that? That was, we are going back a long way here. I should have noticed that a lot sooner. That was,
I should have mentioned it because
he's lost that before the fourth curve.
I just now seen that Lewis was actually asking what happened to him.
Hang on a minute, this looks all too familiar. Hold on. This is not looking good. From what I'm seeing already, no.
What are we?
This is not looking good at all, no. Luca Ranieri appears to, let's say, coming round. Oh dear, that was, I think that was the Schumacher S.
Oh no, it's gonna be the same issue.
It was the same thing 3 wide had, and they've got no rear right eye, rear left either, and they're looking to be out.
It's sad. Their car was standing right beside 3 wide with the exact same damage. That is. Oh.
Yes, it looks like GT Italia's brilliant race has come to an end at the same corner. No rear wing, no front, no left rear. Why didn't I notice? That should have been a clear code 80.
Well, yeah. Well, we couldn't really have done much with the code 80 without having Jimmy around at the moment.
Well, so. Stephen Bailey is in the pits in all this. Nate Lupson is and Hodgkinson will gain time. Well, it's within about 1.5 seconds of each other again. Bailey though, still 2 laps ahead of everyone. As I think they're trying to repair the damage. GT Italia, bless their hearts. That looks pretty terminable with no left rear.
Well, at the very least, they have a 20-minute.
Oh, Ricardo Azevedo's coming with no rear wing as well. What's happened to Azevedo?
no. Also, from what I'm seeing, Suave is actually behind Hadlac right now, but and they're both 6 seconds behind Tommy.
Oh, there's contact with the GT for Azevedo. Look, he got back in the pits. That has not gone badly for him. But Rade Ali's race may well be over here.
I have a feeling like if he is getting that fixed, he's going to be extremely lucky. We all remember what happens when a front wheel leaves the car, or any wheel leaves the car. I'm just wondering if they're gonna put it back on. In any case, it is a 20-minute repair, so they're not gonna be scoring much in terms of points.
Yeah, that is unfortunate to say. Looking at things, it is looking currently that will put the Team RGPL car into 7th. That will be 10 points for them. That will put them on 139, and that means it would have to be 19 points for Feeder Sport. For Feeder Sport are currently in P4. That is 16 points. That will put them on 186. Marder in P13 is going to gain 7th place, I think. Unless, well, then again, there is a 7-lap difference between the two of them. I think 7 laps is doable in 45 minutes. That will put the RGPL car in what I believe to be 7th place. So that's 10 points for them. Feeder Sport are going to pick up 16 at this rate. That will put Feeder Sport on 186 and RGPL on 139. And doing the maths, that incident may just have saved RGPL's championship. Unbelievably.
That
if
is.
they can overtake the GT Italia car, they will be in mathematical contention going into Le Mans. They are not currently, but they will be if they can get through. And yes, you could argue or whether what was going to be in the first place, I don't know. They were going to be P8s. But right now, they are going to be P8 right now. That would have I think they would have always been in contention actually, but they are definitely confirmed in contention. If they can keep this, even though they'd be 47 points behind, it's still mathematically possible for them to win it, Le Mans.
Okay, this is crazy. We just had a few things happen in the Schumacher S's. We had Nathan Lupson actually losing a spot to Adam Hodgkinson.
Oh dear.
We had a GT car going off in the Schumacher S's. I wasn't sure who that was, and we had TSR car going very, very slow.
Oh, no, that's not good. Oh, their engine's off. Their engine's off. Picard's engine's off. Is this the end for Team Spirit? This would be catastrophic if it is, because they have led it from start to finish. I know Picard's engine's back on. He's got it going again, but he's in neutral. Why is he doing this?
What in the world is happening?
His engine has gone off again. He's got it started, but what is his engine overheating? Is something happening? I don't know. But he's coasting it. He's in the pits though, luckily. Well, something is happening with that Team Spirit car. They've got the mileage to afford to be able to do that. But Hadlac now, if this is bad for Team Spirit, Hadlac could have a chance at P1 lead.
I think I know what happened.
P1 and P2.
I think I know what could have happened.
Oh, hang on. No more fuel, they say.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Fuel. That means they have run out.
Now that I think about it, what happened was what I had to do at Sebring was basically turn off the engine, let it coast for as long as you can, turn it on again, get as much speed, and so on, just to get yourself to the pits without using pretty much any fuel. So.
Well, we have a driver change at the now with the championship RGPL team, David Berenet in the car.
At the same time, we also had Tommy Ayala pit somewhere earlier. We have Federico Suave in the pits, and I presume Dennis Hadlac is going to pit in just a minute. And
well, he unlaps himself on the Team Spirit car. or at least tries to. He is on 172, they are on 173, so there's still a lap in it. That was a bit of an epic problem for them, though, unfortunately.
Well, it looked like something like a slightly less severe.
It's Wisniewski in, Nick and Wisniewski in. This will not be a driver change, but it'll be a pit stop. Probably the last pit stop for the Speedsport boys. 40 minutes to go in the race. As Piran is out, so the race is not over. Just managing to luckily get it to the pits there. And that is very much a case of that could have gone disastrously wrong for Team Spirit.
What I find interesting is that the GT Italia car of Federico Soave actually, I think, pitted slightly early. I think he basically banked on getting in as soon as he can and getting that last pit done, because basically it would have been a splash and dash for half an hour otherwise.
Look at this, look at this. Lumpson Hodgkinson is closer than ever. Yes, Hodgkinson's in front, but it's Lumpson attacking this time. And you get the feeling this is going to be a fight for P2.
Oh, not again.
But this time it's Lumpson, who is supposedly the quicker driver by what we've seen, attacking. Well, his last lap was a 40.6, and then Hodgkinson's 40.1, so there's not much in it, but Lumpson, I think, has been the faster so far. And it's going to be interesting, because this is even more chance of a fight. If it's going to happen, it's got to happen this time around. Surely, I put money on it. I think we're deserving of a battle between them, aren't we, really, when you think about it? That's right. I think we really are deserving of a battle between them.
Yeah, definitely. It's just... Oh, it would finally be a good battle in a P1 in the closing hour of the race, because, to be honest, over the last while we have not seen any. It was always pretty much set in stone by this time, but with the recent... we basically had a very interesting end of the race, and unluckily not a very happy ending for GT Italia squad.
Oh yes, it's the same fate that fell the 3 wide squad, you know? It's... Well, it is extremely unfortunate, of course. I mean, wow. I mean, David Beranek, if he can... I think I did count RGPL out, but it's going to be 3 teams. Realistically, it's going to be a 2-horse race, because it would need both teams to retire for them to win, which isn't beyond the bounds of possibility, because this is endurance racing, but nonetheless, it's not looking likely that that will happen.
Well... Now, at the moment, though, if Luca does get the car going, it is... I think it's going to be close with Beranek if they do get it going.
Well,
so...
I doubt they will. That engine is smoking in the pits there, and they have no rear left. I think this is the end, to be honest, for them, but...
Very possibly. I think if they don't repair it, then it's quite clear that they're going to be behind David Beranek, so... It's going to be, well, interesting to get all the points by the end, because this is just a bit of a mess.
Well, I think I have a good idea of where things are going to stand at the moment with Nick and Wisniewski and Friedrichsburg, Poland. They are currently set to be on 186 points going into Le Mans. Stephen Bailey looks set for a win and 25 points, which will put them on 164. It's going to be 186 versus 164, and that is a points difference of 22 points.
22, yeah.
22 points, so assuming Doug Henson Racing win and get the 450, that means Feeder Sports needs... Well, hang on a minute, that is an interesting one. Yeah, if they would need 28 points, which is a 5th place. So if DHR win at Le Mans and win this, only a 5th will win it, win the title, 5th or higher for Feeder Sports.
That would be a story that's worth mentioning to anybody in any kind of, with any interest with racing, because coming back from such horrendously unlucky situations over the last few races would be quite a feat.
Well, Le Mans is Le Mans. I agree it would be a Lazarus job for DHR's number 8 to take the title. And of course, with Doug Henson Racing winning next year, I think that would increase the likelihood of us seeing DHR cars numbers 1, 2, and 3 in 2017.
Yeah, it'll be 30 points for a win at Le Mans, I think.
50 because it's a 24-hour.
Okay, so the 30 points, I'm not sure what Kieran's talking about. Maybe this race. 5 bonus.
Oh, well, a bonus 5, 30 points for the win, bonus 5. Hang on, well, it does say a 24-hour race is 50 points to 40 points to 36 to 32 in the rules, so...
This is, I think let's just for the minute, let's just leave all the calculations to the teams possibly, because it's all going to possibly change. With
I don't know what's happening anymore.
yeah.
It's,
oh yeah, it's
apparently
30 for
there's
this
30
race.
in this race actually, because bonus a bonus points. It's all complicated. Yes, bonus apparently. Yeah, there's 25 points for the win, plus 5 bonus if you make it over 50% in Room 1.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so...
Yeah, Room 1 scores additional points, so in actual fact, Feeder Sport Poland will take not 16 points, but rather 21. And DHR will take 30. So the actual standings will be 169 for Doug Henson, and it will be... it'll be 191 for Feeder Sport. So 161. I've lost track. 191 take away 169.
So basically, the idea is DHR number 8 has to win them all with the number 30 Feeder Sport entry having to either retire or be low down.
It's pretty much it's gonna be interesting, but for my calculations, what's gonna happen is if DHR win, they will win 50 points. They'll win 70 points if they win. And then they'd get 70 points for a win. So 22 minus 70 means that Feeder Sport Poland would be the 5th. Yeah, so it doesn't change anything. Will it be a tie? That's a question. I think it would. If there's a tie on points, I think it's likely that would go to count back on wins.
Feeder Sport, I think they have far more wins
and
than the...
I think Feeder Sport Poland would take the championship based on wins.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, we have. Let's focus on the on-track action. Actually, Luca Radiali's about to go within not very much to being overtaken by David Barrett. This looks to be their race over at GT Italia, unfortunately. Things look to be finalised for them.
Adam and Nate are still less than a second in between each other, but it doesn't look like Nate is going to challenge Adam anytime soon.
Well, I'll tell you this, it has been a phenomenal fight back from the Texas drivers team. They're in P8 overall at the moment. They will soon likely go into P6 within the next while. And I'll tell you what, P6 would not be bad, all things considered.
No, well, to be honest, it doesn't at this point, it doesn't really matter if they gain anything because, well, they're just getting in front of the P2s and P1s don't really. It doesn't really matter in points-wise if you're gonna get in front of P2s or not. But yeah, it's still always a nice feeling to be in the pack with the P1s and your own class.
Yeah, indeed. The things, I think this whole Lups and Hodgkinson square off is probably the closest thing we want to be looking at right now, to be honest with you, because...
I think I was looking at it. We
were
looking
with
at it for the
half
last
an
20
hour
minutes.
left in the race, it's a battle for second overall.
Yeah, but I think they have spread apart slightly more over the last lap or so. They're now nearly 2 seconds apart. Actually, there's one thing going on at the moment. Nico Barkley and Tom Schenkels in 16th and 17th.
Yes, let's look at it. This is for P2 in GT Pro.
Indeed.
Let's keep an eye on that then, as Barkley versus Schenkels squares up. It could be an interesting one, couldn't it, Casper?
It could possibly, but I'm not sure about the pit stop strategies and all that, so I'm not sure if they're both on the same... Well, basically if they all both go till the end now. But if they do, this is going to be an interesting last 30 minutes for Nico Barkley and Tom Schenkels.
Indeed, it could be an interesting one.
But seems like Goran has absolutely run away with it now. Like that entire team has a 50-second lead, which is quite nice.
Indeed, that could be what happens. I'm just doing the maths again for 1 second. Right, here we go. Alright, it doesn't change a thing really. Okay, so yes, let's go to that battle. Schenkels, Barkley starting to square up with GT Pro.
Yes, they're under a second apart, so it's interesting and could possibly end up in a side-by-side action.
Yeah, indeed. This could be a battle and a half that we have on our hands here with Schenkels and Barkley. But battles and a half, well, the whole Hodgkins and Luxon thing seems to have dissipated. Luxon's dropping off.
Yep, 2 seconds now.
That is unfortunate, but it's how the tide goes, unfortunately. Sometimes...
We've seen a similar thing when Adam was behind Nate when, well, you encounter traffic and just you basically have to sometimes let off. Sometimes you come out better than others. And sometimes you luckily lose a lot of time just because you catch traffic in the worst possible area.
Yeah, indeed. That can happen, but this has all been a fantastic race now. But the hype really should be towards Le Mans.
Oh yeah.
You know, it's going to effectively be a two-horse race. Team RTPL will still be in it, but they will have the 47-point deficit to feed as well Poland.
That would be a very, very hard ask.
That would be the Lazarus job of all Lazarus jobs that it would need both DHR and FSP to retire and then to win. Pretty much, well, I say that, but if they retire before the 50% mark, they won't score any points. And then it would be a case of gain 47 points, which is actually just a fifth. But if they go past the 50% mark, they will be eligible for points, and it'll be a lot harder.
Yeah, so basically it's very, very much dependent on, well, especially on the feeder sport, well, their performance. Also, we're getting very close with Barkley and Schenkels, just saying.
Yes, look there, that's the battle here. Perroquist runs through on all of them, and this is the track position, actually, so in theory, Schenkels has no right to move over. But he's going there because he's in a GT, and Hogfist does go through, but Barkley now has a real chance to be a SRVN car.
To be honest, it doesn't really matter if you want to let them through or not. They will just pull out of the corner and just take your spot. You just in a GT car, you will not ever have the speed to contest the prototype at all.
No,
unless they're damaged.
That will not happen. Dawei Tapper, it's doing well for Vodbull, but Nico Barkley now really starting to get the chance of Schenkels that he wants. The gap ain't much. It's about a second, even half a second. Very close between the two of them. This is a battle, remember, for a high-ranking position in GT Pro. This is a second.
I have to say, we haven't really talked much about Dawei Tapper. Like, generally, that is an amazing result for that team, which so often just had such bad luck in getting into Room 1. They had the lap for Room 1 nearly set in Turkey, but I think there was just a 1 moment where they were 3 wheels off track. So basically, they were just very unlucky in not getting into Room 1 so many times, and now they're showing what the true pace of theirs actually is. And yeah, to win with Adam Taylor without seeing Taylor making many mistakes and that general Ferrari, it's quite a feat.
It is indeed quite a feat. I mean, the feat really would be, well, I'll tell you what, actually no, I've completely lost my train of thought, sorry about that again. It's the power, it does things.
Yeah, takes out quite. Well, if you commentate for a while, it takes out a lot from you, which I discovered during
Well,
the
don't
24
forget I
hours.
haven't had James Kirk this race. He's been playing with technical issues, unfortunately, but he should be back for Le Mans. That will be a massive aid. But, of course, we are running with 25 minutes of this race to go.
That's not very much at all, is it? After 5.5
we've
hours.
had 335,
Indeed, it's
and I've
just.
not been here for 90.
Yeah, I've only been here for about an hour, so.
Oh, well, it does fly, doesn't it? Time.
Yeah, it does.
As Luca Radiali has finally called it a day, he has retired from the race.
That was so obvious that's going to happen.
That was always going to happen, but it has finally happened, and unfortunate though it is, it was predictable, unfortunately.
Well, I can tell you this, Team RGPL will be quite happy with that.
Well, they have gained another place. That's going to cement the idea that they will be in championship contention for Le Mans, albeit a mile away.
I just really hope that we will not have the same issue in Le Mans as we had here with the Schumacher S's, where we had 3 P1s dying.
Oh, I absolutely hope not. Le Mans should be it's the crown jewel of the season, alongside Spa, really. And well, a lot of work will go into making sure the track is ready.
But it's also the longest track on the calendar, which also means that it's the most prone to have that kind of an issue, just based on the length. So let's just hope and have our fingers crossed.
We can hope, indeed. That's what we can do. Keep our fingers crossed, so to speak. And the lights. But nonetheless, that will be the Le Mans in a month's time or so. Of course, the top 10 coming out of this race will be the top 10 in Room 1 for each class in Le Mans. So
top
it
10.
has been a critical race. We haven't really talked much about that. A critical race for some of the lower teams who want to secure a Room 1 entry for the 24 hours of Le Mans.
Like, for example, our Viper, which is racing in Room 2 at this very moment. I'm not I need to check out how they're doing. They were leading at some stage, but unluckily they hit the same thing that the 3 P1s have hit in this race. So at one stage they had to rejoin.
Oh dear, that's not very good.
We're fourth at the
Unfortunately.
moment in Room 2, so I guess for what happened, that's not the worst. Wow,
Yeah.
only 3 LMP1s actually driving in Room 2.
Oh
Ouch.
wow.
And
So
I think
quite
there
the
were
attrition rate over there in Room 2 then.
No,
We didn't
really,
know
I think
much
there were
about that, but
I think there were only 4 starters. That's yeah, that's not very very promising showing from the Room 2 people.
well, things happen, you know. And,
Unluckily,
well,
but they do have an LMP2 on podium
yeah,
overall.
As both the HR cars pit again of Lupson and Hodgkinson, you'd think by now Stephen Bailey would just go to the end.
Very likely. It really, like, the last 20 minutes, if he was in the car for such a long time, it's just the best to leave the driver to his own. Just finish it off. There's no real point of getting a driver who's kind of fresh and maybe needs a minute to acclimate himself with the car to put him in. There's always that, maybe, like, for me it's about 10 to 15 minute period where I get into the car and I just need to get used to it again.
Yeah, you need to acclimatise to the car, you know, it's an important thing to do as we just approach the 20 minutes to go marker in this race. So, with that in mind, Caspar, what's been your personal highlight of the race?
Personal highlight. I really did not have anything that big, although I did enjoy that little battle we had earlier in the P2s with Suave and I can't remember. Was the Logitech guys one of the Logitech guys maybe? That was a very interesting battle going on in the P2s. So that'd probably be my highlight.
Yeah, that was quite the interesting battle indeed. I'll have to say my favourite my favourite part of this whole race has been all of it, really, but the constant infighting between the DHRs has been really my favourite bit. It's given us always something to talk about.
The DHRs not having too many issues was a nice thing.
Yeah, so things not going wrong was my favourite bit, yes.
Well, things not going wrong for DHR, but I think they went wrong for every single other P1.
Yeah, I mean, they've had a great race so far. I mean, obviously, all things considered, some of it may not have happened if it weren't for certain events, but you can't take away the achievement.
Oh no, not at all. I mean, well, you still have to. It's kind of this thing which I always find a bit funny. You know, there's always a certain bit of luck, so when someone says it was a lucky win, that's kind of, well, stating the obvious, because you always have to be slightly lucky to win, since your car doesn't fail, etc.
I tell you what, I just had an interesting message here from Lewis McGlade.
Oh dear.
Who drives for the number 8 car, usually, or was part of the team earlier for the race, and is definitely part of the team. Says the 7 and the 9 are free to race for 15 more minutes. So they will probably let the cars race for 15 more and hold formation in the last 5. That's what I'm getting from that. So whoever is in front with 3-5-5 gone and 5 to go will, if all goes to plan, they will finish in that order.
Oh dear.
So letting them race for 15 more minutes, but after that enforcing some team orders.
Oh, this is going to be interesting, because that's going to mean that Nate is not exactly going to let off.
Yeah, it's given Nate a drive. He knows he's got 15 minutes to catch Hodgkinson and he's stuck in 3rd. He knows if he can catch Hodge and get in 2nd and hold it, he will get 2nd.
And as soon as we got that information, I think Adam just put about 1.5 seconds on Nate.
Well, doesn't want to lose that P2, does it? That's what happens when drivers fight each other. They get motivated.
Oh yes, both of them, not just the guy behind.
All of a sudden, they want to go quickly.
Yeah.
It's almost like the teammate is another enemy. But obviously not necessarily that.
Now, again, what kind yeah, just as I thought, I think Dennis Hadlack in P2 has pitted for a splash and dash. So we are 29 seconds behind him, and I think we're going to be, well, if everything goes like it is, I think we're going to be in about 9 in 3rd place in P2. So that's still pretty damn good after what happened in the first hour.
It would be fantastic.
Yeah, we still need to exactly review what happened there, but losing a rear wing within the first half an hour is never a nice feeling. Also, we just had the fastest lap in class from Adam Hodgkinson from the entire race. He is pushing hard.
A 1:36.682. You can tell he wants this 2nd place, don't you?
That is an insane pace.
That is a clear response to team strategy. And Lupson has done a 38.5. There you go. Adam Hodgkinson showing what he can do when he needs to. That is utterly brilliant. It's like, he's been there and thereabouts all race, but we know what he's capable of now, don't we?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
A 38, that is phenomenal. 38.6.
That's insane. Although this lap, I think he's going to be slightly slower. He's been 4/10 slower in the first sector alone. I think the other one was just a completely bonkers lap that just he won't be able to repeat. But especially with
Sorry, 36.6. That should have said. I bet 36.6. I meant to say. Sorry for the confusion, but I'm gonna go back and say what's going on here. Yeah, I'll tell you who else has responded. Nikodem Wisniewski. His last lap was a 37.6.
That's
not
still
that
very
far
quick.
off. And he's just done a 38.9, admittedly, but
yeah,
looks like the pole is starting to respond himself.
yeah, but I don't think he can do very much with 1.5 minutes behind in 15 minutes. So I think 4th place is the only thing they can actually get, which is probably a better thing for us, for the Le Mans, to for anyone interested in this whole championship.
because it's just gonna be mean more interesting battle for the actual champion.
It is, yes. All the more interest. Stephen Bailey has no reason to speed up. He's got such a heavy gap to everyone else. He can just take it easy and be consistent. But right now, it's Hodge Lupson that is really the battle to watch because of that fastest lap, you know? Let's see if Lupson can respond.
Well, the gap was 5 seconds and now it's 3.5, so I think traffic has affected Adam again.
Well, that'll play in the hands of Lupson perfectly.
Who knows, maybe doing that very quick lap he killed the tires a bit, possibly, overheated them or something. And, with R Factor 2 I would not be surprised since the entire tire model, the tire heat model is so complex. It's just, you know, just doing a small thing like that, like pushing for 1 lap could affect you for a few more.
Yep, indeed. And Adam Hodgkinson now has Nikita Wisniewski in his sights. Heard to be about to lap the Feeder Sport driver. This would be a bit of an embarrassment, but they haven't had the best of races, but P4 still very respectable, keeps them well ahead in the championship. Must be said. And they will still be the favourites going into Le Mans.
Oh yeah, I mean, there's no way they're not going to be favorites for them all. At this, with this kind of, well, these kinds of races they had. I mean, they didn't win last race because their server crashed early. And basically, the whole pit sync was not in their favor. And here, well, I can't recall exactly what happened in the beginning of the race because I was paying more attention to what's happening in the P2s, but.
Yeah, indeed, that is. Well, it's hard not sometimes to not look at the good fights, you know. That is sometimes the case. But yeah, I'm tired. The race is coming into its closing stages.
It's 13 minutes to go, so, or 12 minutes to go.
Not long now.
Oh, well, I think we can safely say now that the D8R are not gonna run out of fuel.
Don't say that!
Well, hopefully.
Well, God, I hope they don't now.
No.
I don't think that would
No. I waited until they were after the last pit stop, and they definitely had it banked.
Yeah, Stephen Bailey is going to start lap 202 soon. Hodgkinson about to start on 200 or next lap, as will Lupson. Hodgkinson's last lap was 39.9, so maybe that 36.6 was a one-off.
I think it was. It was basically he had a completely clean track and he just pushed it to the very limit.
Well, the gap is still about, coming under the Pirelli bridge here, I'd say it's about 3 seconds or 3.5. Yep. So, nothing doing just yet, although Hodgson's last lap was that 39.9, and Lupson's was 37.6. So, time being gained in that lap.
Oh, so we're back at it. It's 3 seconds again.
Back at it once again. Now the gap by eye is 2.5. Lupson appears to be faster this lap.
Yeah, I think the
Crash for the 8 apparently! Crash for the 8, Bailey has crashed it! All of a sudden, his rock hard concentration is broken or something! Something has happened! Bailey, what happened? Let's look!
Something in sector 2.
Oh, the Vodbull! It was Dowie Tapper has a spin into Bailey, and rock hard race for the number 8 has come to an end. I said everything happens in the power hour, didn't I?
Yeah.
And Stephen Bailey has crashed.
I think, honestly, I'm not sure if they have any damage. You could check it for, if you wouldn't mind. But
yes, it's big damage. The front bumper is gone.
I meant suspension damage. Like the front bumper. The thing is, if he pits
now, it's crabbing. That is serious damage. Race potentially gauging damage for the number 8 now. And
Oh,
well,
great.
the 1, 2, 3 is going to come to an end because Bailey comes into the pits. But
Actually, no. What I think he's going to do is he's going to do the same thing as TSR did back in Sebring, which is basically just put duct tape on the car, which basically means repair the body, don't repair suspension. You only lose.
oh, you can only repair the body but suspension only.
You can only repair. You can repair the body and not repair the suspension. Yes, that's a choice. That's a choice you can do in the pit menu, and that will basically mean the car still has any suspension damage, but it's a lot faster of a repair, and the car will still be fast
Hang
enough.
on a minute. He's had trouble finding his pit box and he's not fixed anything. By my screen, Bailey has not fixed a thing. What has happened there?
Oh no! Is that the same? Is that the same bug that others had before, where it just won't repair the car?
By my reasoning, he has not fixed that front bumper.
No, he hasn't.
No, not even the body's been fixed.
No.
This is dramatic. This is wow. Oh, apparently he hit space. Does that mean he
I think it was he forgot to change it so that it's just body damage repair, and it was a 20-minute repair or something, and he probably said that would be faster to just go around for a lap and repair the body next time around, which is probably a good idea considering.
Well. 10 minutes to go in this race, and it could be disaster for Doug Henson Racing.
I'm pretty sure that the number 8 is still going to be on the podium. I'm not sure if they're going to win.
You said before, Casper, they've been plagued with bad luck, and it's happened again this time by the oddball spinning. I mean, realistically, Bailey have nowhere to go.
That is
and if he can win it after all this, after this, such a serious incident, if he could win it, it would show just how resilient the rest of the race was and how good he is.
Well, didn't Nicodem, or just generally the feeder sport car, actually do that in Spa, where they had about 2 or 3 lap lead, and they either binned it or they had some infraction or something, and they had to stay in pits for 3 minutes or something, and they still won it. So.
We will see as Bailey comes into the pits once more. He's got 2 laps over everybody else, remember?
That will,
unless it takes ages to fix, this might still be salvageable.
It's possible that he will fix it.
Oh, hang on a minute. I don't see anything happening. He stopped, but I don't see any repairs.
Oh, it will only put those things on once it's finished.
Oh, right, okay, so I've no idea how long this stop's going to be. But apparently, is that going to be? I wonder how long it's going to be. How much repair?
Oh yeah, Kubov-Brzezinski has said that they had a 500-second repair at Sebring, and I think they still.
Yes, but I wonder how long this is going to take for the DHR car.
The body repair is not actually that very long at all, because equivalent of it's basically equivalent to the real life taking off the front and putting it back on. So it will take a while, but it won't be too long.
Oh, hang on. Apparently, room 2 crashed. Is that a crash in room 2? Is the server crashed in room 2?
The stream has, yes.
The stream in room 2 has crashed. Someone get on to Jimmy about that quick.
Well, actually, I'm not. The stream is still going, but it's showing the
yeah.
server list, so I presume they have been.
Bailey is out. He's got the body fixed.
Yeah, I think he's got it.
Stream only, apparently. Oh, apparently only the stream's gone down.
Okay.
That's good. Relax.
The stream probably got kicked for inactivity.
Right, but now, serious business. 5 to go. This is the point where the DHR stop fighting. But all of a sudden, even Bailey has got a ton of suspension damage to deal with.
So now
look how much he's turning that wheel to just go in a straight line.
Well, that's kind of obvious for him to do. He definitely has suspension damage after a hit like
well,
that.
We'll have to see how much that costs him, but Hodgkinson has reeled it in a bit. I think it might still be the number 8 that wins even after all that. That is how good they have been, but
we just had
I
the yellow
don't know
flag.
anymore.
We just had yellow flags all over the place in Sector 2 and Sector 3, but I think those are just people spinning or something, nothing too serious. But we are close again with Schenkels and Barkley. I think they're, let's see if Barkley is going to
Barkley
go...
through! Barkley through, there you go, Nico Barkley has gone through into P2 in GT Pro.
Now, that was a good pick.
Straight into, I think that was the Castrol X, wasn't it?
Oh, yes. Yes, it was. He used the P2 a bit, I think, for drag.
Well, that would have been a very, very good move from Nico Barkley. And Schenkels is going to get that place back now.
That's actually actually, now that I think about it, that's a very good place for the SRVN car again, because they had some bad luck over the last few races as well. So a race finally to remember for some for the teams that were very unlucky recently.
Indeed, yes, and well, I'll tell you this. In about a couple of minutes' time, we will know how quick Stephen Bailey is going. But with 4 minutes to go, you'd think with a lap in the bag, he's got this.
Oh no, he's safely in the. He could be going at P2 pace and still finish in front of Adam. So I think we're pretty safe on that.
Well, it gave us a scare, didn't it?
Oh yes.
It was a very big scare. We thought it might have been all over for Doug Henson Racing, but the gap they'd already brought out has come back to save them. It just goes to show how important the start of an endurance race can be, as well as the rest of it.
Yeah, and geez, Barkley has already put on over a second.
That said, Bailey has to lap him. He has to get through. Does Nico Barkley? Well, he gets past Nico Barkley in the car ahead, and well, Bailey has gotten through that traffic all right.
Yeah, it's always iffy at this at this stage when you have broken. Well, not broken, but damaged suspension.
Well, indeed. I mean, bless his heart, he's still going. That was such a scary moment, but it's good to see that they have still won. It just goes to show how important it is to get that lead out in the first place, you know? As I said, but with 357 out of 360 gone, I believe there are 2 and a bit minutes to go. I'm going to check the stream.
Yes, about 2.5.
2.5 minutes to go there or thereabouts. I believe this will be the penultimate lap of the race that Bailey is on now. And Hodgkinson's last lap was a 38.8 and Bailey's was a 44. So only really 8 seconds going to be lost. And given he's got a whole lap, this looks to be set in the bag nonetheless.
What I find quite amazing is that Tommy has actually taken out over 20 seconds in the last about 15-20 minutes from Hadlack. That just too bad for that initial thing, because we could have had second easily with this kind of pace. Jeez, but yeah, it just seems like a great recovery with Tommy driving really well, and seems like the P2 has been one of the more reasonable classes.
Yeah, they've been quite good this race, the P2s, must be said. Oh, they're really getting a bit of a wiggle on there. He's really starting to struggle with that suspension, it looks like.
I wouldn't be surprised at all, but again,
but he can afford to slow down. He's got a whole lap on everybody. So chipping a bit temporarily, but he can afford to go slowly or slower because he's got all that time on everybody else. Just got to take it carefully. He knows he's about to start the final lap of this race, and he just wants to get it home, I think.
Oh, definitely. Again, like, I think for the last 10 minutes, his only job for this car was finish the race. Don't care about how fast I'm going, just finish the race.
Yep, you see he's just doing 127 to 128 miles an hour now, so slow. But he just needs to get at the end, that's all he has to do. That's it.
Yeah, that's all it is in this car. But that's, well, saying that that's all it is yeah. Also, was that 200 miles an hour or is that 200 kilometers an hour? Because if it's 200 kilometers an hour, that's really slow.
No, I think it's probably miles an hour you were looking at.
Because...
But he's actually, no, he's doing 115 at the moment.
Oh
dear. Really is taking it slowly. Really is taking it slowly. Apparently it's kilometers.
It's kilometers an hour. That speed is so minuscule compared
Yeah,
to what he
still,
should be doing.
I can see he's doing 95 miles an hour, so not very quick at all. Hodgkinson's going to lap him at this rate, but it doesn't matter because he's still going to get the win.
Yeah, I mean the damage turned out to be quite big, but basically getting it, he had such a big advantage didn't really matter in the end.
Yeah, in the end, it's not really going to matter very much. In the end, it doesn't even matter if you want to quote Linkin Park song, and I got my song reference in there right at the end of the race.
Of course.
Of course, indeed. We have had a lot of problems with some teams this race. Bailey's just going, look at that, he's cycling through the gears, going super slowly now. 70 miles an hour, 80 miles an hour even. Adam Hodgkinson's going to come through to lap him at this rate. But no, Hodgkinson's backing off as well, he doesn't want to lap him. He's not going to do it. He's going to hold behind. Oh, this is a bit hazardous. Bailey doing 37, 36 miles an hour. What's with this? But he's sped it back up.
At this point, like, I'm not surprised that...
Yeah, it doesn't really matter at this point. We have a lap start time and Stephen Bailey is going to come around. Look at this. Oh, look at this. Nate Lupson as well. They're going to come across the line to win. Stephen Bailey, it's Doug Henson Racing. 1, 2, 3 at the 6 hours at Nurburgring. They cross the line together. That'll be a photo opportunity for later. What a race for Doug Henson Racing. Maximum points across all 3 outfits. And it's going to set them up perfectly for the 24 hours of Le Mans. Nikitin Bisnevsky coming round the first team as well. He will finish in position number 4. There is no doubt about that. Gregory Boulard in P5 for what I believe to be international, well, some team. I don't even know what they are anymore. But he's going to finish P5. Gregory Boulard. Simon Perard wins again for Team Spirit Racing. P6 overall. Dennis Hadlack second. Tommy Oyola third in P2. Ignazio Pernello is looking to be 6th in Prototype 1 for Texas drivers. He's going to be P6 overall. He's going to get it. A good result for the team. Don't forget that. Goran Djordjevic wins in GTE Pro. Nico Barkley set to be 2nd. Tom Schenkel's 3rd for SRBN. And then in GTE it must be said, we haven't focused on GTM much this race, but Dark Racing have done it again. Adam Taylor leads from Dawei Tapper in P2. Phenomenal job from Vodball. Then it's Lorenzo Banda for Talking Door Racing in P3. That rounds out your top 3 and everything. But 1, 2, 3 for the DHR boys. Truly perfection.
I'd also like to mention that it's 3rd consecutive Room 1 podium for our Magenta car.
Well done for that as well, indeed.
Yep. I completely forgot about that until Oscar mentioned it.
Oscar Hardwick in the comments as well. It's taken a season of it going wrong, but Doug Henson Racing have done it at last. A 1, 2, 3.
Oh, yes.
3 cars, 3 positions. What more do you want if you were the team boss? And, well, that rounds out a thriller. Do feel free to join us in a month for the 24 Hours of Le Mans. Don't miss it. But until then, I've been Joshua Anderson. And from me, it is a very warm goodbye.